Hello there and welcome to Secretum Histories. If you're here to unwind, to listen to something calm while your thoughts slow down, you're in exactly the right place. Tonight we're going to drift into a story that is old, strange and oddly familiar in the way it describes work, frustration, authority, and what happens when the people doing the labour finally say, no, not anymore. Because the topic for tonight is simple to say, but it has a lot inside it. How the Igigi Anunnaki conflict, the so-called war between the worker gods and the ruling gods, becomes the moment that humanity appears in the stories. Not as a random creation, not as a peaceful garden scene, but as a solution to a problem that sounds divine on the surface, yet feels like something you might recognise from a long day when you've been doing too much for too long. And before we go into it, let me ask you something gentle, something that anchors you in your own room, your own time. What time is it where you are right now, and where are you listening from? Maybe you're in bed, phone turned face down, the screen dim. Maybe you're on a late walk, with streetlights and quiet. Maybe you're letting this play softly in the background while you do something small and repetitive, the kind of task that doesn't need much thought. Whatever your setting is, it's enough. You don't have to do anything extra to be here. If you find these stories soothing, if you like this slow, careful way of visiting the past and the myths and the ideas that survive across thousands of years, you can like the video, subscribe, and join us again. It helps the channel, it helps these long, quiet narrations find the people who need them, and it lets you build a kind of nightly routine if you want one. Now settle in. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. If your mind is busy, that's normal. It can stay busy for a while. You don't have to fight it. You can just give it something steady to listen to, like a train moving in the distance or rain against a window. When people talk about creation stories, they often picture a clean beginning, a bright opening, a first sunrise, a perfect plan. Yet a lot of older stories do not start clean. They start with a mess that needs to be managed. They start with a system already running, already strained, already asking too much from someone. In the Mesopotamian world, creation can be less like an artist painting a blank canvas and more like a tired supervisor trying to keep a project from falling apart. The names sound big and distant. Anunnaki, Igigi, Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag. They can feel like statues in a museum, silent and fixed. But in the tablets, the way the story moves is human in its logic. There is a workload. There is a hierarchy. There is a group asked to do the hard work, the repetitive work, the work that never ends. There is a group who gives orders, who benefits from the system, who may not fully understand what it feels like at the bottom of it. Tension builds, complaints grow. Then one night the pressure finally becomes action. If you've ever looked at something in your life and realised you've been carrying it for too long, you already understand the emotional engine that drives this myth. Maybe it's a job that keeps adding responsibilities with no extra support. Maybe it's being the person who always remembers birthdays, always makes appointments, always fixes problems quietly so no one else has to notice they exist. At first you do it because it's easier than making a fuss. After a while it becomes your identity. Then one day you feel a strange stillness inside, like your body has made a decision before your mind has caught up. That stillness is the beginning of rebellion. Not loud, not dramatic, just firm. In the Mesopotamian imagination, the world is not powered by magic alone. It is powered by labour. The gods in these stories do not simply wish canals into existence. Canals need digging, fields need irrigating, cities need walls, temples need bricks. The order of the world needs maintenance. That maintenance has to be done by someone. One of the oldest ways to understand the Igigi is as the junior gods, the working class of the divine world. They do the digging, they carry the loads, they handle the constant tasks that keep everything functioning. Their work is not a short assignment. It stretches over years, over decades, over spans of time so long that even immortal beings begin to feel the weight of it. And then there are the Anunnaki, often described as the senior gods, the decision-makers, the high ones who set the rules and receive the benefits. Depending on the text and the translation, the details shift, but the basic structure remains. A system exists. Some beings labour, some beings rule. Now, in a modern mind, it can be tempting to sort these characters into simple categories. Good versus bad, heroes versus villains, victims versus oppressors. The tablets do not always cooperate with that kind of sorting. Everyone is acting from within a system that is already built. Everyone is trying to protect their own stability. Even the rebellion, even the creation of humanity, has the feel of an emergency fix, a compromise made in the middle of a crisis. That's part of why this story stays interesting. It refuses to be neat. There is a version of this conflict preserved in a well-known Akkadian myth, often called Atrahasis. You can think of it as a story about a wise man who survives disaster, but before it becomes a flood story, before it becomes a story about human beings and their noise and their growing numbers, it starts with gods at work. It starts with the exhaustion of divine labourers. It begins with the kind of tension you can imagine in any crowded workplace where the people who actually keep things running start looking at each other and noticing that they're all tired at the same time. At first, nothing happens. In any system, that is common. People complain quietly. They share small jokes that keep them sane. They count days. They trade looks. They wonder if anyone in charge has any idea what it takes to do what they do. Then time passes. In Atrahasis, the number often given is 40 years. The Igigi labour for 40 years, digging and carrying. 40 years is long enough for habits to form and long enough for hope to fade. It's long enough for the work to stop feeling like a task and start feeling like a sentence. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that comes from work with no endpoint. If you know that something will last a week, you can endure it. If you know it will last a month, you can find a rhythm. If you know it will never end, your body begins to react differently. Even the idea of rest starts to feel unreal. Your mind begins to search for an exit, any exit. In the story, the Igigi find their exit in each other. They gather, they speak, they decide. The rebellion is not impulsive, it is organised. And one night, they do something that is both symbolic and practical. They burn their tools. They destroy the very instruments of their labour. In a single act, they make it impossible to keep the system running as it has been. It's the ancient equivalent of walking out and leaving the machines idle, of turning off the servers, of refusing to open the doors. Then they march, not as individuals, but as a group. They surround the dwelling of the leader god associated with authority, often named Enlil in this context. They do not come politely. They come with anger that has been stored for decades. Imagine that scene for a moment, not as a cosmic battle with lightning and explosions, but as a quiet, tense siege. A ring of tired workers outside the house of the person who's been giving orders from a place of comfort. It's late. The air is cool. Torches flicker. No one is laughing now. There is a hush that feels heavier than shouting. Inside, the high gods are alarmed. They didn't expect this. Systems built on unequal labour often rely on a kind of blindness at the top. The rulers tell themselves stories about why the work is fair, why it is necessary, why it is the natural order of things. Rebellion shatters those stories in an instant. Enlil is disturbed, and the Council of Gods gathers. They need to respond. They could punish the Igigi. They could try to force them back to work. Yet punishment does not solve the real problem. Even if the rebellion is crushed, the work still has to be done. The canals still need digging. The world still needs maintenance. They are faced with a practical crisis. This is where the story starts to feel less like a war story and more like a meeting that has gone on too long, where everyone is tired and trying to avoid responsibility. Someone has to propose a solution that keeps the system alive. In Atrahasis, the god Enki enters the scene as the one who thinks differently. Enki is often associated with water, wisdom, craft, and a kind of cleverness that can be helpful or dangerous depending on where you stand. He's not always the hero, but he is often the one who finds a way out of impossible situations. In the myth, Enki suggests something radical. He suggests creating a new being to take on the labour, a replacement workforce. If you let that land for a moment, you can see how blunt the logic is. The rebellion forces the high gods to confront their dependence on labour. The solution they consider is not to make the work fairer for the Igigi. The solution is to invent a new class of beings who will do it instead. That is the moment where humanity enters this myth, not as the crown of creation, not as a beloved child, as a tool, as an answer to a labour dispute. Now, there is a risk here of turning the story into a simple moral lesson, like a fable about exploitation. The myth has more layers than that. It also presents humanity as something with unexpected potential, something that grows beyond its original purpose. But the origin point in this telling is clear. We are introduced as a solution to a crisis among gods. Enki's proposal is not enough on its own. Creating life is a heavy act, even in a world where gods exist. It requires consent, power, and a kind of ritual process. The myth introduces a figure often named Ninhursag, sometimes called the mother goddess, associated with birth, with the shaping of bodies, with the earthy reality of life. In some versions she resists, in some she participates reluctantly, and in some she takes the role with a stern understanding of what it will cost. To make a new being, the gods do not simply shape clay and blow breath into it. The myth adds something sharper, blood, a divine element. In Atrahasis, one god is sacrificed, and from his flesh and blood mixed with clay, humanity is formed. Different translations give different names, sometimes Wheeler, sometimes Gesture, sometimes a figure associated with intelligence or rebellion. The idea remains consistent. The creation of humans involves the death of a god. That detail changes the feeling of the story. Suddenly humanity is not merely clay. Humanity is clay plus something volatile, something divine, something that came from a being who had agency. The new creature is made from a mixture of earth and a piece of the divine world, taken through violence. It's a strange origin, and it suggests a strange inheritance. If the god sacrificed is connected with rebellion or cleverness, then the implication is that humanity contains not only the capacity for labour, but also the capacity for refusal, a spark of the very thing the high gods are trying to manage. The myth, in other words, builds its own problem into its solution. Picture the scene as the story might have been told aloud in a temple courtyard or a household room. Clay is gathered. It is kneaded like dough. The gods speak words that are not casual conversation, but formal ritual language. The mother goddess shapes forms, perhaps small at first, as if testing proportions. The blood is mixed in, staining the clay, changing its texture. The new beings are placed into a process of incubation, a waiting period that feels almost medical. Then, after the ritual is complete, the first humans stand up, breathe, and look around. It's easy to treat that as purely symbolic, but even symbolically it says something that ancient listeners would have understood. Life is not free. Creation costs something. Order requires sacrifice. Labour demands bodies, and the story makes a point of why this was done. It says that the Igigi are freed from their toil. The burden shifts. The crisis among the gods is resolved, at least on the surface. The system continues. If you listen closely, there is a quiet sadness under that resolution. The Igigi get relief, but the relief is bought by creating another group who will carry the weight. The high gods keep their status. The world stays organized. The price is paid by beings who did not ask to exist. You might notice how modern that feels, even if the setting is ancient. Systems that depend on constant labour often survive by shifting burdens rather than removing them. If one group refuses, Another group is pressured, recruited, or created to take its place. The overall structure stays intact. The suffering changes hands. Yet the myth does not stop at that. It sets up the next tension, because humans, as it turns out, do not remain quiet tools forever. They multiply, they build, they make noise, they become a new force in the world, one that eventually irritates Enlil, leading to later events in the story. That later conflict is beyond where we are resting tonight, but you can already feel it being prepared. The creation of humanity solves one problem and plants another. Now, because we're telling this in a slow bedtime way, we don't need to rush into lists of names and tablet catalogue numbers. Still, it can help to hold a few roles in mind like familiar faces in a story. Enlil represents order, authority, the insistence that the system must function. Enki represents cleverness, adaptation, the willingness to bend rules to solve a crisis. Ninhursag represents creation, the bodily reality of birth, the fact that you cannot create life without dealing with flesh, time, and consequence. The Igigi represent labour, the grinding weight of repetitive tasks, the point where even patient beings reach a limit. And humans, in this origin, are the new workforce, yet also something else. Because if you are made partly from a sacrificed god, you're not only a tool, you're a mixture, you're built with complexity. This is why, when people later look at these stories and wonder why ancient Mesopotamians thought humans were noisy, stubborn, hard to control, it makes sense within their own logic. The myth itself suggests that rebellion and intelligence are inside us from the beginning. The gods tried to fix a labour problem by creating a being capable of labour, but the ingredients they used included the essence of a god who in some sense stood apart. That essence does not disappear. It becomes the seed of human unpredictability. If you let that idea sit for a moment, it can feel oddly comforting. It says that the part of you that resists endless work, the part of you that wants rest, the part of you that says this is not fair, is not a flaw. In this mythic framing, it is part of your design. It is ancient. It is built in. And the part of you that can keep going, that can do hard things, that can carry burdens for the sake of others, is also built in. You're a blend of endurance and refusal, of patience and breaking points. The myth does not claim you are perfect. It claims you are complicated. Now, before we move deeper in the next section of the story, it helps to stay with the world as it existed before the rebellion. Because the Igigi did not rise up in a vacuum. They rose up in a system that had been running for a long time, a system with rules and expectations, a system where the sky had a kind of administration. In the next part, we'll ease back to that earlier moment. We'll look at what the world looked like when the work was still being done, when the hierarchy still seemed stable, when the sky had order and the burden was accepted as normal. That background makes the rebellion feel less like a sudden explosion and more like the inevitable result of years of pressure that no one wanted to acknowledge. So keep resting, keep listening. Let the story stay steady in your ears while your thoughts slow down, because before there was a march to Enlil's gate, before tools were burned, there was an ordinary routine in the divine world, day after day, with tasks that never quite ended and silence that slowly became heavier. Before the uprising, before anyone burned tools or gathered in the night with a shared decision, the sky in these stories is described as a place with structure, not a dreamy place with clouds and random miracles, but a managed place. Roles exist, duties exist, titles exist. If the divine world had a feeling, it was the feeling of a system that has been running long enough that people stop noticing it. The canals flow because someone keeps them flowing. The gates stand because someone keeps them repaired. The lights stay on, in a manner of speaking, because the work that supports them happens every day. This is one of the most useful ways to enter the Igigi Anunnaki conflict. It begins inside an organized world. Order is not the reward at the end of the story. Order is the starting point. The trouble comes later, not from chaos outside the system, but from stress inside it. Ancient Mesopotamia was a landscape where order was never guaranteed. Rivers flooded, fields dried out, cities could thrive for a century and then fail. When people depended on irrigation, on dikes, on canals, on careful timing of planting and harvesting, the idea of maintenance was not optional. Maintenance was survival. A canal left uncleared for a season could become clogged, then become useless, then become a reason a whole neighbourhood struggled. That reality shaped how Mesopotamian people imagined the universe itself. They pictured it as something that needed constant tending. Their gods, therefore, were not only mighty, they were administrative. They held authority like rulers, but they also kept things running like managers. The divine realm in these stories resembles a powerful city-state scaled up into the cosmos. There is a kingly figure above. There are councils. There are specific domains. There are task assignments. There are consequences for failure. Even the way temples worked in the real world feeds into this. Temples were not only places for prayer, they were major institutions with storehouses, fields, herds, workshops, staff, and records. They employed people. They collected and distributed goods. They were deeply involved in the daily economy. Scribes tracked deliveries and rations. Labourers carried water and clay. Cooks prepared offerings. Guards watched gates. Priests managed rituals on schedules that did not pause because someone felt tired. When storytellers spoke about the gods, they often used the same logic. A god had a house, meaning a temple. A god had land, meaning fields dedicated to that temple. A god received meals, meaning offerings. A god had servants, meaning the priests and workers who served the temple. The world of the gods seen through this lens is not airy. It is brick and grain and water and lists. In that setting, the Anunnaki are the senior powers. Different texts place different emphasis on them, but they are often treated as the ones who hold the central authority over the world's structure. The word itself has layers and scholarly debates around it, but the feeling in the myth is clear enough for our purpose. These are not minor spirits wandering the edges of fields. These are the major decision-makers, the ones whose choices shape the whole system. Above them, in many traditions, stands Anu, associated with the high sky. If the divine world is a city, Anu is the distant sovereign who embodies ultimate legitimacy. His presence is sometimes quiet in the myths, but his role matters. Authority in Mesopotamian stories often works like authority in human courts. Even if a ruler does not speak often, the idea of their position supports the system beneath. Then come other major figures who feel more active in the daily running of things. Enlil is frequently linked with command, with decree, with the force that makes rules feel real. He's associated with wind and storm, but in a story about labour and order, he also carries the weight of a chief executive, the one who expects obedience because obedience is what keeps the world from breaking. He does not always appear cruel. He appears firm. The firm leader, however, becomes the target when the system's strain can no longer be hidden. Enki, in contrast, often occupies the role of the clever problem solver. He's associated with water, with the subterranean fresh waters called the Abzu, and with craft and knowledge. In a practical sense, water in Mesopotamia meant life and means. If you controlled water, you controlled the possibility of agriculture, transport, and growth. Enki's association with water and ingenuity makes him the kind of god who knows how things work beneath the surface. In stories, that becomes an ability to find unexpected solutions, sometimes solutions that create new problems later. Alongside them, there are motherly and shaping figures such as Nin-Hursag, who represents the reality of bodies, pregnancy, birth, and the raw fact that life is made out of matter. Even in a world of gods, a new being does not appear without a process. In Mesopotamian imagination, the making of life involves clay, blood, gestation, timing, and a lot of careful handling. Nin-Hursag stands for that. With these roles in mind, the divine world before the uprising can be pictured as a hierarchy that has already settled into routines. Routines are powerful. They turn extraordinary tasks into normal tasks. They make the unthinkable feel ordinary simply because it is repeated every day. There is also the sense of division of labour. In a city, not everyone does the same work. Some people give orders, some people carry stones, some people calculate rations, some people sweep floors. The Mesopotamian mythic universe carries that same assumption, and it is not embarrassed by it. It does not pretend that power is evenly shared. It describes a world where work falls unevenly, and it presents that unevenness as the starting condition. That is where the Igigi come in, even before their name becomes the focus. They are the class of divine beings associated with the work itself. They are not the ones making speeches from thrones. They are the ones making the system possible with their bodies and their time. In some tellings they are linked with the heavens, perhaps as a group connected to the sky gods, yet in the labour narrative they appear as the workforce assigned to the heavy tasks of shaping and maintaining the world. The specific framing shifts depending on the text and period, because Mesopotamian religion was never frozen. It evolved city by city and century by century. Still, the mythic pattern that matters here is consistent. There is a labour force among the gods, and there is a ruling council among the gods, and the peace between them depends on the labour continuing without complaint. Before the uprising, the key word is acceptance. Not joyful acceptance, not inspired acceptance, but the kind of acceptance that comes from habit and lack of alternatives. If the system has always been this way, then the first response to hardship is often endurance. Endurance becomes a badge of identity. It becomes the unspoken rule. This is how it is. In practical human terms, Mesopotamian society had a long history of corvée labour, the requirement that citizens contribute labour to public works like canals and walls. People were called up to dig, to haul, to build. It was part of how city-states survived. It was also exhausting. It was a reason for resentment. It shaped daily life. When storytellers describe gods digging and hauling, they're not inventing a random fantasy. They're projecting the most familiar kind of communal burden upward into the realm of the divine. That projection makes the myth feel grounded. The audience listening to these stories would have understood what it means to dig a canal under a sun that does not care. They would have understood what it means to carry wet clay, to stack bricks, to tamp down soil, to clear silt after a flood. They would have understood that the work is never done for good. A canal cleared today fills again. A wall repaired this month cracks again. The labour is repetitive by nature. So the image of gods who are tired from labour is not ridiculous. It is a mirror. It says that the universe, like a city, is built on work that repeats. There is also an emotional layer in the idea of divine labour. If gods are meant to be powerful, then assigning them endless work is an insult to their status. That insult becomes sharper over time. It turns fatigue into anger. It turns fatigue into the sense of being trapped. Before that anger surfaces, there is a period where the system feels stable. The Anunnaki rule, the Igigi work, the tasks happen, the world is sustained. There is no public crisis. There is no dramatic confrontation. The story begins in that quiet stretch of time when a system looks healthy from the top because it has not yet been tested. A calm scene can still carry stress inside it. A calm office can still hide burnout. A calm household can still hide exhaustion. The myth understands that. It describes order, but the order has a cost. In the divine world, work is not simply physical. It also involves responsibility. The people on top carry the burden of decisions, and the people below carry the burden of execution. That division can remain stable as long as the people executing believe they will be protected, honoured, or at least recognised. Once recognition disappears, the division becomes bitter. In many human systems, recognition is the cheapest thing leaders can give, and one of the most powerful. A word, a gesture, a small improvement, a sense of fairness. When leaders fail at that, The system starts to rot from the inside. The myth, in its own way, gestures toward this. The Igigi's labour continues for years. The story does not emphasise rewards. It emphasises duration. Time matters here. Not in the abstract sense of cosmic time, but in the simple sense of days stacked on days. A week of hard labour is different from a year. A year is different from 40 years. The mind responds to length. The body responds to repetition. An assignment becomes a life. In Atrahasis, the number 40 years functions as a signal. It is long enough that no one can say the Igigi were impatient. It is long enough to make their rebellion feel like a last resort. It is long enough to make the high gods look negligent for allowing the strain to go that far. Before we arrive at that breaking point, it helps to imagine what the work itself might have looked like in mythic terms. The story speaks about digging and carrying, and those words can sound simple, but in a world-building sense they imply enormous projects. They imply earthworks. They imply building the channels of the world. They imply shaping the terrain so that life can exist in a structured way. In a Mesopotamian city, the canal network was not a small feature, it was the backbone. Likewise, in the myth, the labour of shaping and maintaining the world is the backbone. The Igigi become the unseen infrastructure crew of existence. If they stop, everything the Anunnaki rule over becomes vulnerable. The high gods, meanwhile, occupy places that feel like centres. In Mesopotamian geography, certain cities were religious centres. Nippur, for example, was linked with Enlil's authority. Eridu carried deep associations with Enki and ancient wisdom. These were not just dots on a map. They were symbols of how power was distributed. In mythic imagination, the gods' seats of power resemble these centres, where decisions are made, where decrees are issued, where the world's order is confirmed through ritual. Ritual itself is another part of order. Ritual is schedule, ritual is repetition. Ritual is the guarantee that tomorrow will resemble today. In the mythic world, as in the temple economy, rituals would require preparation, offerings and coordination. Even if the senior gods enjoy the offerings, someone has to arrange them. Someone has to bring the materials. Someone has to keep the system supplied. The labour force is always present, even when it is not acknowledged. This is a gentle place to notice how the story frames power. Power is not just strength. Power is the ability to command labour. The Anunnaki's authority is real because the Igigi obey, and because the system supports that obedience. Before the uprising, obedience is normal. It is the air everyone breathes. When obedience is normal, disobedience feels unimaginable until the moment it happens. There is also the matter of communication. In a stable hierarchy, information often flows upwards slowly or not at all. The people at the bottom may speak to each other, but their complaints do not reach the top in a way that forces change. The rulers may receive reports, but the reports are filtered. The system becomes insulated. That insulation is comfortable for leaders and dangerous for stability. In the myth, the high gods appear genuinely alarmed when the rebellion begins. That suggests that they did not see it coming, which suggests that the system had lost honest feedback. The workers had been carrying strain privately. The rulers had been living in a world where the work simply happened. This kind of blindness is not portrayed with modern psychological language. It is shown through action. The gods at the top respond only when the tools are burned and the workforce gathers at the gate. Before that moment, the order looks intact. The calm before rebellion often has a particular feel. Outwardly, everything continues. Inwardly, small things change. People stop laughing at certain jokes. People stop volunteering for extra tasks. People begin counting how much they give compared to what they receive. They begin noticing who gets rest and who does not. In the mythic frame, the Igigi begin noticing their own situation, and that noticing is the start of uprising. Another detail matters. The Igigi are not described as weak. They are gods. They have power. They have numbers. They have shared identity. The only thing keeping them in their role is compliance. That means the entire hierarchy depends on a choice made day after day. Once that choice is withdrawn, the hierarchy becomes fragile. So when the sky still had order, it was an order built on a bargain that was never truly negotiated. The bargain was inherited, it was assumed, it existed because it had always existed. The Anunnaki ruled because they ruled. The Igigi worked because they worked. There is no scene where everyone sits down and agrees this is fair. The story does not pretend fairness is the foundation. It presents function as the foundation. The system functions, therefore it continues. That kind of order can last for a long time. It can also collapse quickly. There is a quiet irony in the way ancient myths describe divine administration. They often make gods look like humans with bigger tools. They argue, they meet, they get annoyed, they worry about control, they look for shortcuts. In a soothing telling, this can even sound slightly humorous, because the problems are familiar. Even the heavens have meetings, even the heavens have staffing issues, even the heavens have workers who are tired. Yet the humour stays gentle because the stakes in the story remain high. The labour keeps the world stable. If the labour stops, the world itself becomes unstable. The story sets that up in the background, like distant thunder that is not loud yet but is already present. At the same time, this early order is not presented as purely oppressive. For those within it, order can also mean safety. Order means the rivers flow in predictable ways. Order means the fields can be planted. Order means the city walls stand. Order means the ritual calendar continues. People in ancient Mesopotamia valued order because they lived close to disaster. A flood could destroy everything. A drought could bring hunger. In that environment, a stable hierarchy might have seemed preferable to chaos, even if the hierarchy was harsh for some. That is part of why the myth does not reduce the rebellion to a simple victory story. The rebellion threatens order. The leaders fear what happens if order breaks. The workers fear what happens if their lives remain endless labour. Both sides are reacting to real pressures. When the sky still had order, it was a tense balance disguised as routine. The tasks were assigned. The work continued. The high gods sat in their places of authority. The junior gods kept digging and carrying. The world, as everyone knew it, remained intact. Within that intact world, the identity of the Igigi becomes sharper. They are not merely some gods. They are the ones whose backs hurt, whose hands are busy, whose nights are short. Their role is the next piece to examine closely, because the uprising is not an accident. It grows out of exactly who they are and what they are made to do. So as the story keeps moving, the focus naturally narrows from the broad order of the heavens to the specific lives of the worker gods, their duties, their conditions, their shared frustrations. That is where the first real pressure points appear, and where the quiet routine begins to feel less like stability and more like a trap. If you're still with me, and the room around you is quiet enough that you can hear the soft details of the night, it can help to treat the Igigi not as a strange word from a far-off language, but as a role in a system. In these stories, names matter, but roles matter just as much. The Igigi are the ones who keep the world functioning when no one is watching. They are the ones assigned to tasks that do not end, tasks that have to be done again tomorrow, even if they were done perfectly today. A lot of people first meet the Igigi as the lesser gods, and that phrase can sound like an insult, like a label for weak beings. The texts are more complicated than that. Lesser here often means lower in rank, not lower in power. It means they are below the top tier in the chain of command. They can be numerous, they can be forceful, they can be essential, they can also be treated as replaceable, which is one of the crueler tricks a hierarchy can play on those who do the actual work. In the Atrahasis tradition, the work of the world begins with the gods doing what humans will later do. Forced labour, drudgery, repetitive tasks that keep the land alive. The story spells it out with blunt clarity. The great gods, the Anunna, place the burden onto the Igigi, and the Igigi dig watercourses and canals, including the Tigris and Euphrates, the arteries of the land. That detail is so specific that it stops feeling like vague mythology and starts feeling like a memory of real life. People who lived between those rivers knew what it meant to dig and maintain canals. They knew what it meant to clear silt, to cut channels, to haul wet soil out of a ditch. They knew the ache in the shoulders and the irritation of mud that dries on skin. They knew the kind of work that makes time feel slow. So when you ask who the Igigi were, the first answer is almost plain. They were the gods who did the digging. They were the ones who opened canals and shaped the water routes that made the land workable. They were introduced not by a family tree, not by a list of titles, but by their labour. The story does not begin by praising them, it begins by using them. That alone tells you something about how Mesopotamian storytellers understood power. Power is not only the ability to command storms or throw lightning. Power is the ability to assign burdens. In the Atrahasis framing, the high gods administer destinies and sit above, while the Igigi bear the misery of the day-to-day work. The world has to be built and maintained, and the building does not happen on its own. At this point, a gentle question can arise in your mind, especially if you've heard modern versions of Mesopotamian myth that simplify everything into tidy categories. If the Igigi are the workers, why do they sometimes appear elsewhere as a collective name for gods of the heavens, or as a group that can be called great? The answer is that the term Igigi is used in different ways across different texts and periods. Mesopotamian religion was not a single frozen system. It was a living set of traditions that changed across centuries, cities and languages. Even modern reference works note that the Igigi can be treated as inferior divinities in some corpora and contexts, while other sources use the categories in less consistent ways. One way to hold this without getting lost is to think of Igigi as a label that can mean that group of gods, with the context doing the heavy lifting. Some sources present the Igigi as a specific group, possibly small in number, even described as possibly 7 or 8 gods, a Semitic term whose exact membership is uncertain. Other sources, including the labour narrative in Atrahasis, use Igigi for the gods who are assigned work, the ones under pressure, the ones who can be treated as a workforce. These uses don't have to perfectly match for the story's emotional logic to remain strong, because the emotional logic is built on the experience of being beneath someone else's decree. And in the Atrahasis lines, the Igigi do not sound like powerless beings. They sound like a group that knows it is suffering and is capable of acting together. The text has them counting years of drudgery and reaching a point where it is too much, where they are muttering down in the ditch and deciding to confront their foreman, their prefect. That language is so strikingly human that it almost feels like overhearing a conversation on a late shift. It's not elegant, it's practical. They are tired, and they have decided that tiredness is no longer acceptable. If you want a concrete picture of the Igigi in this particular tradition, imagine a workforce that never clocks out. Imagine a job that is not seasonal but constant. The world needs watercourses, so they dig. The world needs canals opened, so they open them. The world needs springs and wells established, so they establish them. When the text says they opened the life of the land, it means they did the work that made agriculture and settlement possible. They were not decorating the world. They were making it functional. In Mesopotamia, function is sacred. It's not sacred in a vague way. It's sacred because without it, people starve. A canal that breaks can mean crops that fail. Crops that fail can mean hunger. Hunger can mean social unrest. If the gods are meant to be responsible for order, then the work that creates and maintains that order is not optional. The Igigi are, in that sense, the backbone of the divine project. And when you're the backbone of a project, you often become invisible to the people who benefit from the project. That invisibility is a quiet theme in the story. The high gods notice the Igigi fully only when the Igigi stop working. There is another detail that makes the Igigi feel real rather than symbolic. They have tools. The story does not say they simply use their hands like magical beings who can shape rivers by touching the air. It says they had tools and work baskets, and when the rebellion begins, they set fire to these tools and work baskets. Burning tools is not only a dramatic gesture, it is an interruption of the system. It is a way of making it physically difficult to resume work as if nothing happened. It's the kind of decision that says, even if we get scared later, we've already crossed a line. So if the Igigi are the gods assigned to endless work, the endlessness is not just a mood. It is built into the nature of their task. Digging canals is never finished. A canal does not stay clear. A ditch does not stay stable. Water moves, silt accumulates, banks collapse, weeds grow. The work is maintenance. Maintenance is the kind of work that rarely produces a grand moment of completion. It produces a temporary improvement, and then it demands more labour to keep that improvement from fading. That can be a strange thought to carry into bedtime, yet it also has a calming side. There is something honest about a world that admits that stability takes effort. A lot of anxiety comes from the idea that life should be stable without effort, that if things are hard it means something has gone wrong. These stories start from the opposite assumption. Things require tending. Things require repair. Even gods have to keep things from falling apart. In that sense, if your life needs constant small maintenance, if there are dishes again, laundry again, emails again, it doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're living in a world built on repetition. The problem, of course, is when repetition turns into exploitation. When the same tasks keep landing on the same shoulders for so long that the shoulders start to feel numb. When there is no rest that truly restores. The atrahasis passage that marks time is blunt. It describes years of drudgery, counted and counted again, until it lands on a number meant to feel long, 40 years. That is the story's way of saying this was not a small complaint. This was not a single bad week. It was sustained pressure over what feels like a lifetime. In a human society, 40 years is a career. It is the length of time someone might work from youth to old age. In a divine society where beings are not supposed to wear out, 40 years of misery carries a message. It says the work is not simply difficult, it is degrading. It is the kind of labour that makes even immortal beings feel like they are being ground down. Who then were the Igigi psychologically inside the myth? They were the group that carried the experience of strain. They were the ones who knew what it meant to have a body, even if that body is divine. They were the ones who learned the pattern of the world through muscle memory, through repeating tasks. They were the ones who understood the landscape not as a concept, but as something you reshape with your hands. That kind of knowledge comes with pride. People who do hard work often develop a sharp awareness of their own competence. They know what they can do. They know what they keep running. They know that without them, everything breaks. That awareness can sit quietly for a long time, and then one day it can become the fuel for rebellion. The thought forms in a simple way. If everything depends on us, then we have leverage. In the myth, the Igigi come to that realization. They identify Enlil as the authority figure to confront, the counselor of the gods and warrior who represents the command structure. They do not say, let's complain politely. They say, let's remove him from his dwelling. That is not the language of a minor annoyance. That is the language of a workforce that has decided the leadership has failed. It's also worth noticing that the Igigi are depicted as a collective. The story does not focus on one heroic Igigi with a special destiny. It focuses on a group. They act together. They declare that everyone has declared war. This is one of those details that makes the narrative feel like a social story rather than an individual quest. It is about solidarity. It's about many tired beings looking at each other and realizing they share the same burden. If you've ever been in a situation where you thought you were alone in your stress, and then you found out everyone else was quietly struggling too, you know the moment the story is describing. It is a release, and it is also dangerous, because once people realize their shared condition, they can change it. Another intriguing layer is that the Igigi are not only rebels in the text. They appear again during the creation of humanity, and the moment is strange and almost unsettling in its physicality. After the clay is mixed with divine flesh and blood, the text says, the Igigi, the great gods, spat upon the clay. That line is easy to skip over, but it deserves attention. First, it shows the term Igigi being paired with great gods in this translation, complicating the simple lesser gods label. Second, it suggests a ritual action, a physical act that marks the clay, almost like a seal. Spitting is intimate and blunt. It's not a delicate blessing. It's an action that feels like participation, like adding something of themselves to what is being made. If you let that sit, it raises a quiet question. The Igigi rebel because they are exhausted, and then they participate in the making of the beings who will take their place. That could be read as them being forced into the ritual by the authority of the council. It could be read as them consenting because they want relief. It could be read as them marking humanity with their own resentment, in a symbolic way, as if saying you carry what we carried. The text itself does not pause to explain the emotion. It simply reports the act, and the act is enough to make you wonder. This is one of the reasons the Igigi stay haunting. They are not purely victims, and they are not purely villains. They are workers who reach a limit, and then they become part of the solution that shifts the burden onto someone else. They are the first group in the story to show that labour has consequences, not only for those who do it, but for whatever system is built on it. Outside the Atrahasis narrative, you can also find the names Igigi and Anunnaki appearing in other contexts, sometimes as two groups present in the same scene. A version of the Enuma Elish tradition, for example, has lines where the Igigi assembled and every one of the Anunnaki performs obeisance in a context of honouring Marduk. That kind of scene does not map neatly onto one group is workers, one group is rulers. It's more like a broad stage where different collectives of gods appear as part of a grand ceremony. This supports the idea that Igigi can function as a collective label that shifts in meaning depending on the story being told. For tonight's purpose, though, the clearest Igigi are the Igigi of the labour crisis. These are the gods who are tired. These are the gods who know the taste of dust in the ditch. These are the gods who count years of drudgery and decide that the only way to be heard is to stop the machinery of the world. A small, soft humour sometimes helps here, because the myth has an almost modern workplace feel when you describe it plainly. The sky had managers, the sky had a labour crew, and the labour crew eventually went on strike. That's not a way to mock the myth. It's a way to recognise how close the myth stays to real human experience. People tell stories using the strongest materials they have, and one of the strongest materials in any civilization is the daily experience of work. The Igigi, then, can be understood as a memory of labour given divine shape. They stand for the reality that big projects require hands. They stand for the idea that order is not free. They stand for the danger of assuming that the ones who carry the burden will carry it forever without breaking. As you keep listening, you might notice your own body reacting to the idea of endless work. Even if your day was easy, the concept of endless tasks can make your shoulders tighten in sympathy. It can also make rest feel more meaningful. Rest is not only comfort, rest is repair. Rest is what keeps strain from becoming rebellion inside your own mind. And this is a quiet place to point out something that matters for the larger story. If the Igigi represent the workforce of the divine world, then their duties were not trivial chores. They were the heavy operations that made the land livable. The text names the digging of watercourses, the opening of canals, the shaping of the great rivers. Those are world-scale tasks in a Mesopotamian imagination. They are the kind of tasks that would take many hands and many years, even if the hands belong to gods. So when the Igigi reach their limit, it's not because they are weak. It's because the workload is structurally endless, and the distribution of that workload is unfair. That is why their uprising becomes plausible, even inevitable. It is also why the solution the high gods choose has such an impact on everything that follows. Because once you accept the idea that the world is built on labour, the next step is unavoidable. You begin to ask what that labour actually looked like day after day, in both the heavens and on earth. You begin to see the drudgery not as a vague complaint, but as a schedule, a routine, a set of tasks that fill time and wear bodies down. That texture of daily work is where the pressure truly becomes visible, and it's where the story naturally drifts next, with the Igigi still in the ditch, still counting years, still feeling the weight of the yoke long before the night they finally decide to burn their tools. When the old stories describe labour in the heavens, they do not make it sound like a distant glowing mystery. They make it sound like work with weight, work with routine, work that has to be done whether anyone feels inspired or not. In that kind of universe, even the sky runs on tasks, and the land below is only stable because something, or someone, keeps showing up to do the things that have to be done again and again. It can be comforting to picture the divine realm as peaceful because peace sounds like rest. Yet the Mesopotamian imagination often ties peace to maintenance. Peace is what happens when the canal banks hold, when the water arrives on time, when the dikes are patched before the flood, when the fields are watered before the soil turns hard. Peace is a result, not a default. The result comes from effort, and effort comes from bodies. Even if those bodies belong to gods, they still move through space, they still carry loads, they still spend time. So when the Igigi are introduced as the ones assigned to the heaviest duties, it is not a metaphor that floats above daily life. It is a direct reflection of daily life. People in the cities between the rivers knew that their world was built by hands. They saw bricks stacked into walls. They saw canals cut into the earth. They saw the constant need to clear silt and repair damage. They lived with the understanding that a city could not survive on prayers alone. A city needed labour, and lots of it. Now imagine that reality lifted upward, as if the sky itself were a great city-state. There are seats of authority, councils, decrees, storehouses, and projects that never fully finish. In such a sky, there would still be work crews, there would still be schedules, there would still be the endless cycle of building and repairing. The Igigi in this frame become the crew sent out before dawn and called in after dark, the ones whose presence makes the grand plans of the high gods real in the dirt. The work is described in practical terms, digging watercourses, opening canals, shaping the flow of rivers. Those are the kind of tasks that do not simply change the landscape for a moment, but keep changing it, because water is always moving and earth is always shifting. Anyone who has tried to control water knows the lesson. You can guide it, but it never truly belongs to you. You can dig a channel, but it will fill. You can reinforce a bank, but it will crack. If you want water to serve your field, you have to keep returning to the same place, with the same tools and do the same tasks again. There is a particular tiredness that comes from this kind of work, because it does not offer a clean finish. A wall can be completed, at least for a time. A temple can be finished, at least until repairs are needed. A canal is never finished. It is more like breathing. You do not celebrate each breath as an achievement. You do it because not doing it is unthinkable. That is how the Igigi's labour is framed. It is necessary. It is constant. It is taken for granted. If you let your mind rest on that, you might notice something familiar in your own life. The chores that come back, the messages that need replies, the small responsibilities that keep a household, a job, a body, or a relationship functioning. The tasks that do not earn applause because they are supposed to happen. When they do happen, no one notices. When they do not happen, everything becomes obvious very quickly. Maintenance has a strange invisibility. The Igigi live inside that invisibility, and for a long time, it seemed like the system depends on their willingness to accept it. Labour in the heavens, in these stories, also has a social structure. The Igigi are not solitary workers. They work among each other. They share the same burdens, the same schedules, the same aches, the same heat. They carry baskets. They handle tools. They likely move in groups because the projects are large and the work requires coordination. When a ditch is being dug, or a canal bank is being repaired, one person cannot do it alone. Even if the person is a god, the scale implies collaboration. That means conversation. That means grumbling. That means camaraderie, the quiet kind that forms when people have to endure the same conditions day after day. Meanwhile, above them, the high gods are occupied with what leaders often occupy themselves with: authority, order, and the idea that things are under control. In a stable system, leadership can start to feel like the natural state of the world. You become accustomed to being obeyed. You forget what obedience costs. You forget how much fatigue is being carried under your decrees. You look at a functioning canal and think, it functions. You do not immediately think, it functions because someone spent hours in mud to make it function. In the human cities of Mesopotamia, rulers and temple administrators depended on labour systems that drew on the population. People were called to work on canals and walls. They were given rations. Their work was recorded. A man might be assigned to dig for a certain number of days, then return to his own field, then be called again. That cycle could sustain public works, but it also produced resentment, especially when the burden felt unequal or unending. The mythic story does not present that resentment as a modern political argument. It presents it as a pressure that builds until it becomes action. If you picture the Igigi at work, you can give them a setting that feels tangible. The sun is high and indifferent. The ground is hard in some places, soft in others. Mud clings to ankles. Tools are simple but heavy in their repetition. Picks, shovels, baskets, carrying yokes. The labour is rhythmic, but not in a soothing way. It is rhythmic in the way a factory or a construction site is rhythmic, a repeated motion that keeps you going until your mind drifts. That drift can be useful for endurance, but it can also become a place where anger grows quietly, because the mind has room to think while the body works. The myth suggests that this labour is not brief. It stretches over years. That means seasons. That means heat and cold. That means floods and droughts. Even gods in these stories are subject to the conditions of the work environment. They may not die like humans, but they can still suffer, and the story makes a point of that suffering. Now, alongside the labour in the heavens, there is labour on earth, and the two mirror each other. When humans appear later, the logic is that humans will take on the same tasks the Igigi were forced to do. That implies that the Igigi's work was already tied to the earth. It was not purely celestial. It involved shaping the earthly realm into something usable, something that could support cities, crops, and a predictable order. That is important, because it means the divine labour is not an abstract cosmic duty like counting stars. It is physically grounded. It is about soil and water, about carving channels, about making the land obey patterns. That kind of work is deeply Mesopotamian. The people who told these stories lived in a world where the difference between a thriving city and a struggling one could come down to the quality of canal maintenance. It makes sense that they imagined the gods' earliest work as canal work too. As you rest and listen, you can hold this detail gently without turning it into a heavy moral lesson. There is something almost quiet in the honesty of it. The world is built. The world is maintained. The work is real. The story does not pretend otherwise. It also hints at the scale of divine projects. If the Igigi are digging the great rivers, then the myth is presenting rivers as engineered outcomes rather than natural facts. That does not mean the story is giving a geology lesson. It means the story is expressing a cultural truth. From the point of view of a society dependent on irrigation, the river is not just a river. It is a system. It has banks that need management, channels that need clearing, overflow that needs control. The river is a partner that can destroy you if you're careless. So in mythic thinking, a river is the kind of thing that would require divine labour to establish and manage. That brings us to an important aspect of the burden that built worlds. It is not only physical strain, it is the responsibility of preventing disaster. The workers are not simply building for beauty, they are building for stability. Every time a canal is dug or repaired, it is also an attempt to keep the next famine away, to keep the next flood from breaking through the wrong place, to keep the city from collapsing into chaos. That kind of responsibility can weigh on you in a way that feels heavier than the basket in your hands. There is a quiet irony here. The Igigi's labour sustains order, and order benefits everyone, including the high gods. Yet the Igigi are treated as a resource rather than as partners. The system's health depends on their endurance, but endurance is not the same as consent. Endurance can last a long time, and then one day it can end suddenly. In many human situations, the person carrying the burden is the person who understands the system best, because they see what actually breaks and what actually holds. A leader might make decisions based on ideals. A worker makes decisions based on reality. The Igigi, through their work, would know the landscape intimately. They would know the points where the ground is unstable, where the water undermines the banks, where the mud turns to glue after rain, where heat cracks the soil. That knowledge is earned knowledge. It is not theoretical. It is learned through repetitive strain and repeated fixing. That makes their frustration sharper. When you know the system intimately, you also know when the system is unfair. You know what it takes to make it function. You can see the gap between the benefits received by those above and the exhaustion experienced by those below. The myth's later conflict is built on this gap, but the gap begins here, in the long years of work before any open rebellion. It can help to picture the heavens in this context, not as a distant realm of stars, but as the upper administration of the world. The gods in charge might be imagined as living in places of relative comfort, places where decisions are made, where order is declared, where the work's results are enjoyed. The labourers, meanwhile, are out in the fields and the trenches of the cosmos, making sure those decisions become reality. If the labourers stop, the comfort above becomes fragile. That fragile comfort is often invisible to the ones living in it. When you are comfortable, you do not notice the work that creates comfort. You notice it only when it disappears. The myth will show that later through the sudden shock of rebellion, but the groundwork for that shock is laid through the long period when the work continues without open complaint. There is also the psychological effect of being assigned work that feels beneath your nature. The Igigi are gods. In a different system, they might have had honoured roles, ritual importance, or creative functions. Instead, they are assigned to dig. Digging can be dignified when it is shared fairly, when it has an endpoint, when it is recognised. Digging becomes humiliating when it is endless and imposed. Over years, humiliation can harden into rage. In the human world, it is not always the hardest labour that breaks people first. Sometimes it is the sense that the labour is pointless or unfair. A person can carry heavy loads with pride if they feel respected. The same person can be crushed by lighter loads if they feel invisible. The Igigi's burden is heavy physically, but the story suggests the emotional burden matters too. They are not just tired, they feel wronged. What makes the story even more unsettling is the way it treats the eventual solution. The high gods do not respond by reducing the workload for everyone or by creating a more balanced system. They respond by creating a new being to take the burden. That later creation makes the earlier labour feel like a prelude to something bigger, something that will involve blood and clay and the shifting of suffering from one set of shoulders to another. For now, though, the focus stays on the period before all of that, where the Igigi are still working and the world still appears stable. It is the time when the burden is simply carried, the time when the high gods can still believe their order is secure, the time when the workers can still believe they have no alternative. If you want a softer, more everyday way to hold this, you can imagine the Igigi living with a never-ending list. Not a list that inspires them, not a list they chose, but the kind of list that waits for you the moment you wake up. It has items that repeat: clear the canal, repair the bank, carry the soil, dig the channel, move the basket, again, again, again. The list does not shrink. The list is the shape of life. At first, a list like that can create a strange comfort. You know what comes next. You know what is expected. You do not have to make many decisions. Your body learns the routine. Your mind dulls the sharpness of the discomfort so you can keep going. That is one of the ways living beings survive long hardship. They normalize it. They build a shell around it. They make it the background. Then something changes. The shell begins to crack. You notice the discomfort again. You notice that the routine is not a temporary condition. You notice the years passing. You notice the faces around you growing less patient. You notice that your own hands feel older, even if you're not supposed to age. You notice that your endurance, once a point of pride, has become a cage. This is where the phrase "burden that built worlds" becomes more than a dramatic line. The burden is literal. It builds the canals and the foundations. It shapes the landscape into something organised. It allows cities and temples and the entire social order to exist. The world, as people know it, is constructed from that labour. There is a quiet tenderness in recognising that. Not tenderness toward exploitation, but tenderness toward the reality that everything stable in life is supported by someone's effort. You might be lying down right now, and the room you're in exists because people built it. The electricity, the water, the roads outside, the devices you use, all of it rests on layers of labour. Most of that labour is unseen. Most of it is done by people who will never be praised for it by name. The myth takes that truth and gives it divine faces, and because the myth does that, the uprising that comes later will not feel like random chaos. It will feel like the breaking point of a system that demanded too much. The labour in the heavens and on earth, then, is the slow drumbeat under the entire story. It is the reason the Igigi begin to talk among themselves. It is the reason they stop accepting. It is the reason the high gods eventually panic, because they realise how much they depend on the workforce they've ignored. If your mind is drifting, that's fine. You don't need to hold every detail. You can let the impression settle instead. A world that runs on maintenance, a workforce that becomes invisible, a routine that looks stable until it suddenly doesn't. A burden carried for so long that it starts to feel like a fate. As the years pass in this quiet prelude, the work does not lighten, the projects do not end, the tools remain in hands, the baskets remain heavy, complaints remain mostly contained, traded in low voices at the edge of the ditch. Time stretches, the way it does when one day of labour looks exactly like the next, and gradually the Igigi begin to mark the passing years not by celebrations or changes, but by how much strain has accumulated in their bodies and in their patience, until the number of years itself starts to sound like evidence, and the thought of another year begins to feel unbearable. 40 years is a number that sounds neat when you say it out loud, like it fits comfortably on a calendar page, like it can be held inside a single breath. In the world of real labour, 40 years is not neat. It is mornings stacked on mornings, the same aches returning before the first ache is fully gone. It is the slow transformation of a task into a life. It is the point where a person stops remembering what it felt like to be new at something, because the work has become the default setting of the body. In the old story, the Igigi do not break after a week, and they do not break after a season. They keep going. That matters, because it tells you the rebellion is not a tantrum. It is the last stage of endurance, after endurance has been milked dry and there is nothing left to give. At first, the work could be framed as duty. Duty has a certain warmth when it is spoken of from a distance, as if duty is a clean thing. In practice, duty is mud. Duty is showing up even when you are empty. Duty is taking an instruction and turning it into muscle movement. Duty is doing what the system expects so the system does not crack. Imagine the early years for the Igigi as a period where they still believe there will be change. Not necessarily a promotion, not necessarily a reward, but at least a shift, a rotation, a pause. Maybe they assume the high gods will notice the strain and adjust things. Maybe they assume the heavy work is temporary because heavy work is supposed to be temporary. Even in harsh systems, the mind often invents a future where relief arrives. It is a survival trick. It keeps you from collapsing today by promising you something later. Then the later never comes. In a repetitive job, the first thing that happens is the body learns the pattern. The hands develop calluses in the places that rub against a tool handle. The shoulders find a way to carry a load without tearing. The feet learn how to step in soft ground without sliding. The mind learns how to drift. how to soften the sharp edges of discomfort, how to reduce a long day into manageable pieces. That kind of adaptation is real strength, and it is also a trap. Because once you can endure, the people above you assume you can endure indefinitely. An immortal being is supposed to have endless time, and that sounds like a gift until you place it inside endless labour. The strange twist in the myth is that immortality does not save the Igigi from feeling trapped. It turns the trap into something worse. A mortal can count the years and think there will be an end because there is always an end. An immortal can count the years and realise there is no natural finish line. If you're assigned to dig and haul and maintain and no one plans to release you, the work becomes not an episode but a sentence. You can feel how that would change the texture of time. Time stops feeling like a river that carries you forward. It starts feeling like a circle. You wake, you work, you sleep, you wake again. The stars move in their patterns, the seasons shift. The water rises and falls, but your role stays the same. Even if your body does not age the way a human body does, your patience can wear down. Your spirit can fray. Your sense of self can shrink until you are nothing but a pair of hands. Early on, there might even be pride. People in hard roles often develop pride as armour. They tell themselves they are the ones who make things happen. They tell themselves that without them, nothing functions, and that is true. Pride makes the burden feel less humiliating. Pride makes exhaustion feel like proof of worth. Pride also turns to bitterness when it is ignored. If the high gods speak of order and destiny while you're carrying mud, you begin to notice the gap between words and reality. If they sit in councils and issue decrees while you're clearing silt from a ditch, you begin to feel like the order they love is built on your back. The gap becomes a quiet anger that lives under the routine. There is a particular kind of anger that comes from being necessary and treated as if you are disposable. Necessary means the whole project depends on you. Disposable means your comfort is not considered. It is a strange combination, and it creates a pressure that does not release. It can even create a kind of dark humour among the workers. A joke shared over a shoulder, a small comment about how the world will keep asking and never thanking. Humour like that is a way to breathe when the air feels heavy. It can keep people going for a long time. Over decades, even humour changes. It becomes sharper. It becomes less playful. It becomes a way of naming truths that cannot be said openly. 40 years is long enough for the Igigi to watch each other change, even if their bodies are divine. The way someone speaks after 10 years of drudgery is not the way they spoke at the beginning. At the beginning, there is still energy in the voice, still a sense that the world has many options. Later, the voice becomes flatter. Words are used more sparingly. Conversation becomes focused on necessities. People stop sharing dreams because dreams feel like cruelty when there is no space to act on them. In the mythic imagination, the Igigi are doing labour that shapes the world, and this kind of work is never clean. Water is involved. Soil is involved. The sun is involved. The tools are involved. The muscles and the repetition are involved. A year of digging and hauling would leave any being with a relationship to their own body that is not gentle. It is not only fatigue, it is a constant awareness of strain. And because the work is maintenance, the strain is renewed each day. It is not like building a single monument that, once finished, stands as proof. It is more like trying to hold a living thing steady, a living landscape that keeps shifting. Water undermines banks, silt gathers, the earth sags, storms arrive. A canal that was perfect last season is imperfect now. That means the Igigi do not receive the reward of completion. They receive only the temporary relief of knowing the system will survive a little longer. That temporary relief is not nothing, but after decades it becomes thin. It stops nourishing the mind. There is another quiet cruelty in endless work. It changes what rest means. If you only ever rest to recover enough to work again, rest stops feeling like freedom. It becomes a tool of the system. Even sleep becomes a kind of maintenance, not a pleasure, not a life. The body lies down, repairs, rises, repeats. Over enough time, you can begin to resent even the things that should comfort you, because they feel like part of the machine. So when the story speaks of 40 years of strain, it is describing an accumulation, not a single moment. The burden is stored inside the body. It is stored inside the mind. It is stored inside the small, daily humiliations that are never addressed. It is stored inside the knowledge that you are doing the work that makes the world livable, while the ones who rule treat that work as background. At the top, the Anunnaki can tell themselves a simple story. The world needs to be maintained. The Igigi are assigned to maintain it. The system works. Therefore the system is fine. Leaders often confuse functioning with fairness. They see output and assume the people producing it are coping. They see stability and assume the process that creates it is sustainable. Sustainable is a word that tends to be spoken by the people who are not being depleted. Down below, where the digging happens, sustainability feels different. Sustainability means you can keep doing the work without losing yourself. It means you can keep doing the work without becoming numb. It means you can keep doing the work and still feel like a being with dignity. A system can function for a long time while grinding down the people who hold it up. The myth captures that reality with this slow stretch of years. The number 40 also carries a rhythm that ancient listeners would have recognized. It is long enough to feel like a complete span, a full period of life, a long trial. You do not need to calculate it with a modern mindset. You only need to feel the weight of it. 40 years is not complaint, it is evidence. Over such a long span, the Igigi would have tried different ways of coping. They would have adapted their movements to reduce strain. They would have found small efficiencies. They would have traded tasks among themselves when someone was too worn down. They would have developed their own unspoken rules, their own microculture, their own ways of surviving inside the larger structure. That kind of microculture can be beautiful because it is built on shared understanding. It can also become the birthplace of rebellion because shared understanding creates shared language. Shared language creates shared identity. Shared identity creates the possibility of acting together. Even before open conflict, the seeds of uprising are planted in the smallest moments. A look exchanged when a new decree arrives. A pause before someone lifts another basket. A quiet agreement that no one says out loud, but everyone knows. These are not dramatic moments. They are the slow crystallization of a group realizing it is being pushed past what is tolerable. When immortality is part of the picture, another kind of pressure appears. An immortal being, in theory, does not have to fear death. That removes one of the strongest tools that rulers use to control workers, fear of ending. Yet rulers can still control through other means, including control over status and purpose. If your identity is tied to your assigned role, then refusing that role can feel like erasing yourself. For a long time, that psychological grip can be enough. Then one day, the grip loosens. 40 years is also long enough for the original reasons to blur. At the beginning, a worker might remember why the work started. Perhaps there was a crisis. Perhaps there was an urgent need. Perhaps the work was presented as temporary. After decades, those reasons become less convincing. The work continues because it continues. The assignment becomes tradition. Tradition can be the strongest chain because it looks natural. And that is where immortality becomes a sentence. Not because the Igigi are doomed to suffer forever by nature, but because the system around them has no incentive to change. If the workers can endure, the leaders do not have to adjust. If the leaders do not adjust, the workers' endurance becomes the justification for more endurance. It is a loop. A loop can run forever if nothing interrupts it. One of the strange things about being trapped in a loop is that time begins to feel thick. Days do not feel distinct. Years blur into each other. You stop measuring your life by moments and start measuring it by how tired you feel. When a day is identical to the day before, memory has less to attach to. life becomes a long smear of effort. In that state, a single night can become the turning point, not because the night is objectively different at first, but because the people living it are different. Something inside them has changed. They are ready. The myth does not linger on the gradual psychological transformation in modern terms, but it gives enough hints. The Igigi begin to complain. They begin to speak of their toil as unbearable. The word unbearable matters. It means the burden has crossed from difficult into impossible. It means the coping strategies have stopped working. It means the loop must be broken, or the beings inside the loop will lose something essential. In human life, that moment often arrives quietly. It can arrive while washing a dish, while staring at a ceiling, while waiting for a message that never comes. It is not always a dramatic collapse. It can be a calm realization that you cannot keep living the same day forever. That calm realization is often more dangerous to a system than anger, because it is steady. Anger can flare and fade. Calm refusal holds. So for the Igigi, after decades, the idea of revolt stops being a fantasy and starts being a plan. Plans form when people believe action is possible. Action becomes possible when people understand their leverage. The Igigi's leverage is simple. The world depends on their work. You can imagine the heavens still looking orderly from above while this shift happens below. The high gods might still be holding councils, receiving offerings, confirming decrees, watching the results of the labour in the form of stable rivers and functional lands. From their vantage, everything is fine. The world is working. In the trenches, the world is working because someone is being worked into the ground. Even if the Igigi are divine, there is an emotional truth here that does not care about divinity. Any being pushed past a limit becomes unpredictable. Not chaotic in a childish way, but unpredictable in a strategic way. When you have nothing left to lose, you become capable of choosing things you would not have chosen before. This is another place where immortality changes the stakes. A mortal might fear the consequences of rebellion, because consequences can include death. An immortal might fear consequences like punishment, disgrace, exile, suffering. But the weight of death is different. That can make rebellion more plausible, not less. It can also make the rulers more afraid, because they cannot rely on the simplest threat. Fear is a silent companion to authority. Authority always carries fear beneath it, because authority depends on compliance, and compliance can be withdrawn. By the time the story is ready to shift into the night when whispers become decisions, the Igigi have reached a condition where their immortality feels like a cage made of time. They are not dying, but they are being worn down. They are not ending, but they are being erased into function. They are the workforce that built order, and now the order has started to feel like a locked door. The number 40 years functions as a threshold. It tells you the pressure has been building long enough to become a substance. It has weight. It has shape. It sits between the workers and their leaders like a wall. It also tells you that the decision to rebel will not be impulsive. It will be the result of long thinking, long suffering, long endurance. In a way, the 40 years also prepare the moral complexity that comes later. Because when a group has been strained for so long, any solution that offers relief can look attractive, even if that solution shifts the burden onto someone else. A desperate being can accept compromises that a rested being would reject. That is how systems survive. They do not always survive by being fair. They survive by finding a new place to put the weight. So while the Igigi are approaching their breaking point, the stage is also being prepared for what comes after the breaking point. The high gods search for an emergency fix, the involvement of creation powers, the choice to manufacture a new labour force. The seed of that choice is planted here in the simple fact that the work has been too heavy for too long. As the strain stretches from year to year, you can almost hear the change in the air among the workers. Conversation becomes more focused. Complaints become less like venting and more like accounting. People start remembering exact details, exact injustices, exact moments when help could have been offered and was not. Memory sharpens around unfairness. When groups prepare for action, they often begin by telling the story of their suffering to each other in a more organised way so they can agree on what is true. Agreement is the first weapon of a workforce. Agreement is what turns many exhausted individuals into one body. That is why the next movement in the story does not begin with shouting. It begins with low voices. It begins with names spoken quietly, with the first careful steps of coordination, with the kind of talk that happens when people are tired enough to be serious. The work is still happening on the surface, baskets still moving, tools still biting into earth, but under the rhythm of labour there is now another rhythm, the rhythm of planning, and the night when the whispers finally gather into a single decision is already approaching. By the time the count reached 40 years, the work had stopped feeling like a job and started feeling like the only thing the Igigi were allowed to be. In the daylight, nothing looked different. Tools still struck the earth. Baskets still moved from trench to bank. Water still found its roots because someone forced it to. The sky above, in the way these stories imagine it, still carried a sense of calm authority. Orders were still issued. Plans were still assumed to be permanent. From a distance, it might have looked like the same system repeating itself in a steady loop. Down where the mud clung to ankles and the sun turned the air heavy, the repetition had begun to change colour. Not dramatically, not with shouting or sudden violence, but with small shifts that only the workers would notice. People spoke less during the day. When they did speak, the words were short and practical, focused on the next task, the next load, the next section of bank that needed reinforcement. The jokes that used to float up as a way to make the hours bearable had become rarer. In their place came silence, the kind that forms when a group is thinking the same thought but still testing whether it is safe to say it. Rebellion, in this story, does not begin with a trumpet sound or a public declaration. It begins with names spoken quietly. It begins with the private way workers test each other, one sentence at a time, looking for signs of agreement. It begins with the careful selection of when to talk. Because even in a world of gods, the risk of being overheard is real. An organised system always has ears. An organised system also has punishments, and those punishments do not need to be fatal to be effective. Shame, isolation, being marked as a troublemaker, losing whatever small privileges exist, being assigned to the worst tasks, these are enough to keep people silent for a long time. So at first, there are only whispers at the edges of the work, in the moments when the overseers are distracted or when the sound of water and tools covers low voices. A remark about the heaviness of the loads becomes a remark about the unfairness of the loads. A complaint about aching muscles becomes a complaint about the ones who never seem to lift anything. Someone mentions the time, the years that have passed, and instead of shrugging it off, another voice answers with the same count. When two people share the same count, it stops being an individual feeling and becomes a shared record. The most dangerous part of a hierarchy is the moment the workers realise they are not alone. In the beginning, the Igigi likely coped the way any group coping with endless labour copes. They focused on what was immediate. They broke the day into segments. They treated a season as a unit, then treated the year as the unit, then treated a decade as the unit. They survived by shrinking time. That strategy works until it doesn't, and the night of whispered names arrives when time can no longer be shrunk. The years become too obvious. The sense of being trapped becomes too loud to ignore. A night like that does not start with drama. It starts with fatigue that has nowhere to go. The day ends, but the body does not relax. The muscles remain tense, as if they do not trust rest. Sleep comes, but it does not restore. Dreams, if they come at all, are crowded with the same motions: lifting, digging, carrying, repeating. Even immortals can know the feeling of being unable to put a burden down, because a burden can live inside the mind, not just on the shoulders. At some point, one of them speaks a name, not in a shout, not in a speech, just in the way a name can be dropped into the air like a small stone into water. Enlil. The name hangs for a moment. Enlil is the figure who embodies command. Enlil is the one whose decrees carry weight. Enlil is also the one furthest from the ditch, the one most likely to treat the work as a line in a plan rather than an experience. The name functions like a test. If the others react with fear, the speaker can retreat. If the others react with a certain stillness, the kind that suggests agreement, the speaker knows the conversation can continue. A second name follows, perhaps Enki, perhaps a foreman figure, perhaps the name of the task itself, the canals, the rivers, the work that never ends. The details do not have to be identical each time the story is told. What matters is the pattern, naming the source of pressure, naming the structure, naming the face of authority. Naming is the first step in rebellion because it turns a vague sense of suffering into something that can be confronted. That is why the rebellion begins quietly. Quiet is safer, and quiet also changes the kind of action that forms. Loud anger burns fast. Quiet anger can be shaped into plans. As whispers spread, another shift occurs. The Igigi stop thinking of themselves as scattered individuals enduring separate pain, and they start thinking as a group with a shared problem. A shared problem invites a shared solution. Shared solutions require coordination. Coordination requires trust. Trust is not automatic in a hard system. Hard systems teach people to keep their heads down. They teach people to compete for small scraps of relief. They teach people to avoid being associated with trouble. A group cannot move as one unless those habits are replaced with something else. That replacement takes time. It takes repeated private conversations where people learn what can be said and what cannot. It takes people watching each other for signs of betrayal. It takes people deciding that the risk of staying silent is now greater than the risk of speaking. In the story, there is also a sense that the Igigi have numbers. They are not a single worker complaining to a manager. They are a workforce large enough to be a force. Numbers change the emotional landscape. When you are alone, rebellion feels like suicide. When you are many, rebellion feels like leverage. The night of whispered names is the night that leverage becomes real in their minds. You can picture them gathering not in a palace, not in a temple hall, but in the kind of place workers gather when they want privacy. A hollow near the bank, a sheltered place where the wind and water cover sound, a space behind stacks of supplies. Somewhere the light is low and the overseers are less likely to wander. They sit or stand close enough to hear each other without raising their voices. The mood is not festive, it is serious. The kind of seriousness that comes when people have stopped hoping the system will fix itself. Someone speaks again, and this time the voice does not only complain, it states a simple fact. The work is too much. Another voice adds a second fact. It has been too much for too long. A third voice adds the fact that is usually the hardest to say out loud. The ones above will not change unless they are forced. Once that line is crossed, the group is no longer venting. They are admitting the truth they have been circling for years. From there, the questions are practical, even if they are spoken without formal structure. What action will cause the high gods to notice? What action will make it impossible to ignore the workers' refusal? What action will keep the group united so that fear does not scatter them at the first threat? The most effective actions in labour disputes are often the simplest. Stop the work. Make the work impossible to resume quickly. Remove the expectation of automatic compliance. Force the leaders to confront the fact that the system depends on the people who carry it. The Atrahasis story includes a detail that fits that logic with blunt clarity. The Igigi burn their tools. Think about what that means in a world where tools represent not only work but identity. When you burn your tools, you are not only saying no, you are destroying the link between your hands and the system's demands. You're making it harder for yourself to go back even if you panic later. It is a commitment written in ash. A decision like that is not made by one person alone. It spreads through the group, and the group tests it in small ways. One says it softly. Another nods. Someone else hesitates. Imagine in punishment. Imagine in the fury of the high gods. Imagine in being singled out. Then another voice says something that often turns hesitation into action. They cannot punish all of us. The system cannot run without us. If we do nothing now, the next 40 years will look exactly like the last. Once that thought lands, the fear changes shape. Fear becomes less about punishment and more about the horror of endless repetition. The idea of returning to the ditch for another decade becomes the scariest outcome. In that emotional math, rebellion begins to look like the only real exit. In the midst of this, there is also the issue of leadership. Not necessarily a single leader, but someone who can speak the group's intention clearly. Groups fail when they cannot speak with one voice. Groups succeed when they can state demands in a way that cannot be misinterpreted. The Igigi need to decide what they want. Relief from labour is the obvious answer, but relief is vague. Do they want the labour shared more fairly? Do they want rotations? Do they want recognition? Do they want the removal of a particular authority figure? In Atrahasis, the impulse turns toward confronting Enlil directly, as if the rebellion needs a face to stand before. That decision is part of what makes the story so tense. Confronting authority from below is always risky, because authority is trained to interpret confrontation as threat rather than as feedback. When the people at the top feel threatened, they often reach for control. Control can become violence quickly. The Igigi know this, even if the story does not pause to explain it. Their quiet planning shows awareness of risk. They choose the night. They choose the moment when the world is less watched. They choose the strategy that forces attention. It is also worth noticing the emotional style of the rebellion. It is not portrayed as wild chaos. It is portrayed as collective resolve. That matters because it frames the Igigi not as monsters or criminals, but as beings who have reached a limit. Their violence, when it arrives, is aimed at the tools and the system, not at random destruction. Burning tools is destructive, but it is targeted. Marching to the gate is aggressive, but it is directed. They are not attacking the world out of hatred for existence. They are attacking the arrangement that has made existence unbearable. As the whispered names continue, the group's language begins to shift. Early complaints might have sounded like personal suffering. Now the words become broader, describing the condition of all of them. That shift is important. It is the moment a group stops thinking in private terms and starts thinking in political terms, even if they do not use that word. They begin to say "we" more often than "I." They begin to treat their shared life as evidence. They begin to treat their endurance as proof that they have earned the right to demand change. In some versions of the story, there is an image of the Igigi muttering in the trench, plotting their move. That image is almost gentle in its realism. Mutters are what people do when they are not allowed to speak openly. Mutters are the sound of resistance growing under the surface. Mutters become plans. Plans become action. If you want to hold this in your mind in a way that stays grounded, picture the physical environment of that night. The air is cooler than during the day, but the ground still holds warmth. The workers' hands smell of earth. Their arms feel heavy even when they are still. Some sit with their backs against a bank, feeling the roughness of dried mud. Others stand, shifting weight from foot to foot, unable to relax. A few keep watch, not because they are paranoid, but because they have learned the hard way that power protects itself. Their voices are not lyrical. They do not speak in pretty phrases. They speak the way tired beings speak when they have decided something important. Short, clear, sometimes harsh, sometimes careful. They repeat certain facts because repetition makes them solid. They mention the years again. They mention the tasks again. They mention the people above again. Each repetition turns a feeling into a shared reality. And then there is the final threshold, the moment when whisper becomes commitment. Someone says the action out loud, the tools will burn. Another says the second action, they will gather at Enlil's dwelling. Another adds the third, they will not go alone. All will go. If one stays behind, the unity breaks. Unity is the shield. It is possible that not everyone is equally brave. In any group there are those who are ready to act and those who are terrified. The story's logic suggests that the terrified ones are carried forward by the readiness of the others, not by bullying, but by the sense that there is no safe alternative. When the choices are endless labour or dangerous action begins to feel like the more honest path. There is also a strange calm that can arrive right before a collective move. Once a decision is made, the mind often stops racing. The uncertainty is gone. Fear remains, but it becomes simpler. It becomes a physical sensation rather than 1,000 imagined outcomes. People become focused. They check details. They choose timing. They arrange signals. They decide what to do if guards appear. They decide what to do if someone tries to break ranks. Planning can feel almost soothing compared to helplessness, because planning is a form of control. This calm might have settled over the Igigi as the night deepened. They are still tired. They are still sore. They still carry decades of strain. Yet now they have direction. Direction turns suffering into movement. The moment of burning tools, when it comes, is not only about stopping work. It is also about making a statement to themselves. It says they are no longer only labourers. They are actors. They are capable of changing the terms of their lives. Even if the high gods respond with threats, the act has already changed something inside the workers. It has made compliance no longer automatic. That internal change is the true beginning of rebellion. For those listening at home, resting in bed or half asleep, there is a small comfort in recognizing how rebellion begins in a story like this. It begins in quiet recognition, not in frenzy. It begins with tired beings admitting the truth of their condition. There is something steady in that, something that says even large conflicts start with small conversations, with honest naming, with a decision to stop pretending everything is fine. By the end of that night, the whispered names have done their work. A plan exists. A time exists. A target exists. The Igigi are no longer only a workforce. They are a group preparing to confront the highest authority they know. And as the last hours of darkness slip toward the first hint of change in the sky, their bodies begin to move with purpose, gathering tools for the final time not to work but to destroy, turning their steps away from the trenches and toward the place where Enlil sleeps behind gates that have never had to face a crowd like the one now forming outside. The decision made in the dark does not stay in the dark for long. Once a group has agreed on what it will do, the world begins to tilt toward that moment, even if the sky above still looks the same. The Igigi do not wake up suddenly brave. They wake up tired, the same tired they have carried for years, and the tiredness comes with them like a second skin. What changes is the shape of their tiredness. It's no longer only exhaustion that makes the limbs heavy. It is also resolve, the kind that settles into the body when the mind has stopped negotiating with itself. In the old labour routine, dawn would have meant tools lifted again, baskets filled again, voices kept low again, another day sacrificed to a system that offered no real relief. On the day of the march, the motions look familiar only at a distance. Up close, everything is different. Hands that have held tools for work now hold tools for a different purpose. The same wooden handles, the same woven work baskets, the same gear that once signalled compliance, now become the first things condemned. The act of burning them is not decorative. It is practical and symbolic at once, and that is why it has power. A tool is more than an object. It is a habit. It is a permission slip that lets the system say, the work will continue because the tools exist. When the tools are destroyed, the system loses its easy assumption. It becomes harder to pretend the labour crew will return to the trench and pick up where it left off. Ash does not dig. Smoke does not carry soil. A basket that has collapsed into embers cannot be used tomorrow, even if fear tries to push the workers back into obedience. In the mythic setting, the burning likely happens in a place where the workers can do it together, where the flame can be watched by many eyes. Fire has a strange effect on groups. It pulls attention into one place. It makes silence feel shared rather than lonely. It also turns a private decision into a public one. The first time a tool is placed into fire, anyone watching has a final chance to step back and pretend they were never part of it. When the second tool burns, stepping back becomes harder. When dozens burn, the group becomes committed whether each individual feels brave or not. Some of the Igigi may feel a surge of relief as the flames climb. Relief can arrive in surprising places. There is relief in no longer pretending. There is relief in finally acting. There is relief in seeing the burden shift from internal suffering to external movement. Other Igigi may feel nausea, the kind that comes when a person realizes they have crossed a point of no return. That nausea does not stop action. It rides alongside it. The sound of burning is not only the crackle of wood, it is also the small noises that come from a group trying to control its breathing, trying to keep the moment from spiraling into chaos. The rebellion in this story is not a drunken riot. It is a collective decision built over years. The group wants to be seen as serious, because seriousness is what forces negotiation. A scattered tantrum can be punished and dismissed. A unified workforce at a gate is a problem that cannot be solved with a simple threat. Once the tools are gone, the next movement begins, and it is physical in a way that makes the story feel close to real life. They march. The word march can sound grand, like drums and banners. In this telling, it is more like a mass of tired bodies walking with purpose. Feet strike earth. Torches are carried. Voices stay low, not because they are unsure, but because they are focused. A crowd does not need to shout to be intimidating. Sometimes the quiet is worse. Their destination is Enlil's dwelling, his gate, his place of authority. A gate is never just an entrance. A gate is a boundary. It marks who has access and who does not. It marks who belongs inside and who is expected to stay outside. In ancient cities, gates were guarded and controlled. In the imagination of the myth, Enlil's gate carries the same meaning. It is the threshold between command and labour, between comfort and strain, between the ones who decide and the ones who obey. As the Igigi move, the story carries a tension that does not require explosions to feel dangerous. A crowd is powerful, but a crowd is also vulnerable. If the crowd fragments, authority can pick it apart. If the crowd stays unified, authority has to face it as a whole. That is why the march is also an exercise in discipline. The Igigi are proving to themselves that they can move together. It is possible to imagine smaller groups joining along the way, workers from different sections of the projects, different teams assigned to different stretches of canal or different heavy tasks. In a labour system, people are often spread out. A strike gathers them back into one mass. Each time a new group joins, the confidence rises, not as a wild excitement, but as a steady reinforcement. The number of bodies becomes the message. They carry the memory of years with them, not as speeches, not as slogans, but as weight in the shoulders and stiffness in the hands. Every step toward the gate is also a step away from the trench. That alone can feel unreal, as if the world has shifted in a way that cannot be undone. For beings used to being assigned, choosing their own direction is unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity does not stop them. It makes the moment sharper. There is also the matter of who the Igigi are marching against. Enlil is not just a person in the story. He represents the structure of decree. If the system had a face, Enlil is one of the faces it would wear. Confronting him is the fastest way to confront the system. The Igigi are not gathering at a random shrine. They are not sending a polite message. They are bringing the problem directly to the place where authority sleeps. When the crowd reaches the gate, the physical layout becomes important. Gates are designed to control flow. They are designed to funnel individuals, to force them to pass one by one, to keep mass movement manageable. A crowd surrounding a gate defeats that design. The gate no longer functions as a narrow point of control. It becomes a focal point under pressure. Picture the scene with calm detail. The gate stands closed. The walls around it are solid. The architecture communicates confidence, the confidence of an authority that expects obedience. In front of it, torches flicker. Their light makes shadows jump across stone. The air carries smoke from the burned tools, and the smell clings to clothing and hair. It is the smell of work turned into fuel, of habit turned into refusal. The Igigi do not need to force the gate open immediately to make their point. Their presence alone is a siege. It says that the workers are here, together, and they are not returning to their tasks until something changes. It also says that the leaders will not be allowed to remain comfortable while the labourers suffer. Comfort is a kind of insulation. A crowd at the gate punctures it. Inside, there may be guards, attendants, lesser officials of the divine household, beings whose job is to keep the space orderly. Their first instinct would be to maintain protocol. Protocol is what systems use when they do not yet understand they are in danger. Protocol tells them to demand the crowd disperse, to threaten punishment, to remind everyone of rank. Protocol is a script. The problem is that the Igigi have stopped responding to scripts. They are here because the script has failed. If an attendant calls out, ordering them away, the response from the crowd would not need to be poetic. It would be blunt. The work is too much. The work has been too much for too long. The burden will no longer be carried. In a story like this, the simplicity is what makes it frightening. A complicated complaint can be debated. A simple refusal cannot. The crowd's unity is its weapon. Any leader facing a unified group of workers has to do a new kind of math. Threats and punishments work when they can be targeted. A unified crowd makes targeting risky. Punish one, and the others might surge. Punish many, and the system risks breaking entirely because the people punished are the people doing the work. This is one of those points where the myth feels less like a fantasy and more like a social observation. Authority is strongest when it is never tested. The moment it is tested, it has to reveal how it actually operates. It has to choose between negotiation and force. Negotiation feels like weakness to rulers who equate obedience with order. Force feels like danger when the workforce is essential. The Igigi are also making a psychological move by choosing Enlil's gate. It is not only a practical place, it is a symbolic place. Gates are where power is displayed. Gates are where visitors are received. Gates are where decrees are announced. By surrounding the gate, the workers take control of the symbol. They turn the entrance of authority into the stage of resistance. From the outside, the scene might look like a pause, a crowd waiting. Inside, it is an alarm. Enlil is woken, or at least his household is jolted into urgency. The very fact that he can be disturbed is part of the message. In a normal day, the labour crew is far away. Their suffering does not echo into the sleeping quarters of the rulers. On this day, it does. The sounds of many bodies, the movement, the low roar of a crowd, even when not shouting, the tension in the air, all of it travels through walls. You can imagine how it feels for the ones inside. There is a shift from confidence to unease, unease to anger, anger to fear, fear to calculation. Even a powerful ruler can experience that sequence when confronted with a problem that cannot be solved by pretending it does not exist. Enlil's first feeling, in many tellings, is outrage. Outrage is a common reaction among leaders whose authority has been challenged. It is the emotion that says, this should not be happening. It is the emotion that insists the world is supposed to behave according to rank. Outrage can be loud, but loudness does not fix the practical issue. The practical issue is that the workforce has stopped working and is now at the gate. The Igigi outside are also feeling something that may surprise them. They are afraid, yes. They are also empowered. There is power in taking up space. There is power in seeing that the gate does not strike you down for approaching it. There is power in realizing that the rulers, for all their authority, still have to respond to reality. Some of the Igigi might watch the gate and feel the impulse to back away, to return to the familiar misery because familiar misery can feel safer than uncertain change. That impulse is natural. That is why the group matters. The group holds each individual steady. The group makes it harder for a single fear to undo the decision. The siege continues, and the story's tension grows not through constant action, but through the waiting. Waiting is where systems reveal themselves. A leader might send messengers, demand to know what is wanted, try to separate the crowd into spokespeople. Leaders prefer spokespeople because spokespeople can be pressured, bribed, threatened. A crowd is harder to control. The Igigi, if they are wise, keep their demands simple. The burden must change. The labour must end for them. If the demand is complicated, authority can offer partial concessions and claim victory. If the demand is straightforward, authority has fewer places to hide. In Atrahasis, the narrative presents the Igigi's action as bold enough that it shocks the high gods into gathering a council. That is important. The crowd at the gate is not treated as an annoyance. It becomes a crisis at the highest level, because it threatens the functioning of the entire divine project. The march is not only a confrontation, it is the trigger that forces the Anunnaki to meet and decide what to do. From the workers' point of view, forcing a council is an achievement. Councils are where decisions happen. Councils are also where the powerful try to protect themselves. Still, a council convening means the issue cannot be ignored. It has become too visible. To keep the scene grounded, it helps to think about what a council means in this kind of myth. It means time. It means discussion. It means arguments. It means the leaders weighing options. While that happens, the workers remain outside, holding the gate. That creates a standoff. The standoff is tense, but it is also stable in a strange way. Nothing is being thrown yet. No one is charging. The pressure is in the fact that normal life has been interrupted. The Igigi's march to the gate therefore functions like a lever. They have placed their collective weight on the system's hinge point. A hinge point is where a small movement can create a large effect. The hinge point here is the assumption that workers will always work. Once that assumption breaks, everything above it has to adjust. There is also a quiet emotional reversal in the image of workers surrounding the masters. For decades, the Igigi have been surrounded by their duties. Their days have been enclosed by tasks. Their nights have been enclosed by recovery. They have lived inside a circle drawn by authority. In this moment, they draw the circle instead. They surround the gate. They become the boundary that keeps the masters contained. Even if the masters are not physically trapped, the psychological effect is real. It reminds the rulers that their security depends on others. In many hierarchies, the rulers are shielded from consequences. The consequences of their decrees are felt elsewhere by other bodies. A crowd at the gate brings consequences home. It does not allow the rulers to remain insulated. If there is any softness in the scene, it comes from how human it feels despite the divine names. It is the oldest kind of protest. The ones who do the work gather where the leaders live. They refuse to disappear. They make themselves undeniable. As the hours pass, the atmosphere outside the gate changes. Torches burn down. Smoke thins. The crowd shifts, stretches sore legs, keeps watch. No one wants to be the first to leave. Leaving would be interpreted as weakness, as surrender. Staying is hard, but staying is also simpler now than going back. The old life has been broken, at least for today. The only way forward is through the confrontation. Inside the gate, the response begins to form, and you can almost feel the anxiety moving through the halls. Servants hurry, messengers run, guards tighten their grips. Someone prepares for the council. Someone tries to wake the right figures. Someone tries to manage Enlil's anger, because anger without strategy can escalate the situation into disaster. The Igigi likely sense the movement inside. Gates and walls do not fully stop sound. Even small clues can confirm to a crowd that it has been heard. That confirmation is fuel. It keeps the group steady. At this stage, the story does not need a battle to feel intense. The intensity is in the reversal of expectation. The masters expected quiet compliance. They received a siege. The workers expected endless labour. They are now standing at the threshold of power, forcing a response. The march also sets a tone that will matter for what follows. It shows the Igigi are capable of coordination and pressure. That capability will haunt the rulers even if a compromise is reached. Once a workforce has shown it can act together, it can do so again. That knowledge changes the balance of fear. Leaders fear losing control. Workers fear endless exploitation. Both fears are now awake. As the standoff holds, the divine leadership begins to do what leadership often does when faced with a collective refusal. It panics in private while trying to look calm in public. It looks for a way to restore order quickly, because order is the thing it knows how to protect. That private panic is not yet visible to the Igigi in full, but the first signs are there in the rushed movements behind the gate and in the sense that the normal script has been torn. The scene then remains suspended in a tense quiet. A crowd outside, a shaken household inside, a leader whose authority has been challenged, a council about to gather. In the next movement of the story, that council fear becomes explicit. The high gods begin to realize the scale of the crisis, and the calm face of the system gives way to something more revealing, as if the rulers themselves are suddenly forced to feel what it is like to be cornered by a reality they can no longer control. Inside Enlil's dwelling, the first sensation is not strategy. It is shock, the kind that travels through a household faster than any messenger. A gate that has always been a boundary now has a crowd pressed against it, and the crowd is not a visiting delegation with gifts. It is the workforce, the ones who should have been far away in the trenches, keeping the world orderly without being seen. Their presence at the threshold changes the air. The old assumption that labour happens somewhere else is gone in an instant. The attendants feel it first because attendants live on the edge between power and the machinery that supports it. They are the ones who keep routine intact. Routine is their job. They know the patterns of the day, the normal sounds of the household, the expected flow of visitors, the hours when the gate opens and closes for ordinary reasons. When a sound arrives that does not belong, they notice immediately. Many feet, not in a steady procession, but in a mass. Voices held low, not like celebration, but like pressure. Torches outside casting restless light across stone. The smell of smoke that is wrong, not incense, but burned tools, burned baskets, burned evidence of refusal. A guard might step forward expecting to handle a small disturbance, because that is what guards are trained to believe. Even a serious mind often begins with denial, because denial is comfortable. The guard sees the crowd, then stops. A crowd does not look like a petition. It looks like a boundary made of bodies. It looks like a new wall that has formed in front of the old wall. The guard's training does not offer an easy script for that. Messages move inward. The household wakes in a chain reaction. Someone runs to a superior, someone runs to another, and with each handoff the details sharpen. The Igigi are outside. All of them, or at least enough of them to make the gate feel small. They are not dispersing. They are not returning to work. They are calling Enlil's name with the kind of insistence that makes a title feel fragile. Enlil is roused into a world that has changed while he slept. That alone is an insult in the logic of power. A ruler expects that their sleep is protected, that their rest is undisturbed, that the order they maintain also maintains them. Being forced awake by the people who are supposed to carry out orders is like being reminded too sharply that the foundation under the throne is made of other beings' compliance. His first response can be imagined as anger, because anger is what authority reaches for when it feels challenged. Anger tries to restore the old shape of things by force of will. Anger says this cannot be happening, therefore it must stop. In many stories, Enlil embodies decree, and decree sounds like a simple tool until the day it no longer works. On that day, the person who relies on decree is forced to discover what else they have. He may bark commands, demanding the crowd be dispersed, demanding the leaders of the disturbance be seized, demanding punishments that will teach obedience. Those are the standard moves. In a normal situation, such commands would work because fear would do the rest. Yet fear behaves differently when a group has already crossed a threshold. The workforce outside has burned its tools. The crowd outside has already gathered. The old fear has been replaced by a new fear, the fear of returning to endless labour. That fear is stronger than the fear of reprimand. As this becomes clear, something else rises inside the high god's household, and it is not pleasant. It is the first taste of panic. Panic among rulers does not always look like panic. It can look like irritability, like harshness, like sudden demands for reports and assurances. It can look like blaming subordinates, asking why no one warned them, asking how this was allowed to happen. It can look like frantic attempts to control every detail, because control is the reflex. In that moment, attendants might stumble over each other trying to speak, each trying to offer information that will calm Enlil or at least give him something to act on. The crowd is large, the crowd is unified, the crowd has encircled the entrance, the crowd is demanding relief, the crowd is accusing Enlil, directly or indirectly, of being the source of their misery. Enlil's anger meets a problem it cannot easily solve. If he sends guards out to seize individuals, which individuals? A crowd makes individual targeting difficult. Any attempt to pull one worker out can become the spark for the whole mass to surge. If he uses force broadly, he risks breaking the very workforce that makes the world's order possible. Destroying the workers would be like smashing the tools that build a house, and then expecting the house to remain standing. There is also the practical reality that the work has already stopped. The ditches are empty. The canals are not being tended today. The routine maintenance that keeps the system stable is paused. If the high gods respond with violence, and the workers refuse to return, the pause becomes a breakdown. The leaders understand that, even if they do not want to admit it aloud. This is where the panic begins to spread beyond Enlil's household, and into the broader leadership of the divine world. The disturbance at the gate is not a local inconvenience. It is an existential labour crisis. If the Igigi refuse their duties, the projects assigned to them will not be completed, and the maintenance they provide will lapse. In a world where order requires work, that is a threat to everything. A messenger is dispatched to the other major powers, to the council, to whoever holds authority high enough to share the burden of response. The message is urgent, and urgency itself can sound like weakness to an authority that prides itself on calm. Still, urgency is unavoidable now. Even a king needs allies when the foundation shakes. As the news reaches the other high gods, their reactions vary, but none of them can remain comfortable. Some respond with disbelief, because disbelief buys a few seconds of emotional distance. Some respond with outrage, because outrage is a shield against fear. Some respond with a quick calculation, because the mind tries to find a path back to stability. If Anu is present in their awareness as the highest sky authority, his reaction would carry the weight of legitimacy. Even if he does not take direct action in every telling, the notion of a supreme figure makes the crisis feel larger. A rebellion against Enlil's gate is also a rebellion against the structure that Enlil represents. That implies a crack in the hierarchy itself, not merely a complaint about working conditions. The high gods have enjoyed a long stretch of order where commands moved downward and results moved upward. When that flow reverses, it is disorienting. They are not used to receiving demands from below. They are not used to having their sleep disturbed by those who dig. They are not used to being surrounded in their own domain. The shift is psychological as much as practical, because it reminds them that their authority is not a law of nature. It is a relationship, and relationships can change. The panic deepens when they grasp what the Igigi have done to make this moment irreversible. The tools have been burned. A burned tool is an announcement. It says that even if the rulers threaten, the workers have made returning to the old routine difficult. The workers have also made a public statement to themselves. That matters because a workforce that has acted publicly has already changed inside. After an act like that, obedience no longer feels automatic. It has to be chosen again, and the choice is no longer easy. The high gods can now see, perhaps for the first time, that the labour system has been unstable for a long time. The stability they believed in was built on silence, not on consent. Silence can last for decades, and then it can vanish in one night. Even the way they talk to each other in this moment reveals panic. They may speak in clipped phrases, they may demand immediate solutions, they may blame Enlil for pushing too hard, or blame the Igigi for insolence, depending on temperament. Some may worry about precedent because precedent is the nightmare of rulers. If the Igigi can gather once and force attention, then the possibility exists that they can do it again. A single successful act of collective pressure can change the balance of fear for generations. The rulers' minds turn toward punishment, because punishment is the familiar tool. Yet punishment is also risky here. A punishment severe enough to terrify the whole workforce might break it. A punishment mild enough to preserve the workforce might not restore obedience. The high gods are caught between needing to appear strong and needing to keep the system functioning. There is also a subtler fear moving beneath the obvious one. The Igigi are not strangers. They are divine beings, part of the same cosmic society. Their rebellion suggests that even immortals have limits. That realization is unsettling, because it hints that the whole structure of the divine world is more fragile than anyone wants to admit. If worker gods can reach a breaking point, what else can break? If a task assignment can become unbearable, what other assumed arrangements might fail under pressure? The panic also carries a practical urgency. If the labour stops too long, projects will deteriorate, canals will silt, water routes will become less predictable, the land will become harder to manage. In Mesopotamian imagination, that kind of deterioration is not a small inconvenience. It is the beginning of disorder that can cascade into famine, conflict, and the collapse of institutions. The divine leadership's authority is tied to the promise of order. If order fails, their legitimacy suffers. So the high gods begin to gather, not in a relaxed ceremonial way, but in the quick, tense way leadership gathers when a crisis has arrived uninvited. A council meeting under panic is different from a council meeting under routine. Under routine, speeches can be long and formal. Under panic, everyone speaks with an edge. Under routine, decisions can be delayed. Under panic, delay feels like loss. Enlil's household, meanwhile, remains under siege. The crowd outside does not need to break the gate to keep pressure on. Their presence is enough. Each moment that passes with the gate surrounded is another moment authority is being tested. It is like a weight pressing on a beam. A beam can hold for a while, but the longer the weight remains, the more the beam reveals its strength or weakness. Inside, Enlil might pace. A powerful figure pacing is a sign of stress, whether the figure admits it or not. He might demand updates again and again, as if new information will make the problem easier. He might ask whether the crowd is armed, whether they are violent, whether they are willing to storm the gate. Those questions are not only about safety, they are about how far the situation has already gone. The attendants cannot offer comfort. Comfort is not available here. The crowd is real. The refusal is real. The workers have already declared a kind of war, not necessarily in the sense of a battlefield, but in the sense of a labour force announcing that the old arrangement is over. The panic among the high gods also has a social layer. If leaders respond poorly, they can lose face not only to the workers but to each other. Powerful councils are full of rivalry, even when they share interests. Some gods might see the crisis as Enlil's failure. Some might see it as an opportunity to shift influence. Even in crisis, politics continues. Politics is part of why crisis is so dangerous, because the energy that should go into solving the problem can leak into blame and positioning. Still, the reality outside the gate is too large to be reduced to personal rivalry alone. The workforce is threatening to withdraw the labour that builds the world. That threat is the centre of the panic. At this point, Enki's name begins to move through the conversation in a different tone than before. Earlier, among the workers, names were whispered as targets and as symbols. Now, among the rulers, names are spoken as resources. Enki is the one associated with clever solutions, with understanding how systems function beneath the surface. In a panic, leaders look for the person who can produce an answer that preserves their power without forcing them into a humiliating concession. If Enki is called upon, it is not necessarily because the rulers trust him completely. Trust is a luxury. It is because the crisis demands ingenuity. The rulers need an exit that does not look like surrender. Here, the panic sharpens into a more specific dread. Negotiation with the Igigi might mean admitting the system was wrong. Admission can be seen as weakness. Weakness invites more challenges, so the rulers look for a way to resolve the problem without truly changing the hierarchy. That desire shapes the kinds of solutions they are willing to consider. They might contemplate sharing the labour among the higher gods, but that option carries its own humiliation. The high gods are accustomed to command, not to digging. The very idea might feel intolerable, not because the work is impossible, but because it would collapse the distinction between ruler and worker. The hierarchy relies on that distinction. They might consider replacing Enlil, but that option threatens stability too. Removing a central authority figure can create a power vacuum, and power vacuums invite disorder. The rulers fear disorder almost as much as they fear rebellion. They might consider punishing the Igigi into obedience, yet the risk is that punishment will not restore the labour, only deepen resentment. A workforce that returns to work under terror can still work badly, work slowly, sabotage quietly. The rulers need reliable maintenance, not only coerced presence. So the pressure pushes them toward a different type of thinking, the kind of thinking that creates a new layer in the system, rather than adjusting the old one. A buffer, a new class, a new solution that allows the top to remain the top. That is where the later creation of humanity begins to appear on the horizon, not as a beautiful act of invention, but as an emergency plan emerging from panic. The rulers do not yet announce it. They have not yet agreed. Still, the shape of the situation makes it likely. When leaders refuse to share burdens and refuse to reduce demands, they often choose the third option, finding someone else to carry the weight. In the meantime, the crowd outside the gate remains steady, and their steadiness increases the rulers' panic. If the workers were screaming wildly, the rulers could dismiss them as unstable. A calm, unified presence is harder to dismiss. It suggests discipline. Discipline suggests the workers have thought this through. Thought through rebellion is more frightening than impulsive rebellion, because it signals endurance. It signals that the crowd might be willing to wait as long as necessary. As the council begins to gather in the divine leadership space, the atmosphere is tense with competing impulses. Enlil wants his authority affirmed. Others want stability restored. Some want punishment. Some want negotiation. Some want a clever shortcut that makes the entire problem disappear without anyone in power having to change their life. The scene becomes one of hurried assembly, urgent voices, sharp glances, and a recognition that the foundation of their world has been tested and found softer than expected. For the first time, perhaps, the high gods feel what it is like to be the ones pressured by an external force, and that sensation, unfamiliar to them, makes their decisions less calm and more desperate, which is why the meeting that forms in the darkness ahead will not be a ceremonial gathering at all, but a crowded argument over how to restore order when the ones who have always held the tools are standing outside, refusing to pick them up again. The meeting does not begin with a trumpet or a formal procession. It begins with hurried footsteps in corridors that are supposed to be quiet at night. It begins with attendants passing messages from hand to hand, each one trying to keep their voice low while their urgency leaks into every movement. It begins with a household that has been trained to treat calm as a sign of strength, suddenly realizing that calm has been borrowed, not owned, and that it can be taken away by the people outside the gate. Enlil is awake now, and the fact of his wakefulness is already a change in the order of things. In a stable system, the ruler rests while the workers carry on. In this moment, the ruler's rest has been interrupted by the workers' refusal. That reversal is small in physical terms, yet huge in meaning. It makes the air inside the dwelling feel different, as if someone opened a door to a cold wind that no one invited. The attendants move as if they can restore order by being efficient. Efficiency is what servants rely on when their masters are angry. If you deliver information quickly, if you anticipate needs, if you handle details without being asked, you can sometimes prevent rage from focusing on you. Tonight, efficiency does not fix anything. The problem is not a missing object or a delayed meal. The problem is a crowd of exhausted gods standing outside, refusing to be invisible. Word reaches the other high powers, and they come not because they are curious, but because the whole structure depends on the outcome. A council in the divine world carries the same feeling as a council in a human city when a crisis breaks out. You can ignore small complaints. You cannot ignore a failure in the systems that keep life running. When water stops flowing where it should, when walls are threatened, when the labour force halts, leaders gather whether they like it or not. It is night, and that matters. Night changes the tone of decisions. People are less patient in the dark. Tempers are shorter. The mind tries to reach conclusions faster because it wants the discomfort to end. The fact that this council happens under torchlight rather than daylight makes the whole scene tighter. Shadows throw sharp edges across faces. The flicker of flame makes it hard to read expressions clearly, which invites suspicion. A quiet sound from outside, a shift of bodies at the gate, a distant murmur can slice through conversation and remind everyone that the crisis is not theoretical. It is present, pressing in. When the high gods assemble, they do not arrive as a single harmonious body. They arrive as individuals with different fears and different priorities, bound together by mutual dependence rather than affection. Some are angry on Enlil's behalf because authority challenged is authority threatened. Some are quietly annoyed because they were forced from rest into work, even if the work is only discussion. A few are already calculating what this means for their own position, because even divine councils have politics. Others are simply unsettled, because they realise something they did not want to realise. The ones doing the heavy labour can coordinate. The ones doing the heavy labour can apply pressure. Enlil does not have to open the meeting with a speech for everyone to understand his stance. His anger is loud even when he tries to keep it contained. He wants the Igigi dispersed. He wants the insult punished. He wants the old order restored immediately, as if the crowd outside is a stain that can be scrubbed off the gate with enough force. In his mind, order and obedience are tied together so tightly that separating them feels like tearing the world in half. Other voices answer, but cautiously. Even within a council, rank and reputation shape who speaks first. The first words often belong to those who can afford to speak without being punished for it, or to those who cannot tolerate silence because silence feels like agreement. Someone suggests sending a command, a decree backed by threat. Someone else suggests seizing ringleaders. The idea of ringleaders is comforting to rulers, because it implies the crowd can be weakened by removing a few individuals. A crowd feels less frightening if you can reduce it to a handful of troublemakers. The difficulty, of course, is that the crowd does not look like a handful of troublemakers. It looks like the workforce. It looks like the entire base of the labour system. If there are ringleaders, they are standing among hundreds, perhaps thousands, and the whole group is holding the same refusal in their bodies. Even if you pluck out a few, the refusal remains. Someone else brings up the practical concern because practical concerns force themselves into councils whether leaders want them or not. The work has stopped. The digging has stopped. The maintenance has stopped. The tasks that keep the land structured are paused. If the pause continues, the consequences will not wait politely. Silt will accumulate. Water will behave the way water behaves when no one guides it. Small failures will become larger ones. A breach in one place can lead to a chain of damage. Leaders can pretend they have time, but the landscape does not pretend. It responds. This is where the meeting becomes a problem no one wanted to solve. The rulers want obedience, but they also want the labour to resume. Obedience can be demanded. Labour cannot be conjured out of empty air, it comes from bodies doing work. Bodies that are tired can refuse, and that refusal is what the council is facing. A council like this is uncomfortable because it forces the leaders to look directly at the engine of their own power. Their authority has always been supported by labour that happens elsewhere. Now labour has stepped into their space and made itself unavoidable. The leaders would prefer the problem to be something external, a storm, a foreign threat, a monster at the edge of the world. External threats can unite a council. Internal threats reveal the council's weak points. The conversation swings between indignation and fear. Indignation tries to keep dignity intact. Fear tries to keep the system intact. Both are present, and the combination makes people say things they might not say if they were calm. A voice points out precedent again, because precedent is what keeps rulers awake. If the Igigi succeed in forcing attention, if they succeed in changing their conditions through collective pressure, then the structure of authority becomes negotiable. Negotiable authority is a nightmare for anyone who built their identity on being obeyed. If the workforce learns it can win once, it may try again. Even worse, other groups might learn the same lesson. The story of rebellion spreads faster than the fire that burns tools. Another voice counters that crushing the workforce could be even more dangerous, because a crushed workforce cannot maintain the world. If the Igigi are punished into despair or scattered, the labour system still has a hole in it. A hole in a dam is not fixed by yelling at the water. It is fixed by filling the gap with something solid. The council is being forced to admit that punishment does not create labour. Punishment might create compliance in the short term, but the short term is not enough if the problem is structural. Enlil hears these words and feels them as resistance. In his posture, in his tone, in the way he interrupts, there is a sense that he's not only defending the system, but defending himself. If the council admits the Igigi have a valid complaint, it implies that Enlil's management has failed. It implies that Enlil pushed too hard or ignored too long. That implication is hard for him to swallow, and it makes him sharper. In the torchlight, arguments begin to overlap. Voices rise. Not to shouting, not necessarily, but to the level where calm is clearly gone. In councils, people often speak louder when they fear being ignored. They also speak louder when they want to convince themselves as much as others. The sound of many voices can begin to feel like a storm indoors, a storm made of words. Someone suggests sharing the labour among the higher gods, perhaps as a temporary measure. The suggestion lands like a stone in still water. It creates ripples of discomfort. The idea is logical, but logic is not always welcome when it demands humility. Sharing labour would mean the rulers pick up tools. It would mean they step into the mud. It would mean admitting the work is work, not simply an assignment for others. Even if only for a short time, that would blur the boundary between command and labour, and that boundary is what holds the hierarchy in place. A god who has never dug a canal does not want to dig a canal, not because it is impossible, but because the act would rewrite the story they tell themselves about who they are. Identity is often the real reason people resist change, so the suggestion is dismissed quickly, or laughed at in a tight way that is meant to signal it is unthinkable. Laughter in a council can be a weapon. It turns an idea into something shameful. It discourages further exploration. It also reveals fear, because people do not laugh at an idea unless it threatens something they want to protect. Someone else suggests negotiation, perhaps sending emissaries to promise relief. Negotiation sounds softer than punishment, and softness can be seen as weakness. Enlil's impatience flares at the notion. Why should rulers negotiate with workers? That question hovers even if it is not spoken directly. Rulers do not like admitting dependence, yet dependence is exactly what the crowd outside is forcing them to admit. Another voice tries to reframe it. This is not negotiation as surrender, the voice implies. This is negotiation as management, as restoring order with minimal damage. In practical terms, a compromise could get the workforce back to work faster. The problem is that compromise would likely involve changing the burden, and changing the burden might mean changing the structure. The council circles the problem like a group circling a hole in the ground, each person afraid to step too close. The hole is the admission that the system has been built on an unfair distribution of labour. If they admit it, they have to answer what they will do about it. If they refuse to admit it, they risk the system collapsing anyway. It is easier to blame the workers for insolence. Blame is comfortable. Blame keeps the leader's self-image intact. Yet blaming does not move the silt out of the canals. Blaming does not lift the baskets. Blaming does not create working hands. At some point, a quieter voice speaks, not trying to win an argument, but trying to force the group back into reality. The Igigi have been working for a long span. They have been labouring at tasks that are endless by nature. They are exhausted. They are numerous. They are outside the gate now. They have burned their tools. They are refusing. Those are the facts. Councils can do many things with facts. They can ignore them for a while. They can argue about them. They can try to punish them. Facts remain facts. Eventually the council must choose an action that matches them. This is where the darkness of the council becomes more than lighting. It becomes a state of mind. Everyone is operating without the comfort of clear options. No one wants to be the one who suggests a solution that changes the world, because change is risky. No one wants to be the one who suggests a solution that fails, because failure will be remembered. In hierarchical systems, the blame for failure often falls on whoever proposed the action. Caution is self-protection. Unfortunately, caution can also be paralysis. The council is stuck between urgency and hesitation. Urgency because the crowd is outside right now, and the work has stopped right now. Hesitation because any solution touches the core of how power is arranged. In the middle of this, the mind of Enki becomes relevant in a way that shifts the atmosphere. Enki is not necessarily calm because he is kinder. He is calm because he sees systems like puzzles. Where Enlil sees authority as something that must be defended by force, Enki often sees authority as something that must be preserved by adjustment. He understands that a small structural change can prevent a larger collapse. He also understands that leaders prefer solutions that allow them to keep their status. If Enki has been quiet, it is not because he has nothing to say. It is because letting others speak first reveals their fears and their limits. A skilled strategist often waits to see which options are unacceptable to the group. Once you know what the group refuses to consider, you can offer a solution that fits their psychology. The council's refusals are becoming clear. They do not want to pick up the labour themselves. They do not want to dismantle the hierarchy. They do not want to admit they were wrong in a way that invites more challenges. They do want the work to resume. They do want order restored quickly. They do want a solution that looks like command, not compromise. This is where the problem becomes a doorway to something grim. If the rulers will not share the burden and will not reduce the burden, then the remaining option is to move the burden elsewhere. You can sense the shape of that option forming in the room even before it is said out loud. It sits between the gods like an unspoken thought. A new labour force, a replacement, a buffer between the rulers and the workers, something that can be created, assigned, and expected to obey. No one wants to be the first to say it, because saying it makes it real. Saying it also creates a moral weight. Even in a mythic world where sacrifice and harsh decisions are normal, the act of deliberately creating a class of beings to do endless work carries a harshness that cannot be softened by ceremony. Enlil might be tempted by the idea, but he would also be wary. A new class of beings could become a new problem. The council knows that every fix has consequences. Still, panic makes people accept consequences they would reject in calmer times. A few of the high gods might object, not out of compassion, but out of caution. Creating a new being is not like assigning a task. It requires power. It requires ritual. It requires resources. It also raises questions about control. If you create a new being to take labour, how do you ensure it remains obedient? How do you prevent a second uprising? The council is already dealing with one rebellion. No one wants to manufacture another. That line of thinking brings the council back to the uncomfortable reality that the Igigi are not beasts, they are gods. They rebelled not because they were inherently disobedient, but because the burden became unbearable. If you create a new being and assign it the same unbearable burden, what prevents the same outcome even if it takes longer? The answer, from a ruler's perspective, is often that the new being must be weaker, more limited, more dependent. A being that can be threatened, a being that can be replaced, a being that does not have the status to gather at a gate and demand change. The room grows quieter for a moment as this logic settles. Not everyone likes it, but everyone understands it. The council is not only discussing labour, it is discussing how to build a workforce that cannot make the same kind of demand. That is a cold thought, and it is born directly from the fear the high gods feel right now. Outside, the crowd remains. The steady presence at the gate is like a hand tightening around the council's throat. Every moment of debate is another moment the rulers are being held hostage by their own dependents. That pressure makes the council more willing to accept drastic ideas. Enlil, for all his anger, wants the siege ended. He wants the gate cleared. He wants the world back in its proper shape. He may not care how the solution feels, as long as it restores obedience and removes the humiliation. Others in the council want stability with the least disruption. Some want to protect their own domains from the consequences of disorder. None of these goals are incompatible with the creation of a new labour force. In fact, that option begins to look like the only one that satisfies everyone's selfish needs at once. Still, the council hesitates at the edge of the act. To create life is to cross a line. Once crossed, it cannot be undone. The divine world will have a new population, a new variable. The council is weighing not only a solution for a day, but a change to the structure of existence. In that moment, Enki finally shifts forward, not dramatically, just enough to catch the torchlight on his face and signal that he is ready to speak. The room's attention turns because everyone senses that he might offer what they are too afraid to name. His voice, when it comes, does not need to be loud. The council is tired of arguing. The council is hungry for a path that ends the siege and restores function. Enki speaks in the tone of someone presenting a practical answer, not a moral philosophy. He lays out the problem as a matter of labour that must be done and beings who refuse to do it. He hints at a method that uses what already exists, earth and substance, shaped into something new, something that can carry baskets and dig canals without threatening the thrones above. In the hush that follows, you can feel the council leaning toward him, because the idea they have resisted is now being offered in a way that sounds like management rather than confession. And the next thing that enters the room is not another argument, but the outline of a proposal that will change the world's workforce forever, beginning with the simplest materials and the hardest decision. Enki does not rush his words, even though the night is already crowded with pressure. He has the kind of mind that stays practical when everyone else is hot with pride or fear, and that practicality is part of what makes him dangerous and useful at the same time. In a council full of gods who would rather defend their status than admit dependence, he understands something simple. If the world is built on labour and the workforce is refusing, then you either share the burden, reduce the burden, or create a new place to put it. The first two options cost the rulers something they do not want to give. The third option costs someone else. When Enki begins to speak, the room changes. A council can be noisy for hours without moving anywhere, and then one voice can shift the entire direction just by offering a path that sounds workable. People lean in not because they suddenly trust the speaker, but because they want the discomfort of uncertainty to end. They want the siege outside the gate to stop. They want the work to resume. They want their lives back in the shape they recognise. Enki frames the problem as a matter of strain that has exceeded its limit. He does not waste time pretending the Igigi are simply insolent. He does not insult them, at least not in the way Enlil might. He speaks as if the rebellion is a predictable outcome of a burden carried too long, That alone can irritate Enlil, because it sounds like understanding the workers instead of condemning them. Yet even Enlil cannot deny the usefulness of a solution, and the council is not here to be comfortable. It is here to prevent the world from slipping. Enki's proposal is, at its core, a shortcut. Not a shortcut in the sense of an easy trick, but a shortcut around the thing the high gods least want to do. They do not want to pick up the tools. They do not want to dig. They do not want to feel the mud on their own ankles. They do not want to change their own routine. Enki offers a way to keep the hierarchy intact while changing the labour arrangement underneath it. The idea is blunt if you say it plainly. Make someone else. Not a recruitment drive. Not a rotation schedule. Not a promise of improved conditions. A new being, shaped and assigned, designed to carry what the Igigi refuse to carry. In the Council's torchlight, this suggestion has two effects at once. It feels like relief, because it offers an escape from the immediate crisis. It also feels like stepping towards something sacred, because creation is not a casual act. Even in a world of gods, not everyone creates life on a whim. Making a new class of beings is the kind of decision that echoes forward. It changes the world not only in its workload, but in its population, its relationships, its future conflicts. Enki knows this, and he knows the Council's weaknesses. He does not present the idea as an emotional appeal. He presents it as management. The language of management is one of the oldest ways to make a harsh decision sound reasonable. The work must be done. The workers refuse. A new workforce resolves the issue. The logic is tidy, and tidy logic is comforting to leaders who feel their authority slipping. Still, the word sacred hangs in the air even if no one says it. The divine world runs on boundaries. There are things gods do, and things they do not do without consequences. A council deciding to create a new being is not a small boundary crossing. It threatens to stir forces that are not easily controlled. Enki leans into the fact that the materials are already present. Earth is present. Clay is present. Water is present. The world is full of the stuff that bodies are made from. If the divine world is like a city-state, clay is its common substance, the substance of bricks, tablets, walls. Clay is the foundation of daily life. Enki's genius is that he takes the most ordinary substance and suggests using it for the most extraordinary purpose. That makes the proposal feel less like a cosmic miracle and more like craft. As if you can take what you already have, mix it differently, shape it with a different intention, and produce a new outcome. Craft has a particular kind of seduction. It implies control. It implies you can design what you need. In a crisis, the promise of control is almost irresistible. But clay alone is not enough, and this is where Enki steps through something sacred. He suggests that the new being must include something divine, something that makes it more than a lump of earth. The new being must carry the capacity to understand commands, to speak, to work with intention. In some tellings, the new being needs spirit, mind, and the ability to bear a burden without immediately collapsing. The myth does not treat this as a gentle gift. It treats it as an ingredient problem. How do you give clay a mind? Enki's answer is blood. Blood is not a decorative symbol. Blood is life. Blood is identity. Blood is also the line between a living body and a dead one. To use blood as an ingredient is to admit that creation will not be clean. It will involve sacrifice. This is where the council's discomfort sharpens, because sacrifice is familiar in ritual, but this is sacrifice on a different scale. Offering animals or food is one thing, using a god substance is another. The proposal implies that one of their own must be killed, or at least drained in a way that is not reversible, so that the new beings can contain a spark of divinity. The idea is not merely to sculpt bodies, it is to manufacture a workforce with enough intelligence to follow instructions. Enki does not need to say the word kill right away. In a council like this, you can let people arrive at the implication themselves. It is often more effective. If Enki speaks gently about mixing divine essence with clay, the council's minds fill in the missing step, and once they have done that work internally, the idea becomes partly theirs. People accept harsh actions more easily when they feel like they reach the conclusion on their own. Enlil might recoil at the thought of sacrificing a god, not necessarily out of compassion, but out of fear of destabilizing the divine order. A ruler who depends on hierarchy knows that killing a god for a practical purpose sends a message. It says that even divine status can be overridden when the council decides. That is a dangerous precedent for those who sit at the top. If one god can be sacrificed today, another might be sacrificed tomorrow. Other gods might react with immediate defensiveness. Who would be sacrificed? Not me. The thought would run through the room like a cold draught. Even gods can feel self-preservation. A council can speak about sacrifice in abstract terms until the moment someone has to name the victim. Enki, however, is not proposing random violence. In many versions of the story, the god chosen is associated with intelligence or with stirring trouble, a figure whose death can be justified as necessary, even beneficial. That justification matters. Councils like to believe they are not committing senseless cruelty. They prefer a narrative where the sacrifice is already tainted, already problematic, already expendable in some way. It is the same logic rulers use when they decide certain people are acceptable casualties. If the victim can be framed as guilty, the guilt becomes a cushion for the conscience. This is part of why the proposal feels like a shortcut through something sacred. Enki is not only suggesting a new being, he's suggesting they step around the moral discomfort by treating sacrifice as a technical requirement. It is not cruelty, he implies. It is chemistry. It is not murder, he implies. It is procedure. Once you translate moral weight into procedure, you can do almost anything. The council's fear of the crowd outside makes them vulnerable to this framing. When you are under pressure, you're more likely to accept a solution that feels immediate, even if it plants long-term consequences. The siege at the gate is a forcing mechanism. It compresses the gods' time horizon. They want the problem solved now, not perfectly. Enki also understands that the Igigi, the current workforce, are a powerful class. They are capable of unity, of refusal, of surrounding gates. If the rulers simply negotiate better terms, the Igigi will remain powerful. They will know their leverage. They will remember that the rulers blinked. From a ruler's perspective, that is not a stable outcome. The rulers might prefer to remove the Igigi from the labour equation entirely, not because they hate them, but because they fear them. A workforce that has shown it can strike is a workforce that will always cast a shadow over authority. So the new workforce needs to be different, weaker in status, more dependent, easier to replace, less likely to coordinate on a divine scale. The proposal, therefore, is not only about reducing labour, it is about redesigning power. Humans, in this mythic logic, are not created as equals to the gods. They're created to carry baskets, to dig, to serve. They're created to be the kind of beings who can be threatened, whose lives can be shortened, whose bodies can be exhausted without the cosmos collapsing. Mortality becomes a control mechanism. If a being does not live long, it cannot build 40 years of grievance into one unified revolt. If a being can be replaced easily, it has less leverage. If a being depends on the gods for survival, it is less likely to challenge them. Enki does not need to say all of that explicitly for the council to grasp it. Leaders understand control. They feel the appeal immediately. Yet Enki's mind is never purely about control. He's also a craftsman and a strategist. He knows that any created being will carry some unpredictability. A mind is not a shovel. A mind develops. A mind adapts. A mind can resent. Enki's proposal is a shortcut, but it is not without risk. That risk is likely part of what makes him comfortable offering it. Enki is often portrayed as a figure who tolerates complexity, even enjoys it. He is willing to make a move that solves one problem and introduces another because he trusts his ability to handle what comes later. Enlil, by contrast, prefers clean obedience and predictable order. That difference in temperament is one of the hidden tensions under the council's decision-making. Even when the gods agree on a plan, they do not always agree on what kind of world they want. In the council's dark, Enki's words continue, and he adds details that make the plan feel real rather than speculative. The new beings will be shaped from clay, because clay holds form and responds to hands. The clay will be mixed with divine essence so it can stand and speak. The process will involve ritual care, because you cannot simply knead life into existence like dough without consequences. There will be incantations, rules, timing. There may even be a gestation period, a waiting time when the new beings are formed and stabilised. By describing these steps, Enki turns the proposal into a project plan. Councils love project plans. A project plan makes the world feel manageable again. As the plan becomes more concrete, the council's reactions become less emotional and more calculating. Someone asks what tasks the new beings will do. Someone asks how many will be needed. Someone asks whether they will reproduce or need to be made again and again. Someone asks how they will be controlled. Someone asks what will happen to the Igigi afterward. Someone asks whether the rebellion will end once relief is granted or whether the Igigi will demand more. Someone wonders whether the workforce outside will accept a solution that does not include punishment for Enlil or changes to the hierarchy. These questions reveal the council's priorities. They are not asking whether creating a new labour class is morally acceptable. They are asking whether it will restore order quickly and permanently. Enki answers in the tone of someone who knows the right words to use in a room full of authority. He speaks of maintaining the cosmic project. He speaks of preserving the roles of the high gods. He speaks of avoiding further conflict. He does not insult the Igigi, because insulting them openly could inflame the situation outside. He frames their rebellion as a problem that can be resolved by removing the cause. If the Igigi are no longer burdened, they will no longer have reason to surround gates. If the work continues through another workforce, the world remains stable. Everyone returns to their proper place. There is a cold elegance in that logic. It promises peace without requiring the rulers to change. Still, the sacred obstacle remains. The sacrifice, the use of divine blood, the crossing of a boundary. If the council resists here, Enki's proposal fails. So he likely shifts to the part of his plan that makes the sacrifice easier to swallow. The victim will not be chosen arbitrarily. The victim will be someone whose death can be justified. The death will serve a purpose. The death will also be framed as a transformation, as a way for the sacrifice god to continue within humanity, to live on through the new beings. This is another common trick in societies that need to make harsh decisions feel meaningful. Turn loss into purpose. Turn a death into a foundation. Turn sacrifice into legacy. If you can convince yourself that the victim becomes part of something larger, the guilt softens. Some gods might still object, not because they care about the victim, but because they fear the act's spiritual consequences. Blood ties are real in these myths. Divine substance used in creation might bind the gods to the created beings in ways they cannot predict. If humans carry divine essence, do they gain claims? Do they become entangled with destiny? Do they become a moral responsibility? Do they gain the ability to call on the gods in ways that are inconvenient? Enki, who is associated with the deep waters beneath the earth, would understand entanglement. He might not fear it. He might even prefer it, because entanglement gives him influence. A world where humanity carries a spark of the divine is a world where the relationship between gods and humans becomes complex. Complexity is a terrain Enki navigates well. Enlil would likely hate that complexity. Enlil prefers clear lines. If humans are created, Enlil might prefer them to be purely tools, purely obedient, purely separate. Yet Enki's method requires divine essence, which means the separation is never complete. That is the quiet tension inside the shortcut. The rulers want a workforce that cannot rebel. The method of giving it mind involves the essence of a god, and essence is never fully controllable. This is why the proposal is a shortcut through something sacred. It cuts past the slow, difficult work of reforming a system and moves directly into the forbidden workshop of life-making. It treats the sacred boundary as an obstacle to step over rather than a warning. It also assumes that a created workforce will stay in its assigned place, even though the original workforce stayed in its assigned place for decades and then refused. In the council, the pressure to decide builds. Outside the gate, the Igigi still wait. Every hour that passes is another hour the ruler's authority is publicly challenged. Councils can argue endlessly in ordinary times. Under siege, argument becomes intolerable. Someone has to decide. Someone has to endorse a plan. Someone has to authorize the act that follows. Enlil might try to reassert control by framing the decision as his decree. Even if Enki proposes it, Enlil can insist that the council's action is an act of authority, not of desperation. That helps preserve face. It also helps convince the other gods to comply. People in councils are more willing to do something morally heavy when they can tell themselves it was ordered by legitimate authority. Legitimacy becomes a shield. So the council begins to move, not joyfully, not with celebration, but with a grim acceptance that the proposal is the path they will take. They will create a new labour force. They will relieve the Igigi. They will preserve the hierarchy. They will end the siege. Once that decision is made, the conversation turns from whether to do it to how to do it quickly. Who will oversee the ritual? Who will provide the clay? Who will provide the words? Who will choose the sacrificed god? Who will handle the blood? Who will shape the forms? Who will ensure the new beings can stand and work? Who will announce to the Igigi that their burden is lifted? Who will manage the transition so the crowd disperses and the gate is cleared? At this point, another name becomes unavoidable, and it carries a different kind of weight than Enki's. Creation in these stories is not only a matter of cleverness, it is a matter of birth, of shaping bodies, of turning mixture into living form. That domain belongs to a motherly power, a figure like Ninhursag, whose role is not to argue policy but to make life real. Enki can propose a method, but he cannot complete it alone if the myth's logic is followed. He needs the one who knows how to bring flesh into being. The council may hesitate again here, because involving Ninhursag means involving conscience in a way. Not gentle conscience, but the earthy reality of what they are about to do. Once she is involved, the act is no longer only a clever plan. It becomes a birth. Birth is messy. Birth is costly. Birth creates beings who breathe and look around and have needs. As the council prepares to call on her, the scene holds a quiet tension. The rulers have chosen a shortcut to end a rebellion, and the shortcut runs straight into the workshop of creation, where clay will be mixed with blood and shaped by hands that know what life costs. The decision has been made, but the real weight of it is only about to be felt, because the next step is not another argument in the dark. It is the moment when someone must agree to perform the sacred work, and someone else must be selected to die for it. While outside the gate, the workers still stand in a patient circle, waiting to see whether the rulers will answer them with punishment, with promises, or with something entirely new. Councillors reach the point where talk can no longer solve the problem. The crowd remains outside the gate. The labour has stopped. The pressure is no longer a matter of pride or argument. It has become a practical emergency that cannot be managed by decree alone. Enki has offered a way to move the burden away from the Igigi without changing the shape of the hierarchy. And now the council needs someone who can take a proposal and turn it into a living thing. This is where Ninhursag enters, carrying a different kind of authority than Enlil's. Enlil's authority is the authority of command. It moves through rules and consequences. Ninhursag's authority is the authority of the body. It moves through processes that do not hurry just because leaders are impatient. Birth takes time. Formation takes time. Life takes time. Even a god cannot force life to be clean or simple. You can only guide it, shape it, and accept that once it exists, it has needs of its own. In the council space, under torchlight and tension, Her presence shifts the mood. The high gods can argue for hours about justice, about obedience, about punishment. Ninhursag represents something that is harder to argue with. She represents the fact that creation is not a slogan. It is a commitment. It is a crossing. It is also a cost. In many retellings and traditions, she is known by several names, and the names themselves carry different shades of meaning. Sometimes she is the mother figure who shapes bodies from clay. Sometimes she's treated as the midwife of the gods. Sometimes she is the one who understands the boundary between what is alive and what is only shaped to look alive. Whatever title is used, her role is consistent. She is asked to do the work that makes life real. A council can feel comfortable discussing the creation of a new labour force in abstract terms, as if they are discussing the construction of another canal or the raising of another wall. The abstraction makes it easier for rulers to keep their hands clean. It allows them to speak as if they are simply adjusting a system. Ninhursag's involvement strips away that comfort, because her work is intimate and undeniable. It requires touch. It requires shaping. It requires the kind of attention you cannot give from a throne. When she's asked to create, the question is not presented to her as a gentle request. It is presented as necessity. Councils rarely ask softly when they believe the world is at risk. They speak in the language of urgency and duty. The system must continue. The work must be done. The rebellion must end. This is often how power justifies crossing lines. It does not say, we want this because it benefits us. It says we must do this because order demands it. Ninhursag is not naive. She understands how councils speak when they are frightened. She can hear the pressure behind the polite words, the threat behind the honour. Even if they praise her role, the praise is not the point. The point is that they are asking her to do something that will change the world, and they are asking her to do it quickly. She also knows the hidden shape of what they are asking. They are not asking her to create a new being as an act of generosity. They are asking her to create a replacement workforce. They are asking her to make a class of beings who will carry baskets, dig canals, and perform the endless maintenance that the Igigi have refused. In practical terms, they are asking her to manufacture relief for one group by building burden into another. That is the cost that sits under the plan, and once it is seen clearly, it cannot be unseen. The council may try to soften it by framing the new creation as a noble solution, as a way to bring peace, as a way to restore balance. Those words can be spoken convincingly, especially by leaders who need to believe their own justifications. Yet Ninhursag is associated with the bodily reality of outcomes. She knows what happens to beings who are created to serve. She knows what happens to bodies when they are used, exhausted, and replaced. She knows that suffering is not erased by changing who suffers. If she hesitates, the council's impatience becomes more visible. Enlil, who wants the gate cleared and the hierarchy restored, is likely to treat hesitation as obstruction. Enlil's temperament does not easily tolerate delays, because delays feel like loss of control. He might press, insisting that the decision has been made and the act must follow. In that pressure, you can feel the harsh logic of authority. Once the rulers decide, the world is expected to comply. Enki, on the other hand, may use a different approach. Enki understands that creation is not achieved through shouting. It is achieved through cooperation with the processes that actually produce life. He might speak to Ninhursag in a tone that acknowledges her role, perhaps even flattering her, perhaps reminding her that she has shaped life before, that she holds the knowledge the council needs. His persuasion is less about threat and more about presenting the act as inevitable. The world will be changed one way or another. The only choice is whether the change will be guided or chaotic. This is where Ninhursag's position becomes uncomfortable. If she refuses, the council might turn to other methods, perhaps harsher ones, perhaps less stable. If she accepts, she becomes responsible for bringing into existence beings who will carry the burden of endless work. Either path places weight on her shoulders. Refusal risks disorder. Acceptance risks complicity. So the question becomes not only whether she will create, but how she will create, and what boundaries she can insist upon even under pressure. In the old stories, the act of making humans is not described as a casual craft project. It is described as a ritual process. There are preparations, there are specific materials, there are words that must be spoken. There is often an enclosure, a special space where the shaping happens. This matters because rituals are how ancient societies treat acts that are both practical and dangerous. A ritual is a way of containing power. It is also a way of controlling the story people tell about what happened. If creation is done in a ritual context, it can be framed as sacred necessity rather than political convenience. Ninhursag, being associated with birth and shaping, would understand the need for containment. Life-making is not something you do in the middle of a noisy argument. It requires a different atmosphere. It requires focus. It requires a boundary between the chaos of the crisis and the careful work of formation. So even if she agrees, she likely insists on a proper setting, a proper procedure, a proper sequence. That insistence itself becomes a cost. The council wants speed. Ninhursag needs process. A god like Enlil might interpret process as delay. A god like Enki might interpret it as the price of success. Either way, the decision to proceed forces the council to accept that they cannot shortcut every part of the shortcut. They can avoid digging canals themselves, but they cannot avoid the time and ritual needed to build a new workforce from clay and blood. The mention of blood brings the plan into its harshest light, and Ninhursag cannot pretend not to see it. Clay can be gathered without moral disturbance. Clay is everywhere. Clay is neutral. Blood is not neutral. Blood belongs to someone. Blood implies a wound. Blood implies a life drained, a body ended, a sacrifice performed so that a new being can contain more than earth. The council might speak of it in technical terms, calling it essence, calling it substance, calling it the spark that will allow the clay to stand and obey. Yet Ninhursag, as the one who deals with bodies, knows what blood means. Blood is the boundary between the living and the dead. To use it as an ingredient is to use death as a tool. This is the point where the plan moves from cold to colder. The new beings will not be created from abundance. They will be created from a loss. Someone will be cut out of the divine community to make the labour problem disappear. If the council has not yet chosen the one to be sacrificed, that choice will now press into the room like a new argument. Councils are excellent at approving sacrifice in principle. They are far less comfortable choosing the victim. Choosing makes it personal. Choosing forces the council to reveal who is expendable. Even among gods, expendability exists, especially when politics and reputation are involved. Ninhursag's involvement makes this decision harder because it places the act within the realm of birth. Birth is not supposed to begin with a killing. That contradiction does not stop the council, but it stains the act, and Ninhursag will feel the stain more directly than those who only authorise it. There is also a quieter cost that sits under all of this, a cost that has nothing to do with the sacrificed god and everything to do with the beings created afterward. If humans are made to relieve the Igigi, then humans are made to work. Their design will be tied to labour, their bodies will be built to carry loads, their lives will be structured around tasks. The council may even see that as an advantage. A being built for labour will accept labour as its normal condition, the way the Igigi once accepted it. Yet Ninhursag would know what it means to create a being with needs. A worker still needs rest. A worker still needs food. A worker still suffers when pushed too far. If the new beings are made weaker so they can be controlled, their suffering will likely be sharper, not softer. Weak bodies break. Short lives are not gentle. Short lives are a way to keep memory from growing into revolt, and that is a brutal design choice, whether it is spoken aloud or not. If you let that sink in while you rest, it becomes clear why the mother figure carries the cost in a different way than the council does. The council can treat humanity as a solution. Ninhursag must treat humanity as bodies. Bodies are never only solutions. Bodies are always lived realities. There is another cost for Ninhursag personally. Her identity, her function, her reputation are tied to creation as a sacred domain. Being asked to create under coercion and crisis risks turning her craft into an instrument of control. Once her hands make the first humans as a labour solution, the story of her role changes. She becomes linked not only to birth, but to the birth of servitude. That association can linger in a mythic world the way stains linger in memory. The work she does will be remembered as the moment when life was shaped to carry someone else's burden. This may be part of why some traditions present her as reluctant, or as speaking of the difficulty, or as requiring the council's support and ritual participation. If she must proceed, she does not proceed alone. She pulls the decision into the shared space so that the council cannot fully pretend it was her choice. In some versions of the mythic pattern, other birth goddesses or assistants are involved, forming a kind of workshop of creation where responsibility is distributed. This distribution serves two purposes. It makes the ritual more plausible within the story, and it spreads the moral weight across many hands. Still, leadership often tries to keep moral weight off itself. Enlil may want the act completed and then forgotten, as if the new beings can simply be assigned and the crisis erased. Enki may want the act completed and then managed, aware that a created workforce will bring new dynamics. Ninhursag's mind sits closer to consequence than either of them. She knows that once the first human stands up and takes a breath, the world will contain a new kind of sound. Sound matters in these stories. A being that can speak and gather and build can also complain. A being that can work can also grow tired. Even if humans are made to be more controllable than the Igigi, they will still be alive, and life has a way of pushing against the shape it is given. That is the other hidden cost of Enki's shortcut. It assumes created beings remain in their assigned place. Ninhursag has seen enough of life to know that nothing alive remains completely predictable. Yet in the council's dark, predictability is what the rulers crave. They want a workforce that will not surround gates. They want a workforce that can be replaced without destabilizing the cosmos. They want a workforce that will accept the endless repetition of maintenance as its natural role. They want the problem solved at its root by changing who is allowed to complain. If Ninhursag speaks into that desire, she may do so with a hard practicality of her own. She might warn them that a being with mind cannot be made without giving it something that resembles will. She might insist that certain protections be observed in the ritual so the new beings do not come out twisted or unstable. She might require a period of shaping and settling, a sequence of steps that ensures the bodies are formed properly, the breath is established, the minds are steady enough to follow instruction. These demands slow the plan, but they also make it possible. The council, driven by panic, accepts what it must. Then preparations begin, and the shift from argument to action is immediate. Attendants are given orders, materials are gathered. Clay is brought in, not as ordinary building clay, but as clay treated as an ingredient of life. Water is drawn, perhaps from a sacred source associated with Enki's domain, because water is the difference between hard earth and shapeable substance. The space is cleared, because creation requires a place set apart. In a story like this, the space might resemble a birthing hut, or a workshop of sacred craft, a contained area where hands can work without interruption. Torches are arranged, tools of shaping are prepared, words for the ritual are recalled. If there are scribes, they prepare tablets to record the procedure, because recording is another way to control what the world remembers. If the act is recorded as lawful and sacred, it becomes easier to defend later. The chosen sacrifice, if not already selected, now becomes the final ingredient that must be secured. The council's decision hardens around that need. Somewhere in the divine hierarchy, a being will be brought forward, and the council will justify the act as necessary. Ninhursag does not need to like it, but she needs it to proceed. Clay without blood is only clay. Clay with blood becomes a boundary crossing. As the preparations take shape, Ninhursag's involvement becomes more active. She's no longer a figure being persuaded. She becomes a figure organising the reality of the act. She directs the handling of the clay so it remains workable. She insists on timing. She sets conditions for the ritual speech. She arranges the participation of those who must contribute. Because in this kind of mythic logic, creation is often communal, not solitary. It binds the participants to the outcome, whether they want to be bound or not. The cost is present in every motion. Each basket of clay carried into the space is a reminder that the new beings will carry baskets too. Each bowl of water is a reminder that the new beings will be tied to fields and canals. Each whispered instruction is a reminder that the new beings will live under instruction. Each pause before the sacrifice is a reminder that life is beginning with death. The council's urgency remains. They want the Igigi dispersed from the gate. They want the siege to end before it spreads as a story of weakness. They want to announce a solution quickly enough that the workers feel heard, but not so openly that the rulers look like they surrendered. Ninhursag, however, does not work at the speed of politics. She works at the speed of formation. Even when hurried, birth does not become clean. By the time the clay is ready and the space is prepared, the council's earlier arguments feel distant, replaced by a different kind of tension, the tension of a ritual about to begin. The plan is no longer only words. It is substance. It is a prepared mixture waiting for the final ingredient, and it is the presence of Ninhursag's hands that makes it real. Soon, the council will need to stop speaking in generalities and follow the procedure, step by step, because once the blood is brought and the clay is mixed, there will be no room left for denial or debate. Only the method itself, the exact sequence of actions and words that the old stories preserve in fragments and echoes, the practical formula that turns earth and sacrifice into a new workforce, meant to take the burden from the gods who refused it. When people hear the phrase that humans were made from clay, it can sound like a simple picture, almost gentle. A pair of hands shaping mud, a soft breath, a new creature standing up as if the world were easy to build. The older stories are not that tidy. They do use clay, because clay was the most familiar substance in the land between the rivers. Clay made bricks, clay made tablets, clay held the records of what people owed and what they received. Clay was what you touched when you built a wall, when you patched a roof, when you repaired what water had damaged. If you wanted to imagine bodies being made, clay was a natural choice because clay could be shaped and it could hold form. Even so, clay by itself is not the full claim. The old accounts that tie the Igigi's rebellion to human origins do not present humanity as purely earth. They present humanity as a mixture, as if the gods were solving a problem with ingredients, measuring, combining, trying to produce a stable outcome the way a craftsman tries different mixes until the material holds. That is why the phrase a formula fits the story better than a miracle. In these traditions, creation can sound like procedure. There are steps, there are materials, there are roles, there are words spoken at specific moments. There is a sense that if you do it correctly, a certain result follows, and if you do it carelessly, the result becomes unstable. The council is not only deciding to create, the council is deciding how to manufacture a being that can work, obey, and absorb the burden that has become politically dangerous among the gods. So what do the old stories actually say, in the plainest terms, when you strip away modern exaggeration and keep the core pattern that appears again and again? First, they make it clear that the crisis is a labour crisis. The worker gods have been digging, hauling, maintaining, and they finally refuse. The rulers cannot simply command the world to run without a workforce. When the labour force surrounds the gate, the council scrambles, and the solution that emerges is not a moral reform. It is a staffing solution. The work must continue. Therefore, a new worker must exist. Second, they treat the new worker as something made deliberately for a purpose. The aim is not to create a companion for the gods, or a creature to admire the stars. The aim is to create a being who will take on the toil that the gods no longer want to perform. In other words, humanity is introduced as a transfer of burden. Third, and this is the part that changes the tone, the stories do not claim clay alone is enough. Clay can be shaped into a form, but it does not stand up and follow instructions unless something else is added. The texts describe that something else with different terms depending on the language and the version, yet the idea stays consistent. A divine element is needed to give the new creature mind, breath, and the ability to carry out tasks with intention. The harshest and most memorable way they express that divine element is through blood and flesh taken from a god. This is where the formula becomes uncomfortable. It implies a death inside the creation. The council does not solve the problem by finding spare labour lying around. It solves the problem by cutting into its own community and using that loss as an ingredient. In many tellings, the victim is not chosen at random. The victim is often described as a god associated with intelligence or with stirring trouble, as if the council needs a reason to justify selecting a divine being as expendable. The sacrificed god becomes the source of the divine substance that makes the clay body more than a statue. The story does not always linger on the victim's feelings. Ancient myths often move quickly through acts that would stop a modern mind cold. Still, the structure of the act is clear. The death is treated as necessary. The blood becomes material. The material is mixed into the clay. The mix becomes the base of human bodies. If you imagine this as a scene, it is not a romantic one. It is more like a workshop or a ritual laboratory. Clay is brought in. Water is added to make it workable. A space is set aside because the act is sacred enough that it requires separation from ordinary life. Words are prepared. The gods who participate do not behave like casual bystanders. Their actions matter because in ritual logic, the involvement of many binds many to the outcome. Some versions describe additional physical actions that sound strange to a modern ear, such as a collective gesture by the gods toward the clay, like spitting upon it. That kind of detail can feel crude until you remember that many ancient rituals treat bodily fluids as carriers of essence. Spittle is personal. It is a physical mark. It is also a quick, blunt way to show participation, as if each god is leaving a trace of themselves in the mixture so that the new beings belong, in some limited way, to the entire divine community rather than to a single creator. A ritual like this is not only about shaping matter, it is about establishing ownership and control. If many gods contribute essence, then many gods can claim authority over what is created. That reduces the risk that one god becomes too closely tied to humanity in a way that shifts power within the council. It also makes the creation feel less like Enki's private project and more like a collective act of governance. The role of the mother goddess, the one we've been calling Ninhursag, is often presented as central. She's asked to shape, to oversee, to bring the mixture into living form. In some tellings, her role is paired with other birth figures, as if the act requires a team rather than a single pair of hands. The number of assisting birth powers can vary across versions and later retellings, but the point stays steady. The creation is treated as a birthing process, not merely a sculpting process. That matters, because birthing implies time and development. It implies that the new beings do not simply appear fully formed like tools off a shelf. There is shaping, then there is waiting, then there is the moment when life is recognized as life. Within the mythic logic, the formula has a few consistent components. One component is earth, the physical substance of the land. Clay represents that. Another component is divine substance, presented as blood and sometimes described as carrying a spirit or a persistent presence that does not vanish when the god dies. In some traditions, what remains after death is not nothing. It can become a ghost-like force, a leftover essence that can cling to places and people. Mixing divine blood into human bodies is therefore not only giving humans energy, it is embedding a trace of the divine dead into living flesh. A third component is words. Incantations matter in Mesopotamian ritual life. Words were not treated as mere decoration. They were treated as actions. A properly spoken formula could be a tool as real as a shovel. In stories of creation, the spoken element indicates that the act is controlled and authorized. It also implies that life is not only material, it is material plus instruction. It is matter directed by decree, shaped by a set of spoken rules that align the new beings with the roles intended for them. A fourth component is participation. The story often suggests that the gods as a collective are involved in the act, even if only through a small gesture. This spreads responsibility and also spreads authority. It is governance expressed through ritual. If you put those together, you can see why the story feels like a manufacturing process designed under pressure. The rulers need a being that can work, so they create a being with a body of earth, a mind sparked by divine substance, and a destiny established through ritual words spoken by those in power. The reason this is described as a shortcut through something sacred is that it treats life-making as a means to an end. It is sacred work used for administrative stability. The mythic world is honest about that, even if it does not criticize it in modern language. The act is not framed as a celebration of human dignity. It is framed as a solution to divine exhaustion and rebellion. The moral comfort is will be clever. They will be useful, will be clever. They will be useful. Useful is the key word even when it is not spoken. Now, because you asked what the old stories actually say, it also helps to be clear about what they do not say. They do not say that humans were created because the gods were lonely. They do not say humans were created to be equals. They do not say the creation was a gentle gift. They also do not say that the gods were unaware of consequences. The council's fear and urgency suggest awareness that they are stepping into something that can reshape the world. The texts we have are fragmentary. They come to us through broken tablets, copied and recopied over centuries, sometimes in different languages and scribal traditions. That means details can shift, and sometimes the story's emphasis changes. Still, the backbone holds. The Igigi refuse their burden. The high gods panic. A council forms. Enki offers a plan. Ninhursag is asked to execute it. A divine being is sacrificed. Clay is mixed with blood. Words are spoken. A new labour force is formed. That is the sequence that matters for the question of how the conflict created humanity. Humanity is not introduced as a separate event. It is introduced as the council's answer to the uprising. If you think about what that implies, it gives the story a very particular flavour. It suggests that human beings carry the imprint of crisis in their origin. We are not born from calm. We are born from a decision made under pressure, a decision designed to protect a hierarchy. That does not make humans meaningless in the story. It makes humans complicated. We are created to serve, yet we are made with a divine ingredient that came from a god, and divine ingredients have a way of producing unexpected results. The idea of divine blood in human bodies is often misunderstood as a flattering claim, as if it means humans are secretly gods. The old stories do not go that far. They use the divine ingredient to explain why humans can understand, speak, and act intentionally. It is a functional explanation. You need a spark to make clay more than clay. The spark is taken from the divine community, because the divine community is the only source of that kind of spark. A practical question also sits inside the narrative, even if it is not asked out loud. If the Igigi are exhausted by endless labour, why would humans not be exhausted too? The myth's implicit answer is that humans are built to be different. Humans are mortal. Humans are more replaceable. Humans can be managed through limitation. A short life is not presented as an act of kindness. It is presented as a condition that prevents a workforce from building decades of leverage into one unified revolt. Even so, the divine ingredient complicates the council's control. A mind that can follow instructions can also learn. A mind that can work can also remember. A mind that can speak can also complain. The old stories later become troubled by human noise, by human growth, by the new consequences of the solution. That later trouble is not separate from the formula. It is part of it. When you add blood to clay, you do not get a perfect tool. You get a living being. Some versions of the creation scene also suggest an ordered structure to the first humans, as if they are produced in a set, like a planned workforce rather than a single prototype. The mythic imagination likes balanced numbers and mirrored pairs, because balance implies stability. If the new beings are formed in groups, it signals a desire to make the labour system scalable. One human is not enough to replace the workforce. Many are needed, and many will be needed again. That brings another element into the old story's realism. It acknowledges that labour is not carried by one body. Labour is carried by populations. The council is solving not only a short-term shortage but a long-term infrastructure need. They are inventing a species, not hiring an assistant. The formula, then, is not only the mixing of materials, it is the shaping of a new relationship between the divine and the earthly world. Once humans exist, the gods can shift their relationship to labour. The Igigi can be relieved. The high gods can preserve their status. The world can continue to be maintained without the same political risk among immortals. If you rest on that for a moment, you can see why the story feels like it has two tones at once. One tone is ritual and sacred craft. The other tone is bureaucratic necessity. Both tones are present, and the tension between them is the most revealing part. It tells you the ancient storytellers were not simply dreaming about magic. They were thinking about how systems work, how burdens are assigned, how power protects itself, and how solutions create new problems. Another practical detail embedded in the formula idea is the role of record and tradition. In Mesopotamian culture, writing was power. A thing recorded was a thing made official. A thing written could be copied, and a copied thing could become the accepted truth across generations. When myths describe creation with a specific procedure, it implies that the procedure is known, repeated, guarded. It is knowledge that can be passed down, at least among those allowed to hold it. This adds a faint unease. If creation is procedure, then procedure can be repeated. If humans were created as a solution once, could another solution be created again? Could the gods, under pressure, make new beings to solve new problems? The myth does not need to answer that directly. The suggestion is enough to make the world feel like a place where existence can be adjusted in moments of crisis. Within the story, the urgency also means the council is not making this decision with the calm of a creator who has time. They are making it with the impatience of rulers who want a siege ended. That impatience can lead to choices that prioritize control over compassion, speed over stability, immediate order over long-term balance. Ninhursag, as the one overseeing the act, becomes the point where the sacred craft meets the council's impatience. She will want to shape carefully. They will want results quickly. That push and pull becomes part of the atmosphere of the creation scene itself, a scene where the clay is not only being mixed but being burdened with intention. When you picture the mixing of clay and blood, it helps to keep the image grounded rather than dreamy. A bowl or basin. Wet clay, kneaded until it is smooth. Blood added, changing the colour and texture. Hands working the mixture until the ingredients are fully combined. The gods watching, participating, speaking, perhaps uneasy but committed because the decision has already been made. The mixture divided into portions, shaped into forms that resemble the bodies that will be expected to carry out work. Words spoken at each stage, not as decoration, but as a declaration of function. The function is labour. Not only labour, because a being that can labour can also do other things, but labour is the reason the act is happening. Outside the gate, the workers still stand. That is the pressure driving every motion in the workshop. The crowd is a clock. The crowd is a reminder. The crowd is the reason the formula is being enacted tonight rather than postponed. This is where the story begins to lean toward the next movement, because once the mixture is prepared, the question becomes what happens when the first of these new beings opens its eyes. What does it feel like within the myth's logic for a creature made as a solution to stand up and breathe? The council can see it as a tool. Ninhursag must see it as a life. The Igigi will see it as relief, or as replacement, or as something that carries their burden forward into another form. So the clay is mixed, the blood is folded in, the words are spoken, and the forms are shaped with an urgency that tries to look like sacred certainty. While beneath that certainty the real truth remains that the world has been forced into this act by a rebellion at a gate, and in the quiet that follows the final kneading and the final spoken line, the prepared forms wait to be brought across the boundary from shaped matter into living bodies, ready to take their first breath in a world that already expects them to work. This space prepared for the making of a new being does not feel like a triumphal hall. It feels like a workshop that has been turned into a sanctuary because everyone in it knows they're about to cross a line. The clay sits in heavy mounds, darkened by water, worked until it holds together without cracking. The air carries the earthy smell of wet soil, the kind of smell that clings to hands and under nails. Torches keep the corners from going completely black, but the light is uneven, and every face looks sharper for it. Even the most confident gods in the council seem to move with an extra care, as if they're trying not to disturb the room's balance. Ninhursag stands close to the clay, not as a symbol, but as the only one who can make the decision real. Enki is nearby, watchful in the way a craftsman watches a mixture that might set too quickly or fail to bind. Enlil is there too, though his presence has a different weight. He wants results. He wants the gate cleared. He wants the long humiliation outside to end. Yet the act itself is not his domain, and that creates a tension in him. He has authority, but authority cannot replace skill when the work is a kind of birth. The council's urgency still hums under the silence. Outside the gate, the Igigi remain gathered, and that fact presses into every moment. Their bodies are the reason this room exists tonight. Their refusal is the reason the clay is being kneaded into more than brick material. If the crowd were not there, the council would not be rushing. Without the crowd, Enlil could have delayed and tried punishment, tried threats, tried sending messengers to split the workers into smaller pieces. The crowd has made delay dangerous, and in a world where order depends on work, danger forces action. The mixture is not only clay and water. The council insisted on a divine ingredient, the spark that turns shaped earth into a mind that can understand a command. However, the sacrifice was justified. However, the council told itself it was necessary. The result is now present in the room as a reality that cannot be softened by speeches. The blood has been brought. It has been added, darkening the clay further, changing its texture in a way that makes it feel less like soil and more like something that belonged inside a living body. Those who watch can pretend it is only essence, only substance, only ritual requirement, yet it is still blood, and blood changes the tone of anything it touches. Ninhursag does not linger on the moral argument. There is no time left for the council to pretend it is discussing ideas. She works with what is in front of her. Her hands press and fold and divide the mixture, portioning it as if she is measuring out futures. The motion is careful and practiced. Even under pressure, she does not rush the shaping itself, because the body you make in haste will carry that haste in its weakness. It is easy from far away to imagine creation as one dramatic moment, a single figure lifting a statue into the air and breathing life into it. In this room, it looks like repeated actions, repeated pressings, repeated adjustments. A thumb smooths a seam. A palm flattens a surface. Fingers pinch and pull the clay into the suggestion of limbs, the slope of shoulders, the curve that will become a rib cage. The forms are not perfect in the way statues are perfect. They are functional. They are meant to stand, to carry, to bend, to lift. Even in the way the bodies are shaped, the council's intention is embedded. These are not being made for display. Enki speaks low at certain moments, not with poetry, but with instructions, reminders, the kind of technical guidance that keeps a process from failing. Water must be added at the right time. The mixture must not dry too quickly. The words must be spoken in the proper sequence. Names of powers are invoked, not as decoration, but as authorization, as if the universe itself requires signatures for an act like this. Those signatures come in the form of spoken formulae, and the council, for all its pride, participates because participation binds them to the outcome. There is a small, strange gesture that can happen in this kind of ritual, something blunt and physical. A group of gods leans in and marks the clay with their own presence, as if to say this is not only the work of one hand. It belongs to the whole structure. It is ownership turned into a bodily act. It is also a way of spreading responsibility so no one god can be blamed alone later. The clay receives these marks without complaint. Clay does not judge. Clay simply holds what is pressed into it. When the forms are shaped, they are placed down in a prepared space as if laid in a cradle, though no one calls it that out loud. Calling it a cradle would make the act feel too tender. Still, the arrangement resembles something familiar to any being who has seen birth. There is a set-aside area, protected from drafts, guarded from interruption. The torches are moved so the light is steady enough for watching, but not so harsh that it turns the moment into a spectacle. The room quiets further, and that quiet has a weight. Even Enlil's impatience becomes muted, not because he has suddenly become gentle, but because he knows there is a stage here where command does not help. He can decree that a being must live. A decree cannot force lungs to fill. A decree cannot force eyes to focus. A decree cannot force a body of clay to behave like flesh, unless the steps that make it so are followed. This waiting is the part people rarely imagine when they picture creation. Waiting is a kind of humility. You can shape matter, you can speak words, you can authorize the act, and still you must wait for the moment when the new thing proves it is truly alive. That moment cannot be faked for long. A statue can be propped up. A living being reveals itself in smaller ways. A twitch, a shift, a rise and fall in the chest, the faint movement of fingers. Ninhursag's eyes stay on the forms, not with dreamy affection, but with attention as sharp as a blade. She's looking for the first sign that the boundary has been crossed. The boundary is not visible, it is felt. Outside the walls, time continues. The crowd at the gate shifts its weight, keeps watch, waits. The siege is still there, even if the gods inside are not looking directly at it. That pressure makes the air feel tighter. If the ritual fails, there is no easy backup plan. If the ritual produces something unstable, the council will have created a new problem in the same night it tried to solve an old one. In the quiet, something finally changes. It does not happen with a thunderclap. It happens like a small correction in reality. A chest lifts slightly, then lowers. The movement is shallow at first, almost as if the body is remembering what it's supposed to do. Then it lifts again, a bit deeper, and the second rise is different because it carries intent. The body's not being moved by a hand, it is moving itself. For a moment, the room holds still in the way people hold still when they do not want to frighten a fragile animal. A new living thing can be startled. Even gods understand that, and even if they did not, Ninhursag's stillness teaches them. Her hands stop. Enki's voice stops. Enlil's demands stop. The torches crackle softly, and the sound feels too loud for a second, as if the world has narrowed to the slow, uneven rhythm of a first breath. Then the eyes open. They do not open with understanding. They open with raw sensation. Light enters, and the new being reacts the way any new mind reacts. A flinch, a tightening around the lids, a small movement of the head as if trying to find a safer angle. The gaze is unfocused at first, the kind of gaze that does not yet know what a face is or what distance means. The pupils adjust. The eyes blink once, twice, as if the body is testing its own machinery. The room's torchlight reflects in those eyes, and that reflection has a strange effect on the gods watching. It is one thing to talk about creating a workforce. It is another to meet the gaze of the workforce's first member. A living gaze does not feel like a tool. It feels like a presence. The new being's hands move. Fingers curl and uncurl against the surface beneath. feeling texture, feeling firmness, feeling the friction of whatever it lies on. The fingers may be clumsy, not because they are poorly made, but because coordination is learned. Even if the council has woven intelligence into the clay, a mind still needs to map its own body. The new being learns in seconds that it has weight, that weight presses down, that effort is needed to shift position. A breath catches, deeper this time, and with it comes a sound, not a word, just a faint exhale that could be mistaken for a sigh. That sound is important, because it is the first proof that the body is not merely holding air, it is using air. The throat exists, the mouth exists, the tongue exists. These are the pieces needed for speech, and speech is one of the council's requirements. A workforce that cannot understand instruction is not a solution. A workforce that can speak is more complicated than a shovel, yet it is also more useful for the kind of labour the gods want performed. Nin Hersag leans in slightly, and her face is the closest thing to reassurance in the room. She does not smile like someone greeting a child at a festival. Her expression is restrained, focused, carrying the gravity of someone who knows what it costs to bring life into the world. Still, there is a steadiness to her presence. The new being's eyes find her, not because it knows who she is, but because the body recognizes closeness, recognizes the shape of someone leaning over it, recognizes attention. Enki watches in his own way. He is assessing. He is looking for signs of stability, signs that the mind has taken properly, that the body will not slump back into lifelessness, that the spark does not flicker out. His satisfaction, if it arrives, is quiet, the satisfaction of a plan that has become functional. Enlil's response is more complicated than he wants it to be. A part of him feels relief, because relief is practical. If this being stands, if more beings like it can be produced, the Igigi can be dismissed from their burden. The siege can end. The hierarchy can be preserved. Relief for Enlil is the restoration of an old shape. Yet another part of him feels a kind of discomfort that has nothing to do with compassion and everything to do with control. A living being is not perfectly predictable. A living being carries will, even a small will, and will is the seed of future problems. The new being tries to sit up. The first attempt fails. The torso rises a little, then wobbles, then collapses back. The effort is clumsy, the way a foal's first attempts are clumsy. The second attempt is better. The hands push down, elbows lock awkwardly, shoulders strain, and the torso lifts. The head shakes slightly as balance is found. The new being sits, hunched at first, then a bit straighter, as if discovering that posture changes how the body feels. This is where the meaning of first breath becomes more than a poetic phrase. Breath is not only oxygen, breath is the beginning of effort. Breath is the start of work. A being that breathes will hunger. A being that hungers will move. A being that moves will need a world to move in. The gods do not give the new being time to remain simply alive. The entire reason it has been made is to serve as a bridge over a crisis. That purpose presses in quickly. Words are spoken, not as casual conversation, but as instruction. The language in the old stories treats speech as a tool. The new being is given words, given understanding, not in the slow way a human child learns through years, but in a forced way, as if the mind is being set into place like a fitted piece of wood in a frame. Even so, the first moments of comprehension are rough. Understanding arrives in fragments. Meaning is pieced together. The new being's eyes move from face to face, trying to read intention the way any living creature tries. A name is given. Names in these traditions are rarely accidental. A name defines function. A name sets a place in a system. When the new being receives a name, it is being slotted into the divine administration. It becomes not only alive, but counted. Around it, there are likely more forms because one body does not replace a workforce. If the council has made one, it intends to make many. Some of those forms begin to stir as well. Another chest lifts. Another set of eyes opens, another body struggles towards sitting, towards standing. The room becomes filled with the small, fragile noises of life beginning. Breaths, shifts, soft sounds in throats, the scrape of hands against the surface as balance is found. With each new awakening, the council's tension shifts. The plan is working. The solution is taking shape. A new population is being introduced into existence, and the council's mood becomes less frantic and more managerial. When panic eases, rulers become efficient. They begin to think in terms of numbers, tasks, schedules. They begin to consider distribution. Where will these beings be sent? How will they be organized? Who will oversee them? What will they be taught first? How quickly can enough of them be produced to satisfy the Igigi and resume the maintenance of the world? Ninhursag remains close, watching each new body for signs of weakness. A body made from clay and divine substance is still a body. It can fail. It can crack. It can be unstable. She adjusts where she can, presses a shoulder back into shape, steadies a head, speaks words that reinforce the act as if the words are stitches holding something together. The new beings, still blinking, still unfamiliar with their own limbs, begin to stand. Standing is not graceful at first. Knees lock too stiffly, feet shift, bodies sway, hands reach out for support. Still, they stand, and standing changes everything. A being that stands can carry. A being that stands can be assigned. It is in this moment that the cost becomes visible in another form. The new beings are not being greeted as children. They are being inspected as a workforce. Their strength is noted. Their responsiveness is tested. Their ability to focus on instruction is evaluated. The council's urgency has not vanished. It has simply transformed into organization. Outside the gate, the Igigi still wait, and word begins to move toward them. The council cannot keep this act hidden if it expects the siege to end. It needs to announce relief. It needs to promise that the burden has been transferred. If the Igigi believe the rulers are stalling, the crowd could become more dangerous. So the council prepares a message, and the message is shaped carefully. It must sound like authority, not concession. It must sound like decree, not surrender. Yet it must also deliver what the workers demanded, release from endless labour. The Igigi's reaction, when they begin to learn what is happening inside, is not simple. Relief is the obvious first wave. The thought of putting down tools forever, the thought of stepping away from the trenches, the thought of never again being commanded to dig and haul as if that is all they exist for, would feel like air after years of suffocation. Relief can make a being weak in the knees. Relief can make anger drain away so fast it leaves behind emptiness. Then another feeling follows, quieter and harder to name. Replacement is not the same as justice. The Igigi wanted relief, and they will get it, but the relief is purchased by making someone else carry the same kind of burden. That might not trouble every Igigi in the same way. Some will be too tired to care. Some will feel a brief sting and then push it away because survival has taught them to accept whatever ends their suffering. Some will look at the new beings and see a mirror of themselves at the beginning of 40 years of labour, except these beings have been made specifically to be easier to control. There is also the matter of the divine ingredient inside humanity. The Igigi are gods. They understand what it means for a being to carry divine essence. A being with divine essence is not only a tool, it is a complicated creature. It can learn, it can remember, it can dream. That potential sits inside the new beings even if no one intends it. If the Igigi witnessed the new being standing in the torchlight, blinking in confusion, a strange sympathy could rise. Not because the Igigi suddenly become saints, but because fatigue can make you sensitive to suffering you recognize. They recognize the blank, newly awakened look that says, "I do not know what I am yet." They recognize the moment before work becomes identity. They also recognise how quickly that moment ends in harsh systems. Back in the workshop, the first humans are moved, guided, arranged. Their hands are placed around tools, not their own tools forged by habit, but tools presented to them as if work is a gift. The hands close around handles. Fingers tighten. The body learns the weight of an object meant to be used. This is where the first breath turns into the first assignment. The instructions are not delivered like a bedtime story. They are delivered like a program being installed. You will do this. You will carry that. Even if the words are softened by ritual, language, the intent remains. The new beings exist to take the burden. And yet, because they are alive, the act creates small details the council cannot fully control. A human looks at a torch and flinches from the heat. A human turns toward the smell of water, drawn by thirst that has ignited the moment the body began to function. A human's stomach tightens with hunger that did not exist a few minutes ago. A human's eyes linger on faces searching for something in them, and that search itself is the beginning of relationship, whether the council wants relationship or not. Ninhursag notices these details. She has always noticed the details that rulers treat as insignificant. Hunger is not insignificant. Thirst is not insignificant. The need for rest is not insignificant. If the council wants humans to work, humans will need food, water, shelter, a rhythm of life that keeps bodies from collapsing too quickly. The council might not care about comfort, but it cares about function. Function requires maintenance. A workforce needs to be maintained the way canals need to be maintained. So even in the first moments, the solution multiplies into more work. Now, not only must the world be maintained, but the workforce itself must be fed and organised and controlled. The council has traded one kind of labour problem for a different kind of management problem. Enki understands this and probably accepts it as the price of his shortcut. Enlil may feel irritation at the extra complexity, but relief at the thought that the work itself will no longer be done by gods who can surround gates. Ninhursag feels the weight of it, in a more intimate way. She has created beings with needs, and needs do not vanish because rulers dislike them. When enough of the first humans are standing, the council's attention turns outward again, back to the gate, back to the Igigi. Messengers are sent. The announcement is made with careful phrasing. The Igigi are told their burden is lifted. They are told they will no longer be forced into endless toil. They are told that a new arrangement has been decreed. The words may even include a hint of reprimand, as if the rulers must save face by acting as though they are granting relief out of benevolence, rather than responding to pressure. The Igigi, hearing this, shift. The crowd's posture changes. Some begin to step back from the gate, not in defeat, but in the stunned quiet that follows a demand finally being answered. Others remain still, cautious, waiting to see proof. In a system like this, trust is not automatic. Trust has been burned along with the tools. Proof arrives in the form of movement from within. The gate opens, perhaps only partially at first, as if the rulers cannot bear to fling it wide in front of the crowd. Attendants appear. Guards appear. Then, guided out in groups, the first humans appear, unsteady but standing, holding tools, ready to be led toward the places where the work waits. For the Igigi, seeing humans for the first time is like seeing the future of labour made flesh. It is relief made visible. It is also a displacement made visible. The Igigi can feel in their own bodies the weight lifting. They can also see in the human's awkward stance and wide-eyed focus the weight settling onto new shoulders. Some Igigi will turn away quickly, unwilling to watch. Some will stare, unable to look away. A few might feel a flicker of satisfaction at the simple fact that their rebellion forced the rulers to act. The satisfaction is not pure joy. It is the satisfaction of leverage proven. The first humans, for their part, do not understand the politics they are walking through. They can sense tension the way any living creature senses tension. but they do not have the context. They see towering beings. They hear voices that carry authority. They smell smoke and earth and torch oil. They feel the tool in their hands. They're guided forward, and their feet touch ground outside the workshop space, and that ground feels colder, more open, less protected. When a new being steps into the world for the first time, the world becomes part of it immediately. The air feels different outside. The light is different. The noise of the crowd is different. A human's ears pick up tones, murmurs, the low current of many voices. The human's mind begins to categorize without knowing it is categorizing. Threat, safety, attention, command. The mind is being shaped not only by divine formula, but by environment. The environment in this moment is a labour crisis. This is the first day of humanity, and it begins not in a garden or a peaceful field, but in the aftermath of a siege at a gate, in the presence of exhausted gods and anxious rulers. Humanity enters existence inside a conflict's shadow. The first breath is taken in a world where someone is already expecting labour from that breath. The council watches the crowd begin to loosen, watches the Igigi step back, watches the pressure on the gate ease. Relief passes through the halls of power in a quiet wave. The crisis is turning. The visible humiliation is ending. For a ruler, that is the immediate victory. For Enki, the plan has moved from idea to functioning system. For Ninhursag, the cost has become a living population, with eyes that look around and mouths that will soon learn language fully enough to speak back. The first humans are led away from the gate toward the places where the work will be assigned. Their legs are still learning, their hands still adjust around tool handles, their minds are still waking up to what it means to be in a world with distance and hunger and effort. The Igigi, watching them go, feel the strange sensation of stepping out of a role they have carried for so long that it became identity. When the role is removed, what remains is not instantly clear. That uncertainty lingers as the crowd disperses, not all at once, but gradually in clusters, in tired silence. The siege ends without a final shout. It ends the way exhaustion ends, by slowly draining away once the immediate threat is removed. The gods who once dug and carried now face a new kind of day. A day where the trenches are no longer their responsibility. Yet the memory of those trenches still lives inside them, and the sight of humans walking toward the labour sites begins to settle into the world like a new habit forming, as if the entire system is inhaling and exhaling into a different rhythm, one where the work continues, the hierarchy remains, and the consequences of that first breath start spreading outward into the fields, the canals, and the long years that will follow. The first humans were not given time to wander and discover themselves the way a child discovers a room. They were brought into being with the same urgency that had dragged the high gods out of sleep and into council, and that urgency left fingerprints on everything that followed. Even the air around them carried a sense of instruction, as if the world they stepped into was already arranged with a single expectation in mind. Stand, listen, work. In the stories that tie their origin to the Igigi's uprising, humanity enters existence as an answer, and answers are rarely gentle. An answer is shaped to solve a problem, and the problem the council faced was not a lack of beauty or a lack of companionship. It was a shortage of willing labour among the immortals. The Igigi had demonstrated something the rulers could not ignore. A divine workforce could refuse. That refusal had looked like bodies at a gate, smoke from burned tools, and a silence so united it felt louder than shouting. So the council's solution did not aim at making life flourish. It aimed at making maintenance continue without threatening the hierarchy. That intention shows up immediately in how the new beings are handled. They are guided in groups, not introduced individually with affection, not offered choices, not asked what they want. Their first orientation to the world is practical. A tool in the hand, a direction given, a site prepared for digging or carrying, a rhythm established quickly, because rhythms are how labour becomes reliable. If you can lock a being into a routine early, you do not have to fight its will later. You simply let habit do the policing. From the council's perspective, this is efficiency. From Ninhursag's perspective, it is the moment her creations are claimed by a purpose she did not choose. From the human's perspective, which is still raw and wordless in those first hours, it is a flood of sensation and pressure that they do not yet know how to name. They feel the weight of an object. They feel the pull of thirst. They feel the ache of standing too long. They feel the sharp tone of command in a voice that expects obedience as naturally as water expects to flow downhill. Obedience, in this mythic logic, is not only a moral concept, it is a design feature. The council does not want another workforce that can surround a gate and bargain, so humans are made with limitations that make bargaining difficult. Mortality is one of them, and it matters in more ways than a simple lifespan count. A short life compresses experience. It makes long-term organising harder. It makes memory fragile in a population that is always renewing. If one generation suffers, the next generation still remembers through stories. But stories can be shaped by those in power, softened, redirected, turned into warnings about what happens when you challenge the gods. A workforce that dies is a workforce that can be replaced, and replaceability is the quiet skeleton inside every system built on forced labour. Dependence is another design choice. A being that needs food must live near food. A being that needs water must stay near water. A being that needs shelter will accept guidance toward where shelter exists. In a world where temples and storehouses control rations, dependence becomes a leash. The leash does not have to be pulled every minute. It simply has to exist, and the being will tug against it only so far before hunger persuades it to return. So the first humans are not merely assigned tasks. They are inserted into a supply chain. They are placed under supervisors. They are counted, rationed, organised. If the gods operate like a divine city-state, then humans become the workforce at the bottom of the ledger. Someone tracks how many bodies are available. Someone tracks how much work gets done. Someone decides who receives what in exchange. The myth does not always stop to describe these mechanisms, but the logic is there, because the whole purpose of creating humans is to stabilise a labour system, and stable labour systems always involve counting. There is a particular coldness in how quickly the new beings are expected to function. A newborn animal is allowed to wobble, to learn. A newborn workforce is not given much patience. The council's crisis pushes everything forward. The canals will not wait. The projects already underway cannot pause for long. The rulers do not want the Igigi's rebellion to become a story told across the heavens as proof that authority can be forced. They need results. Results require hands that work, even if those hands are still learning. This is where the phrase, "a species made for a task," becomes more than a dramatic label. The task is embedded in the origin story. Humans exist because someone wanted the baskets carried without negotiation. Humans exist because someone wanted the ditches dug without a crowd at the gate. Humans exist because someone wanted labour that could be managed through limitation, rather than respected through partnership. And yet the story cannot keep humans as simple tools for long, because the same ingredient that makes them useful also makes them complicated. The council's formula included divine substance. The clay was not left purely earth. A spark was added so the clay would hold mind and speech. That spark brings hidden potential, and potential is not something you can fully direct once it is alive. The hidden potential does not look like thunder. It looks like small things at first. Curiosity, imitation. A human watches a tool and figures out a better grip. A human watches water flow and learns to predict where it will pool. A human listens to a command and begins to understand patterns in commands, which is the beginning of strategy. A human learns how to speak, and speech is not only a way to receive orders, it is a way to share thoughts with other humans, and sharing thoughts is the seed of community. Community is where obedience starts to fray. The gods created humans to reduce the political risk of labour. They wanted workers who could not present themselves as equals, and they achieved that by making humans weaker in status and shorter in life. Yet they also created a population, and populations do not remain inert. A population multiplies, it spreads, it builds habits and stories, it invents small comforts, it creates rituals, it creates families. Even if the gods intended humans to be a workforce, humans will also become a society, because society is what living beings do when they share space and time. You can see the beginning of that even in the immediate aftermath of the creation. Humans are not sent out one by one. They are moved in groups. They watch each other. They learn by watching. If one human collapses under a load, the others notice. If one human succeeds, the others copy. If one human discovers a way to carry more comfortably, the trick spreads. This is not rebellion. It is adaptation. Still, adaptation is a quiet kind of power. It means the workforce is not only a set of bodies, it is a network of minds improving their own survival. Enki would understand this and perhaps even accept it. He likes systems that evolve. He prefers solutions that work in practice, even if they create new dynamics. Enlil would dislike it because improvement can look like independence. Ninhursag would notice it with a mixed feeling, because she recognizes that what has been created is not merely labor, it is life with its own momentum. There is another hidden layer as well, darker and stranger, and it comes from the sacrifice inside the formula. If a god's blood and essence are mixed into humanity, then the dead god is not entirely absent. In Mesopotamian thought, the dead can leave residues, they can leave restless forces. The myths that speak of ghosts and underworld presences treat death as a transition, not an erasure. So the divine ingredient inside humans is not only a gift of intelligence, it is also a trace of a divine death, embedded in every body that follows. That trace can be read in different ways. Some traditions treat it as the reason humans are clever and restless. Others treat it as the reason humans are noisy, multiplying, difficult to control. The very thing that makes humans capable of labour also makes them capable of dissatisfaction, because a mind is a mind. It can be trained, threatened, distracted, but it still notices patterns. It still experiences discomfort. It still compares. When a being can compare, it can judge. Judgment is another seed the council cannot fully suppress. In the first stage, the gods handle this by keeping the humans close to the structures of control. Tasks are given in clear terms. Rewards are delivered in tangible terms. Punishments are immediate. Over time, this grows into a familiar pattern. Work for rations, work for protection, work for access to water and land. In a later human city, that pattern becomes the heart of economy and governance. In the mythic story, you can see its outline forming right away, because the gods are essentially founding a labour regime and a food regime at the same time. That does not mean the humans are treated kindly. Kindness is not the mechanism is structure. Humans are placed under authority. Humans are taught that the gods' comfort depends on their effort. Humans are also taught that the gods can punish them with drought, disease and misfortune, because the gods control the environment in the mythic imagination. A workforce that believes the sky can strike it is a workforce that hesitates before refusing. Yet even a threatened workforce can develop hidden potential, because potential does not require permission. It requires time, and time arrives whether rulers approve or not. In the earliest phase, humans learn to manage the land. They learn to dig and to carry, yes, but also to coordinate. 2 humans can lift what 1 cannot. 10 humans can build what 2 cannot. 100 humans can reshape a landscape. This is exactly what the gods want, and it is also exactly what gives humans strength. Strength is never only physical. It is the ability to act together. This creates a strange mirror with the Igigi. The Igigi became dangerous when they realized they could act together. The gods' solution is to create a workforce that is less dangerous, but the workforce will still learn togetherness because togetherness is how labour succeeds. The council tries to limit that danger through mortality and status, but the danger does not vanish. It simply changes form. Humans will not surround Enlil's gate as equals, but humans will gather in other ways. They will gather in villages, they will gather in work crews, they will gather in temples to bring offerings and to ask for mercy. Each gathering is also a lesson in collective behaviour. The gods may encourage temple gathering because it channels human attention upward. If humans gather to worship, they are less likely to gather to plan refusal. Worship can be a tool of governance. A chant can be a leash. A festival can be a release valve. A ritual can be a way to drain tension that might otherwise become rebellion. This is not cynical in the mythic world. It is simply how order is maintained. Still, the side effect remains. Humans learn to speak together. Humans learn to coordinate. Humans learn to build shared meaning. Shared meaning becomes culture, and culture is a force no one fully controls. In the background of all this, the Igigi's relief becomes its own quiet story. Once relieved, the Igigi are no longer bound to the trenches. They step back into a different rank. Some accounts imagine them as returning to the divine assembly, no longer exhausted, their anger cooled. Others imagine them as still holding resentment, still remembering the decades, still watching what the gods have done in response. Their rebellion is resolved, yet the memory of it remains like a scar in the divine order. The rulers have learned that a divine workforce can revolt. That lesson makes them cautious in ways they were not before. It also makes them more invested in ensuring humans never gain the same leverage. So humans are not only created, humans are managed. Managed through limitation, through dependency, through a controlled relationship to resources and to sacred institutions. Managed through stories about their purpose, stories repeated until purpose feels like identity. You're here to serve, you're here to work, you're here to keep the world stable so the gods can remain gods. If humans internalize that story, the labour system becomes smoother. If they do not internalize it, the gods have other tools. Even so, hidden potential keeps slipping through the cracks. One of the first cracks is simple invention. A being created to carry baskets will eventually notice that baskets can be improved. A being created to dig will notice that a tool can be shaped differently. A being created to haul will notice that rollers reduce friction. These are small observations, but small observations accumulate. Accumulation leads to technology, and technology shifts power. Not necessarily power against the gods, but power within the human world. A human who knows how to make a better tool becomes important. Importance creates hierarchy among humans, and hierarchy creates new forms of obedience and new forms of resistance. This is how the divine labour solution becomes the seed of human civilization. Another crack is emotion. A workforce that is only a workforce is still made of beings who feel attachment. Attachment produces loyalty and grief. Grief produces rituals. Rituals produce memory. Memory becomes history, even if it is only a history told around fires after a day of work. A ruler can control rations, but controlling what people whisper to their children is harder. Over generations, whispers become myths, and myths become alternative ways of understanding why life is hard. If the official story is that humans work because it is their role, an alternative story might say humans work because the gods are afraid of their own workers. The alternative story might not be spoken openly, but it can exist as a flavour in certain prayers, a bitterness in certain laments, a deep suspicion that the divine order is not purely benevolent. Suspicion is a kind of knowledge, and knowledge changes behaviour. The hidden potential also lives in the very divine ingredient the council used. If humans contain a spark of the divine, then humans will sometimes reach beyond their assignment. They will dream. They will ask for meaning. They will build monuments not only to obey, but to remember themselves. They will create songs and stories, not because the gods demanded them, but because minds produce patterns the way hearts produce beating. A mind that can follow instructions can also imagine alternatives. That imagination does not always become rebellion, yet it prevents obedience from being complete. Enlil might sense this and tighten control. encouraging harsher boundaries, clearer punishments, stricter demands. Enki might sense it and steer it, offering humans knowledge in controlled ways, teaching them how to live within the system while still developing. Ninhursag might simply watch, knowing that once life exists, life does what it does. The first humans walking toward the labour sites are not thinking in these large frames. They are feeling the immediate world, the sun, the weight, the dryness of the throat, the pull of hunger, the presence of other humans beside them moving in awkward synchrony. They learn the simplest lesson first. Effort changes the body. The second lesson arrives soon after. Effort earns survival. The third lesson emerges over time. Survival can be improved by cooperation. That third lesson is the quiet door to hidden potential. When humans cooperate, they do not only become more efficient workers, they become a collective entity. They begin to assign roles among themselves. One watches children while others work. One shapes tools while others dig. One remembers stories while others haul. Division of labour begins among the labourers. Ironically, the gods created humans to solve a labour problem, and humans respond by creating their own internal labour structures, their own economies of effort and reward. Once that happens, human obedience to the gods becomes only one layer in a growing stack of obediences. Humans will obey their own leaders. Humans will obey their own elders. Humans will obey the rules of their own communities. Each layer of human order makes humans easier to manage as a workforce, yet each layer also makes humans more capable of independent action. A village that can organise irrigation for itself can also organise defence. A city that can store grain can also withstand scarcity longer. A society that can record counts on clay can also keep its own accounts and remember debts. Remembering debts is another form of power. It is almost difficult to imagine a more fitting irony for a story born in the land of tablets. Humans are made from clay, and humans become the ones who write on clay. The same substance that formed their bodies becomes the substance that holds their memory and their claims. Once humans write, their hidden potential changes again, because writing is a way to make thought endure beyond a single lifespan. Mortality becomes less effective as a control mechanism when ideas can be preserved. A short-lived worker can still pass on knowledge if the knowledge is carved into something that lasts. In the earliest phase, perhaps no one expects humans to write. The gods expect humans to carry. Still, the conditions that produce writing are the same conditions that produce large-scale labour. Counting, rationing, managing supplies. A workforce created to maintain canals will eventually be involved in distribution. Distribution requires records. Records require marks. Marks become symbols. Symbols become writing. The path is not instant, but the seeds are present from the beginning, planted by the very administrative logic the gods use to control. Hidden potential does not mean immediate rebellion. It means the created beings are not merely shaped matter. They are minds moving through time, accumulating skill, forming relationships, inventing tools, building structures, and creating meanings that no council fully planned. The council wanted quiet hands. It received hands that will learn. The council wanted obedient backs. It received backs that will grow strong. The council wanted replaceable lives. It received a species that can multiply, remember, and eventually leave traces on the earth that outlast individual bodies. As the first generation of humans is guided into work, the world begins to take on a new rhythm. The canals are tended again. The maintenance resumes. The Igigi step away from the trenches. The gate is no longer surrounded. Order returns on the surface. Underneath, a new current begins, quieter than rebellion, slower than panic, yet persistent. It is the current of a created species settling into the world, learning how to live inside its assignment, while also expanding beyond it in small ways that look harmless until you notice how many of those small ways have accumulated. Not far from where the first humans begin to dig, there will soon be places where they sleep together, eat together, share water, share stories. Those places will become camps, then villages, then towns. Around those settlements, the labour will become more organised, and around that organisation, the gods' expectations will become more structured as well, because the gods will realise that managing humans is not only about giving orders, it is about shaping the environment humans grow in, shaping the stories humans tell, shaping the institutions humans gather under, and in the next stretch of this story, the focus naturally drifts from the first breath and the first assignment toward the first patterns of human life itself, the first routines that turn a manufactured workforce into a living society, and the first signs that the solution to one uprising has planted the seeds of a different kind of power on the earth. After the smoke thinned and the torches outside Enlil's gate burned down to their quieter coals, the world did something it often does after a crisis. It tried to pretend it had always been stable. The crowd of Igigi loosened without ceremony. The ring of bodies that had felt like a new wall slowly became a handful of tired clusters, and then a scattering, and then a memory. Guards returned to their practiced stances. Attendants began to walk again instead of run. Even the air seemed to settle, as if the very wind had been holding its breath and finally decided it could exhale. For the Igigi, the first sensation of relief did not arrive as joy. It arrived as emptiness in the hands. Hands that had grip tool handles for so long that the grip felt permanent now hung at their sides with nothing to hold. That sounds like a small thing until you imagine how identity can attach itself to a repeated motion. The body learns a routine so deeply that it expects it. The shoulders expect weight. The fingers expect pressure. The feet expect the same path along the same bank. When the routine is taken away, the body keeps reaching for it out of habit, and then suddenly it has to face the strange fact that it no longer has to. Relief can be disorienting like that. It can make you feel lighter, and yet unsure where to place yourself. The Igigi had demanded an end to toil, and they had won it in the most direct way possible by forcing the masters to act. Yet winning does not instantly erase decades. It does not dissolve the memory of mud under nails, of sun pressing down on the back of the neck, of orders arriving as if exhaustion were invisible. The relief sits on top of those memories rather than replacing them, like a clean cloth laid over a scar. Some of the Igigi likely felt their anger drain away so quickly it left behind a quiet trembling. Anger is a fuel. It keeps you upright when you are near collapse. When the fuel is no longer needed, the body notices how tired it truly is. The days after the standoff would have been filled with a kind of heavy calm, as if the whole workforce had reached the end of a long storm and was now standing in damp silence, listening to the world return to normal sounds. Normal sounds included work beginning again, but not in the hands of the Igigi. The first humans, unsteady and newly awake to the world's texture, were led toward the places where the maintenance waited. Their steps were tentative at first, yet they were still steps, and steps were all the council needed to see to believe the solution had taken hold. In that early movement you can feel how the peace was purchased. The old burden did not vanish. It moved. It slid off divine shoulders and settled onto mortal backs, onto bodies designed to tire, to hunger, to age, to be replaced. This is why the ending of Igigi toil is not an ending in the comforting sense. It is a transfer. The council solved the problem it cared about most, which was not fairness, but stability. The divine order needed the canals tended and the earth managed. It needed baskets lifted and silt cleared. The Igigi had shown that a workforce with divine status could make demands and apply pressure. The council's answer was to build a workforce that could be pressured more easily, one that could be managed through limitation, one that would not have centuries to gather resentment into a single, unstoppable refusal. From the ruler's side, it could be framed as benevolence. The Igigi were relieved, harmony restored, a new arrangement decreed. If anyone wanted to sound generous, they could say a new being had been created so the world's work would not crush those who had carried it for too long. Words like that can be said smoothly in a hall. They can be written onto tablets. They can be spoken in a tone that makes the decision feel like a gift. The reality, however, is that the gift came with a collar. A servant class is not simply a group of workers, it is a group defined by purpose. The first humans were introduced to existence through instruction. Their earliest relationships were organized around command and compliance. They were counted and placed, not welcomed and asked. Their bodies carried a divine spark, and yet the structure built around them was meant to keep that spark from becoming leverage. The Igigi would have seen this immediately, even if they did not speak of it openly. They knew what it meant to be assigned endless work. They knew the feeling of being needed and overlooked at the same time. So when they watched humans being guided into the trenches, they were watching their own past being repeated in a different form, with one difference that made everything more complicated. Humans were not simply reassigned gods. Humans were new. Humans did not have divine rank to protect them. Humans would not be able to surround a gate and force a council by right. If humans protested, the world above could threaten them in ways that did not work on immortals. A mortal body can be threatened with hunger. A mortal body can be threatened with disease. A mortal body can be threatened with death. Even without open violence, the mere possibility becomes a tool. So the peace after the uprising had a strange flavour. It was real peace for the Igigi, at least in the immediate sense. Their tools were no longer theirs. Their labour was no longer demanded. The trenches were no longer their fate. Yet peace built on displacement carries a quiet unrest inside it, because it requires someone else to carry what you have put down. Not every Igigi would sit with that thought in the same way. Some would be too exhausted to look back. When you have carried a burden for 40 years, your first instinct after setting it down is not philosophy, it is rest. Some would feel only a fierce satisfaction that the masters had finally been forced to acknowledge what the work cost. Others might feel a dull guilt that rose in private and was pushed away whenever it threatened to become too sharp. Guilt is easy to dismiss when you have been treated as a tool yourself. It is easy to say the world is unfair, and you simply stopped being the one crushed by it. There is also the possibility that some Igigi were drawn into the new labour system in a different role, not as diggers, but as overseers, organisers, watchers. A hierarchy does not like empty space. If a large class of beings is suddenly relieved of toil, leadership will find a way to use them without giving them the same kind of leverage again. Assigning former workers to supervise new workers is one of the oldest tricks in systems built on labour. It offers the relieved group a sense of status and purpose. It also turns their experience into a tool of control. Who better to keep humans working than those who know what it looks like when a workforce begins to whisper? If that happened, it would add another layer to the piece. The Igigi would no longer be dragging baskets, yet they would be close enough to the trenches to remember them. They would stand on the bank and watch the new bodies strain. They would carry authority now, perhaps a small authority, but authority nonetheless. That shift can be intoxicating to a being who has lived under command for decades. It can also be sour because it forces the former worker to become part of the machine that once crushed them. In the halls of power, peace was celebrated more cleanly. Enlil's face had been threatened by a siege at his gate. He would want that insult covered quickly. He would want the story of the event shaped so that it did not sound like the masters had been cornered. He would want to reassert the idea that the council's decision was a decree, not a concession. That meant ceremonies, statements, perhaps even quiet punishments behind the scenes to remind everyone that rebellion is still dangerous, even if it produced results this time. This is how authority protects itself after being shaken. It rewrites the memory. It makes the resolution look like proof of strength rather than proof of fear. It prefers a story where the rulers chose to relieve the Igigi out of wisdom, because wisdom sounds better than panic. It also prefers a story where humans were created as part of an orderly plan rather than an emergency response. Emergency creation implies vulnerability. Orderly creation implies control. Enki, in contrast, would not need the story to sound tidy to feel satisfied. His satisfaction would come from function. A system was failing. A new structure was introduced. The labour resumed. The revolt ended. In a mind like his, consequences are part of the landscape, not a reason to avoid action. He might even watch the first humans at work and feel a quiet pride in the cleverness of the solution, the way a craftsman feels pride when a joint holds under pressure. Ninhursag would carry the piece differently. She had been asked to create, not as an act of celebration, but as a tool of governance. She had shaped life under the weight of a crisis, and now that life was being organised into toil, she would see the bodies she had made learning hunger and soreness and fatigue. She would notice their flinches, their thirst, the way they watched each other to learn. She would notice the first small injuries, the first blisters, the first moments when a body simply sat down because it did not know yet how to pace itself through endless work. The council might not care about those details, but a mother of creation cannot unsee them once they exist. This difference in perception is part of what makes the peace uneasy. Peace for rulers can be measured by quiet gates and resumed productivity. Peace for a creator can be measured by whether life is allowed to be more than a tool. Those measurements do not match. Out in the working places, where earth meets water and maintenance never fully ends, the new servant class began to form its earliest habits. The humans did not arrive with culture already written in them, but they arrived with enough mind to pick it up quickly. They learned by watching. They learned by copying. They learned by pain, which is one of the fastest teachers and one of the harshest. They would have been organised immediately, because a workforce without organisation is a risk. A cluster of humans scattered across a landscape is hard to control and hard to feed. A cluster of humans gathered into crews is easier to count, easier to ration, easier to supervise. So crews formed, and with crews came routines, and with routines came a rhythm that began to shape human time. Wake, work, carry, dig, rest, eat, sleep, repeat. The rhythm was not invented by humans, it was imposed, at least at first. Yet imposed rhythms become internal rhythms quickly when survival depends on them. The first rations matter here, because rations are where obedience becomes tangible. A being that works and receives food begins to connect compliance with survival. A being that hesitates and receives less learns a lesson without needing to be struck. A being that tries to run learns the landscape is bigger than its strength, and that thirst will catch it before a guard does. Control does not have to look like chains when the world itself can be used as the chain. In Mesopotamian imagination, rations and labour are deeply linked, and you can feel that cultural reality inside the myth. The gods are not simply creating humans to dig in some abstract sense. They're creating humans to sustain an entire system of provisioning and maintenance. That means storehouses, that means schedules, that means overseers who track output. Even if the myth does not pause to show the clay tablet with numbers carved into it, the logic is already there. A workforce is not merely bodies. A workforce is bodies plus a system that turns bodies into predictable results. This predictability is the purchase price of the piece. The council did not want another workforce that could become unpredictable in the way the Igigi had become unpredictable, so it built predictability into the human condition. Mortality, need, dependence, and a role defined from the first breath. Still, the hidden potential remained, and it showed itself immediately in ways that were almost invisible to those in power. A human learns to tie a load more securely. Another learns to pace their breathing so they can carry farther without collapsing. Another sees that the soil is easier to move at a certain time of day when it is not baked hard. These are small efficiencies, but efficiencies accumulate, and anything that accumulates becomes a form of power. Power in a labour system does not always look like rebellion. Sometimes it looks like knowledge shared quietly among workers. Knowledge is a way to reduce suffering. It is also a way to make the body last longer, which is the kind of thing a ruler likes, because a durable workforce is cheaper than constantly replacing broken bodies. So the system unintentionally rewards some forms of hidden potential, even while fearing others. The gods would likely respond to this by encouraging useful skills while discouraging independent gathering. They might allow humans to learn techniques, but they would prefer humans not to learn solidarity that could someday resemble the Igigi's unity. That is why servant classes are often controlled not only by labour demands, but by story demands. A story is a leash that can be held at a distance. Humans are taught why they exist. They're taught that their work supports the world. They're taught that the gods are owed service. They're taught that the hierarchy is natural, because what feels natural is rarely questioned. They're given rituals that keep them turning their faces upward. They're given festivals that release tension. They are given fear in the form of divine punishment for disobedience, because fear is a strong binder of behaviour. At the same time, because the gods are not stupid, they would also give humans a sense that obedience has meaning. Pure coercion produces brittle compliance. Brittle compliance breaks when pressure rises. Meaning produces steadier labour. So humans might be told that their work keeps chaos away, that their offerings feed the gods, that their maintenance sustains the rivers, that their service is part of cosmic balance. To a human mind, such meaning can be comforting. Comfort can make toil feel bearable. Bearable toil is less likely to ignite rebellion. Once the Igigi are relieved, their place. Once the Igigi are relieved, their place in the divine order becomes a question. They are still gods. They still carry status. Yet their experience has marked them. They have learned that the hierarchy can be pressured. They have learned that the council can panic. They have learned that Enlil can be surrounded. That knowledge is not something a ruler wants widely held. So the Igigi might find themselves gently managed as well, perhaps given roles that keep them inside the divine system while keeping them from gathering again in the same way. They might be granted honours that soothe their pride. They might be assigned tasks that are lighter yet still binding, tasks that keep them occupied and separated. They might be dispersed into different domains. A workforce that cannot assemble is a workforce that cannot siege a gate. Dispersal is another tool of control, and it can be done with smiles. If some Igigi resent the creation of humans as a solution, their resentment might become private. They have achieved relief, which is what they demanded, and demanding more could feel dangerous. They have also demonstrated the limit of what is possible within the system. They forced a change, yes. They did not overturn the hierarchy. The hierarchy protected itself by moving the burden downward into a new population. That is the lesson of their victory, and it can taste bitter even as it tastes like rest. For a time, the world might look stable again. Canals are tended, rivers are managed, the projects continue, the high gods return to councils that feel less frantic. Enlil's sleep becomes protected once more. The gate returns to being a symbol of distance rather than a place of confrontation. Yet the peace has a quiet crack in it, because the solution did not eliminate the core truth that produced the uprising. It did not eliminate the reality that endless labour eventually produces refusal. It simply chose a workforce whose refusal would be easier to punish and easier to replace. A being can be replaceable and still be alive. A being can be controllable and still develop memory. A being can be dependent and still learn to cooperate. Those truths do not vanish because a council prefers them not to exist. So while the Igigi step away from toil, humans step into it, and the world begins to hear new sounds in the work zones. Human voices learning to coordinate, human breathing under strain, human feet making paths that become permanent, human complaints that begin as sighs and later become words. Those sounds are smaller than the Igigi's siege, but they are more persistent. They will be present every day. They will multiply as humans multiply. This is where the peace becomes complicated even for the rulers. They wanted labour without risk among immortals. They have gained labour, but they have also created a species that will fill the land with life. Life makes noise, life spreads, life invents. In later tellings, the gods become irritated by human noise, by human growth, by the unexpected scale of the new workforce's presence. That irritation is not separate from the peace. It is born from it. When you create a servant class large enough to replace divine labour, you do not create a small thing. You create a population, and population changes the world. Enki would likely see this and anticipate it, because his mind naturally follows consequences. He might even regard it as acceptable, the cost of a solution that prevented divine rebellion from becoming a repeated threat. Enlil might feel it as a new kind of annoyance, an ongoing reminder that the world is now full of beings who must be managed. Ninhursag might feel it as a quiet ache, because the lives she shaped are now caught in the gears of a system that does not pause to ask what life wants. Out near the canals, as humans learn to lift and dig, they also begin to learn each other. The first friendships form, not by choice, but by proximity. The first rivalries form because scarcity creates competition. The first small kindnesses form because exhaustion makes kindness feel like a drink of water. The servant class becomes a society without anyone formally announcing it. People gather at night. They share food. They share stories. They point at the stars and wonder in their own quiet ways. Wonder is part of the divine spark, and wonder cannot be fully assigned to a task. The peace, then, holds in the way a dam holds, strong for now, yet always under pressure from what it contains. The Igigi have been relieved, and the divine hierarchy has returned to its familiar posture, but the world beneath is now populated by beings created in a crisis, shaped for labour, infused with sacred substance, and capable of accumulating memory faster than the council might prefer. That accumulation will matter later, when the gods begin to notice how quickly humans fill the earth, how their voices carry at night, how their needs and their ambitions grow alongside their capacity to work, and how a solution designed to silence one rebellion has quietly planted the conditions for a different kind of tension to rise, not at a single gate in a single night, but across the landscape wherever humans gather and learn that even a servant class, once it becomes a people, can develop ways of being that are not contained neatly within the task it was made to perform. When a story begins with exhausted workers surrounding a gate, it tends to leave footprints, not just inside its own culture, but in the neighbouring cultures that trade with it, fight with it, borrow from it, marry into it, and carry pieces of it away like dust on sandals. Mesopotamia did not sit in a sealed jar. It sat at the centre of roots that moved grain, metal, wool, timber, and people. Along with all that practical cargo, stories travel too, because stories are easy to pack. A story fits in a memory. A story fits in a song. A story fits in a small retelling at a campfire when the work is done, and the night is quiet enough to hear your own thoughts. The rebellion of the Igigi and the council's response has a very specific shape. There is a workforce that feels trapped. There is a ruling group that expects obedience as a law of nature. There is a sudden collective refusal that turns labour into leverage. There is panic above and unity below. There is a meeting in the dark and then a solution that moves the burden onto someone else. That shape is so human that it can reappear in many places even without direct borrowing. Still, in the ancient world, borrowing happened constantly. A Mesopotamian myth had centuries to spread outward through scribes, merchants, diplomats, and conquered peoples. One of the first echoes that stands out is the simple idea of humans made from earth and given breath. That line appears in different traditions with different meanings, yet the basic picture is stubbornly consistent. The soil becomes the body. A divine action becomes the animation. In Mesopotamia, clay is not a poetic choice. It is the everyday substance of construction and record. A human made of clay is a human made of the same stuff as walls and tablets, and that fits a society that built its cities from mud brick and preserved its knowledge by pressing signs into wet earth. When later traditions describe humans formed from dust or earth, the image feels familiar because it speaks the same language of material reality. Bodies come from the ground. Bodies return to the ground. The difference lies in why the body is made and what it is meant to do. In the Igigi crisis, the reason is blunt. The gods need work done. The workers refuse. A new worker is created. That makes humanity, at least in this strand of myth, a solution to a labour dispute. Later traditions often soften the motive, framing creation as purposeful in a moral sense, or as an act of divine generosity, or as part of a larger plan about stewardship and meaning. Even so, the older economic heartbeat sometimes remains faintly audible. Humans exist to maintain, to cultivate, to build, to serve a divine order that does not run on wishes alone. Another echo appears in the recurring pattern of a divine council. In the Igigi story, the council is not a background detail. It is the engine of the turning point. Authority gathers, argues, fears, and finally authorises creation as policy. A divine council is also a common feature in many later mythologies and religious texts, even when the names and theology change. The idea that the highest decisions happen in an assembly, with debate and decree, fits the political reality of city-states and empires. People who live under councils and courts tend to imagine the cosmos the same way. The universe, in that kind of imagination, has administration. It has hierarchy. It has meetings when something goes wrong. That council setting becomes even more interesting when paired with another echo. The idea that the divine realm has internal conflict. The Igigi rebellion is not a war of gods against monsters. It is gods against gods, or at least a fracture inside the divine workforce and leadership. Later mythologies love divine conflict because it explains why the world feels unstable, even under a supposedly ordered sky. Greek tradition has the Titanomachy, a cosmic struggle between older powers and Olympian authority. It is not the same story as the Igigi revolt, yet the structural feeling is similar. A new order must establish itself. Old arrangements are challenged, violence and punishment follow. The winners build a system that tries to prevent the same challenge from rising again. Greek myth also offers a striking echo in the figure of Prometheus, who shapes humans from clay in many later retellings. The details differ across sources and periods, yet the combination of clay and divine involvement feels like a cousin of the Mesopotamian creation formula. Prometheus then becomes a symbol of a boundary-crossing act, bringing fire and knowledge, and the ruling god responds with punishment. The heart of that pattern resembles the anxiety of rulers in the Igigi story. When new beings gain tools, or when tools are transferred to a lower class, authority becomes nervous. Knowledge spreads. Control feels less secure. Punishment becomes the method of restoring the boundary. Even the idea of a sacrificial ingredient has echoes. Mesopotamian creation stories that include divine blood or divine substance being mixed into the clay carry a cold realism. Life is purchased by loss. Later traditions often avoid describing creation as a literal mixture of blood, yet the logic of sacrifice as a foundation remains widespread. A world is stabilized by someone paying a price. A community is protected by someone being offered up. A new phase begins with a death. The details change, but the emotional logic stays recognizable. A particularly important set of echoes appears in later Jewish and early Christian literature that deals with rebellious heavenly beings. The Book of Enoch and related traditions speak of watchers, heavenly figures who transgress boundaries, teach forbidden knowledge, and become entangled with humanity in ways that provoke judgment. The Igigi are not the watchers, and the Igigi story is not identical to Enochic narratives. Yet the themes overlap in ways that have made scholars and readers notice parallels. There is an idea of beings above stepping out of their proper role. There is an anxiety about knowledge and its consequences. There is a punishment that reinforces cosmic boundaries. There is also, in some versions, a sense that human history is shaped by a conflict that began in the unseen realm. In the Igigi crisis, the boundary crossed is refusal. The workers refuse their assigned labour. That refusal threatens the administration of the cosmos. In Watcher traditions, the boundary crossed is dissent and instruction. Heavenly beings teach and mingle, and the result is disorder. In both cases, authority responds because a line has been crossed and the system feels at risk. One tradition frames the danger as labour stability. The other frames it as moral and cosmic contamination. Yet the shared element is the fear of what happens when those above do not stay in place. There is also a more direct cultural bridge in the long history of Israel and Judah's contact with Mesopotamia, including periods of exile and imperial rule. It is not necessary to imagine a simple one-to-one copying of myths to see how motifs could pass across languages and centuries. Scribes trained in one culture can absorb images from another, even when they reshape them to fit new theology. The flood story is the clearest example of this kind of transmission and transformation, since Mesopotamian flood traditions are older and appear in multiple texts, and later Near Eastern traditions preserve a flood narrative with different moral framing. The relevance here is not only the flood itself, but the larger idea that human origins and human crises are explained through divine decisions made in response to a problem. The Igigi revolt leads to the creation of humans as labour. Later flood narratives often focus on why humanity is judged or preserved. Even so, the sense that humans exist inside a managed system, where divine displeasure can reshape the world, fits the same kind of cosmic administration. Another echo appears in how later myths handle the problem of labour. Many cultures tell stories that explain why humans must work hard, why the ground resists, why food must be earned by sweat. Sometimes this is framed as a punishment for disobedience. Sometimes it is framed as the natural condition of mortal life. In Mesopotamia, especially in the line that runs through Atrahasis, hard labour is not simply a moral punishment. It is the task assigned to humans so gods do not have to do it. That is a different explanation, yet it produces a similar lived result. Humans work. Humans tire. Humans wonder why life is heavy. A myth offers an origin that makes the heaviness feel like part of a structured world rather than random cruelty. The Igigi story also echoes in the recurring theme of rulers being disturbed by the noise of the many. In some Mesopotamian narratives, once humans exist and multiply, their noise becomes an irritant to the gods, and that irritation leads to attempts to reduce their numbers through plagues or other disasters. Whether one reads that literally or as a symbolic reflection of how elites view crowded cities, it resonates with later stories where divine or royal authority reacts to human growth with fear. Large populations become difficult to manage. Large populations create pressure. Pressure invites control measures. The language changes, but the social observation remains consistent. There is also an echo in the way later demonological traditions imagine the leftovers of divine conflict spilling into human life. Mesopotamia has a rich world of spirits, restless forces, underworld figures, and ritual protections. If humanity is born from a divine death mixed into clay, then humanity begins with a residue of the divine dead inside it. Later traditions, in different ways, also imagine that the unseen world has residues, that something from a prior rebellion remains active, tempting, oppressing, or haunting. The Igigi are not cast as demons in the primary Mesopotamian accounts, yet the emotional pathway from divine conflict to human vulnerability is a bridge that later mythologies cross again and again. Greek tradition offers another kind of echo in the idea of a golden age that ends and is replaced by harder conditions. Hesiod's ages of man move from ease to struggle. Mesopotamian stories sometimes carry a similar drift, where early arrangements change through divine decisions and later life becomes more constrained. The Igigi revolt is one of those pivot points. Before, gods worked. After, humans work. That shift can be read as an origin for why life feels like effort. Later traditions often place that shift elsewhere, perhaps in a moral fall, perhaps in a theft of knowledge, perhaps in divine jealousy. The human experience being explained remains the same. Even in Egyptian material, where the theological structure differs, there are repeating motifs of divine authority, cosmic order, and the need to maintain balance through labour and ritual. Egyptian thought is deeply invested in Mat, the principle of order. Mesopotamian thought is deeply invested in practical order through management of water and city life. Both can produce stories where humans exist to uphold a divine arrangement. The Igigi narrative makes that explicit as labour transfer. Other traditions make it explicit as ritual and moral duty. Different tools, similar aim. When you step back from individual names and look at the repeated shapes, a pattern becomes easier to see. Ancient societies lived under hierarchy. They lived under obligations. They lived under rulers who demanded work and under environments that demanded maintenance. It would be strange if their myths did not mirror that. The Igigi story is unusually clear about the political mechanics, which is one reason it feels modern when people read it today. It names the problem as labour. It names the solution as replacing the workforce. Many later myths keep the same skeleton but dress it in different clothing. There is also the matter of language itself. Terms like Igigi, Anunnaki, and the names of individual gods shift in meaning across time and text. Later cultures encountering these names could misunderstand them, translate them loosely, or map them onto their own categories. A council of gods in one tradition becomes a host of heaven in another. A rebellious worker class in one tradition becomes fallen beings in another. This does not require a conspiracy. It requires only time, translation, and the normal way stories mutate when they cross borders. That mutation can also be driven by what each culture needed the story to explain. Mesopotamian city life needed to explain why humans toil, and why divine order requires constant maintenance. A later monotheistic tradition might need to explain why a single god allows hardship, and so the story shifts from a labour policy to a moral narrative. A Greek tradition might need to explain why Zeus's authority is justified, and so cosmic conflicts become founding wars. The core feeling stays. Authority is challenged. Authority responds. The world afterward is shaped by that response. The war echoes also appear in smaller details that feel almost like coincidences, until you notice how often they recur. The motif of a sacred substance animating a body of earth appears widely. The motif of a boundary transgressed by beings above appears widely. The motif of punishment that involves confinement, binding, or exile appears widely. The motif of humans being caught in the aftershocks of a conflict they did not start appears widely. Mesopotamia is one early reservoir of these motifs, and later cultures keep drawing from the same well, sometimes knowingly, sometimes without realizing it. There is a quiet irony in how the Igigi revolt, a story about workers refusing to be used, becomes part of a broader mythic landscape where humans are repeatedly framed as servants, labourers, or caretakers under divine command. The revolt ends divine toil by creating human toil. Later myths often preserve the feeling that toil is not accidental. It has an origin, it has a cause. It was placed on humanity by a decision above. The moral interpretation differs, yet the core implication is the same. Work is not only practical, it is part of the structure of existence. If you keep that in mind, the Igigi story begins to feel less isolated. It becomes one node in a network of stories that different cultures use to explain why life is organised the way it is, why the powerful stay comfortable, why the many carry the weight, and why the unseen realm sometimes feels like it has politics of its own. At the same time, it is important not to flatten everything into a single universal template. Similarities do not always mean direct borrowing. Two societies can invent similar myths because they face similar pressures. Irrigation agriculture requires coordinated labour and constant maintenance. Hierarchies arise to organise it. Those hierarchies create resentment and fear. Myths then give those feelings a cosmic stage. Mesopotamia's myths are simply among the earliest written records of that pattern, preserved on clay in a way that lets later readers see the gears. This is where the question of what we actually have in the tablets becomes more important than the sweeping comparisons. When people talk about war echoes, it is easy to let later retellings reshape the original into something it never quite was. It is easy to treat the Igigi as demons, or the Anunnaki as a single unified group, or the story as a simple heavenly battle with clear heroes and villains. The surviving texts are messier than that. They contain gaps. They contain multiple versions. They contain scribal choices that affect nuance. They also contain ordinary human concerns disguised as divine narrative. The more you compare the Igigi revolt to later myths, the more you feel a pull toward tidy categories. Fallen ones, rebel angels, titans, giants. The old Mesopotamian material does not always cooperate with those tidy labels. Sometimes it speaks in the language of work crews and burden. Sometimes it speaks in the language of council decrees. Sometimes it speaks in the language of ritual procedure. The echoes are real, yet the original sound has its own texture. That texture matters because it changes how you understand the war that created humanity in this story. If the conflict is treated as a cosmic rebellion of evil beings, then humanity's origin becomes a moral drama. If the conflict is treated as a labour revolt by exhausted workers, then humanity's origin becomes an administrative solution with spiritual consequences. The difference is not small. It changes the entire mood of what humans are in the story. Servants, yes, but also living evidence of a crisis in the divine order. So as these echoes ripple outward into later traditions, it becomes useful to return to the practical details, the ones that survive on tablets and in careful translations. Names, terms, roles, and the specific sequence of events are where the story resists being turned into a generic myth. Those specifics are also where small translation choices can shift meaning, where a word that looks like God in one context might mean something more like divine being or exalted one in another, where a term that seems like a fixed title might be used differently in different periods. The war echoes are there, spreading across centuries like a familiar melody played on different instruments. Yet the next step is to listen more closely to the first instrument that played it, to the lines that survive, the silences that matter, and the places where modern readers may be filling gaps with assumptions that the old stories never actually required. In a lot of modern retellings, there is a temptation to paint the whole story in sharp colours. Heroes on one side, villains on the other, angels and demons, light and darkness. It feels neat and it feels satisfying because it gives the mind something simple to hold. Yet the clay tablets that carry the oldest versions of this crisis do not really cooperate with that kind of clean moral sorting. When the Igigi finally break, the language that survives in the Atrahasis tradition is not the language of evil beings rising up to corrupt the cosmos. It is the language of burden, misery, and forced labour. The workers complain that the load is too heavy, and the revolt is described with the blunt mechanics of a strike. They talk together, they decide together, they set fire to their tools, and they surround Enlil's dwelling. Even the way the story frames Enlil's reaction points to politics and fear rather than moral judgment. Enlil is not standing like a saint against wickedness. He is the foreman god whose house has been ringed by the workforce, and the moment is embarrassing, destabilising, and dangerous in a practical sense. The tension is about governance. The entire machinery of divine order depends on work continuing, and suddenly the beings assigned to that work are refusing. This is why the tablets do not call them evil in the way many people expect. In this older Mesopotamian frame, rebellion is not automatically treated as cosmic wickedness. It is treated as a rupture in order, and order, in these texts, is not only a moral category, it is an operational category. Order means the canals are dug. Order means the fields are tended. Order means the temple has what it needs. Order means the hierarchy stays intact and everyone remains in their assigned place. A rebellion threatens that, not because it is metaphysically sinful, but because it breaks the mechanism. That difference matters. Mesopotamian myth is full of gods who behave badly by modern standards. Gods who rage, gods who punish too harshly, gods who make choices that hurt the many to protect the few. Yet those gods remain gods. They remain inside the system. Their actions may be called destructive or bad in a situational sense, but the story does not always treat them like permanently branded villains. When the world is imagined as a divine city-state, the gods are imagined like rulers and officials, Officials can be cruel, short-sighted, jealous, and still be legitimate officials. Legitimacy is not the same thing as goodness. The Igigi fit inside that kind of imagination. They are not described as demons in the core strike narrative. They are a group of gods, a category of divine beings, and even the reference works that collect Mesopotamian deity lists treat Igigi/Igigu as a divine group rather than a demonic class. They are, in the story's logic, the younger or lower-ranking gods who got stuck doing the heavy work until the heavy work became unbearable. Their rebellion reads less like a fall into evil, and more like a labour revolt inside a hierarchy. There is also a linguistic and ritual clue here that helps make the point feel more concrete. Mesopotamian texts actually do have very explicit ways to label certain forces as harmful, dangerous, or evil. The vocabulary exists. The categories exist. The ritual literature is full of named threats, and the words used for those threats are not subtle. For example, when Mesopotamian exorcistic traditions speak about malevolent forces, they can attach direct qualifiers that mean evil or bad. In Akkadian, lemnu is one of the key adjectives for bad or evil, and it can describe an evil person, an evil demon, an illness, a curse, and other harmful things. That is not a vague concept. It is a working term in the language, and in the demonological and magical tradition, you see the same clarity. There is the phrase Udug-hul in Sumerian, literally evil Udug, and its Akkadian counterpart Utuku-lemnutu, often rendered as evil Utuku. The Udug-hul/Utuku-lemnutu texts are a whole canonical compendium directed against harmful entities, and even in scholarly summaries the point is straightforward. These texts are aimed at evil demons, ghosts, and other malefactors as Mesopotamia understood them. So when the tablets want to call something an evil spirit, the language is sitting right there, ready to be used. It is used. It is repeated. It is formalized. It becomes part of ritual practice. The Igigi strike narrative does not sit in that same category. In atrahasis, the dramatic tension is not driven by a priest trying to expel a malevolent being from a house. It is driven by a council trying to keep the world running after its own workforce stops working. The scene is political. It is administrative. It is almost embarrassingly practical for a myth, which is one reason it feels so alive. That does not mean the Igigi are portrayed as gentle. They are not depicted as soft, harmless victims who ask politely. The rebellion is described with the imagery of escalation. The gods call for battle. They turn their tools into the sign of revolt. They take the collective step of surrounding Enlil's dwelling. Yet even that is not automatically framed as wickedness. In a human city-state, surrounding the ruler's house with an angry crowd is dangerous and destabilizing, but it does not require you to imagine the crowd as metaphysical evil. It requires you to imagine them as desperate, united, and done with being ignored. In other words, the story leaves room for a reader to understand them. It explains the cause. It emphasizes the burden. It gives them a reason that is almost too familiar. The work has become too much misery to continue. This is where rebellion without villains becomes the most accurate way to hold the mood. The tablets do not need a villain because the villain, in a sense, is the system itself. The system assigns endless labour. The system assumes compliance will last forever. The system treats living beings like replaceable parts. Then the living beings behave like living beings and refuse. Enlil is not a cartoon tyrant either, at least not in the way the story is built. He is the one tasked with keeping order, and when order collapses he reacts as rulers often react. He wants it stopped. He wants it controlled. He wants the boundary reasserted. That is not goodness. It is governance, and governance can be cruel. Enki is not framed as a saint. He is framed as clever, a problem solver, someone who can see a path the others resist. His solution is brilliant and cold at the same time, because it ends divine labour by creating human labour. That is a choice with consequences, and the story does not treat those consequences as imaginary. In the same atrahasis tradition, The new human population creates new problems, including the problem of human noise and human expansion becoming irritating to the gods. The myths world is not a morality play that ends with justice. It is a management story where every fix introduces the next strain. Even Ninhursag, the divine mother asked to create, is not framed as a villain or a hero. She is framed as a necessary participant in an act that is both sacred and politically motivated. The texts that describe the creation scene emphasize function with startling clarity. The goddess is asked to create a primal human, so that humankind can carry the yoke and the god's burden of labour. That phrasing alone tells you the goal is not moral uplift, it is burden transfer. So if the story does not call the Igigi evil, it is partly because Mesopotamian myth does not always operate with a strict good versus evil framework for divine politics. It operates with rank, role, and consequence. A god can be legitimate and still harmful. A worker can be disruptive and still understandable. A council can restore order and still commit something that feels, to modern eyes, deeply unjust. There is also a second reason the evil label does not fit neatly, and it sits in how Mesopotamians often thought about harmfulness. A lot of what we would call evil in a moral sense is, in Mesopotamian ritual thinking, expressed as misfortune, illness, curse, taboo violation, or chaotic disruption. The problem is not always a wicked intention. It is the presence of disorder and its effects. A demon causes fever, an evil wind causes confusion, a curse causes loss. The evil is visible in what it does to the body and the household. The Igigi, in Atrahasis, are not described as causing illness or haunting homes. They are not presented as a malevolent wind or a predatory night force that needs exorcism. They are a labour class inside the divine community. Their act is disruptive, but it is not the same kind of disruption as a disease demon. It is an administrative disruption. It is a strike, and strikes are frightening to rulers precisely because they are not demon attacks. You cannot wave incense and banish them. You cannot pin the problem on a single monster. A strike is a collective choice made by beings who share the same burden. That is harder to purify away because it is not an impurity. It is a decision. This also explains the tone of the council scene that follows. The gods do not respond by calling an exorcist. They respond by convening a meeting. They respond by debating solutions. They respond by negotiating indirectly through a new creation that changes the workforce structure. That is how you respond to political pressure, not to a demon. When later traditions retell or echo the story, the categories can shift. In later moralized frameworks, rebellion in heaven can become evil by definition, because the later framework has a stronger emphasis on obedience as moral absolute. In those retellings, beings who revolt can be cast as fallen, corrupt, permanently antagonistic. That is a later kind of storytelling logic. It is powerful, but it is not the only logic available. The Atrahasis logic is more interested in why the revolt happens than in branding it with a permanent moral label. The story is almost bluntly sympathetic to the complaint. The work was heavy. The misery was too much. The gods in the ditch mutter and complain, and finally choose to act. That is not how you write a simple villain. That is how you write a pressure cooker. There is a quiet modern feeling in this, and it can make the myth feel uncomfortable. If the Igigi are not evil, then the crisis is not solved by defeating evil. It is solved by redesigning labour, which raises a question that the story answers in a cold way. Who gets the burden next? The answer is humanity. That is the part that can make the story feel like a shadow behind later myths. Humanity begins not as a crowned partner, but as a workforce, and that workforce carries a divine ingredient precisely so it can understand instruction and perform assigned tasks. The council is not building a species to admire, it is building a species to carry. Yet the same story, by refusing to label the Igigi as evil, also gives a strange dignity to rebellion. It suggests that refusal can be rational. It suggests that a system can be so heavy that even divine workers break under it. It suggests that order is not automatically just because it exists, and that rulers do not always deserve compliance simply because they sit above. That is not the same as the story endorsing rebellion as a moral good. The story is not written like a manifesto. It still treats rebellion as dangerous. It still shows rulers responding with fear and power. It still shows that the solution protects the hierarchy rather than dismantling it. But it does something subtler. It lets the revolt be a consequence of strain rather than a symptom of wickedness. If you let that settle, you can feel the emotional temperature of the myth shift. The conflict becomes less about monsters and more about pressure. Less about evil and more about exhaustion. Less about defeating an enemy and more about managing a reality that can no longer be ignored. This is also why, when you look at the language the tradition uses for true malevolent forces, the contrast is sharp. Evil demons are labelled as evil. They are treated as threats to health and stability. They belong to a ritual universe of banishing and protection. The Igigi revolt belongs to a universe of workload, hierarchy, and political leverage. It is a different kind of danger, and once you see it that way, the next movement in the story becomes even more interesting. If the revolt is not evil, then what happens afterward is not divine justice restoring goodness. It is a rearrangement, a compromise built under pressure where the exhausted workers are relieved and a new species is placed under the yoke. That relief changes the Igigi's place in the divine world, and it changes the human place in the earthly world, and it leaves behind a quiet question that the myth does not rush to answer in one clean sentence. A workforce that learned it could force the rulers to respond does not forget that lesson quickly, even when the trenches are no longer waiting, and a new workforce born for the trenches does not remain a simple tool forever, even when its first days are spent learning obedience. Because once a being can breathe and speak and remember, the long aftershocks of a single night at a gate have a way of continuing, sliding forward into the quieter years that follow, where the rebellion is over, the work continues, and the world begins to discover what it truly means to live with a species created to carry the burden of the gods. After the decision was made and the first humans were standing with tools in their hands, the loudest part of the crisis ended in a way that almost felt anticlimactic. No grand declaration that rewrote the sky. No ceremonial victory march by the ones who had surrounded the gate. The urgency simply drained out of the halls like water finding the lowest point. The guards returned to their routines. The messengers stopped sprinting. The torches that had burned too bright began to look normal again, like ordinary light instead of emergency light. For the Igigi, that shift was not immediately soothing. It was strange. When a body has lived for decades inside a single rhythm, even a painful rhythm becomes familiar. The sound of picks hitting earth, the steady call of supervisors, the repetitive lift and set down of baskets, the daily march to the work site, all of it creates a pattern in the mind. The pattern can become so strong that the absence of it feels like an empty room. Relief is real, but relief can arrive with a hollow edge, because it removes the thing you have been fighting against, and suddenly you are left with the question of what you are when the fight is over. The first signs of that were physical. Hands that had been built around tool handles did not know where to rest. Shoulders that had learned to expect weight still held themselves as if weight were there. Even an immortal body can carry habits, and habits are stubborn. Some of the Igigi may have found themselves waking at the hour they always woke, stepping toward the path they always walked, then stopping and standing there in a kind of quiet disbelief, because the path no longer belonged to them. Their anger, too, would change shape. During the uprising, anger had a job. Anger kept them unified. Anger gave them courage to approach the gate and stay there. Anger made their voices steady when fear wanted to scatter them. Once the burden was lifted, anger had less to do. And when anger has less to do, it often turns inward. It becomes rumination. It becomes bitter humour. It It becomes a suspicion that does not go away even when conditions improve. A being who has learned that rulers ignore suffering until forced rarely becomes trusting again overnight. The leaders above would prefer the Igigi to become calm and forgetful. Forgetfulness is useful to authority. It makes old crises less likely to repeat. It also makes the hierarchy feel natural again, so the days after the solution would have involved more than simply telling the Igigi to go home and enjoy their freedom. The rulers would have needed a plan for what to do with a class of divine beings that had just proven it could coordinate and apply pressure. That is where the silence begins to matter, because the surviving stories do not linger long on the Igigi after the transfer of labour. They appear vividly in the moment of revolt, and then, once humans exist as the replacement workforce, the narrative focus drifts away from them. The clay tablets are talkative about the emergency, and much quieter about the aftermath. That quiet has been treated by later readers like a gap, and it is a gap, but it is also a clue. It tells you that the scribes who recorded these traditions were more interested in explaining why humans toil than in detailing the retirement plan of worker gods. It can also suggest something else. In any hierarchy, a revolt is embarrassing to the top. Even if it is resolved, the memory of it is dangerous. If the Igigi revolt became a celebrated story within the divine community, it could inspire other refusals. If it became a celebrated story among humans, it could complicate the obedience the new servant class was expected to internalize. A story that says workers forced the masters to change the system is not a story rulers like to have circulating freely. That does not mean the tablets were censored in a modern sense, but it does mean the culture of record-keeping naturally favours narratives that support order. So the Igigi fade into a quieter category, and the best way to approach that is to treat their fate as a set of plausible outcomes rather than one tidy answer. One outcome is reassignment. A workforce that is relieved from the dirtiest labour can still be used. In large systems, you rarely let a whole class become idle. Idleness creates gatherings, and gatherings create whispering. The Igigi could be placed into roles that were lighter but still binding, roles that kept them distributed across different responsibilities. Supervising humans is an obvious possibility, because a former worker knows exactly where refusal begins. A former worker can spot the early signs, the slower pace, the sudden injuries that look a little too convenient, the quiet meeting at night that lasts too long. Turning the Igigi into overseers would have been a clever move for the council. It would grant the Igigi a rise in status and relieve their bodies, while also using their experience to keep the human workforce from developing the same leverage. Another outcome is ceremonial compensation. After a revolt, rulers often offer honours not out of generosity but out of strategy. A title, a place in a procession, a public acknowledgement of value can soothe pride and redirect resentment. If the Igigi received privileges, better living conditions, new roles that felt meaningful, then the emotional energy of rebellion could be softened. Pride can be a leash as strong as fear when it is handled carefully. A being that feels recognised is less likely to risk everything again. A third outcome is dispersal. If a class has proven it can assemble, the safest method of preventing a second assembly is to keep it from gathering. Dispersal does not need to look like exile. It can look like assignment. One group sent to maintain a boundary here, another placed as attendants in a distant sanctuary, another tasked with a symbolic watch over a route that matters, another made responsible for a ritual duty that is continuous, but not crushing. Over time, those assignments become ordinary, and ordinary life makes collective memory softer around the edges. This kind of dispersal fits the way many large systems control labour and dissent. You do not always punish, you rearrange, you separate, you keep people busy, you give them small stakes in the system so that rebellion feels like self-destruction rather than liberation. There is also a fourth possibility, more subtle, and it shows up in how the name Igigi functions in later Mesopotamian usage. In some contexts, Igigi becomes less a specific workforce and more a broad label for the gods of the sky, the host of heaven, the assembly above. In that shift, the word stops pointing to a labour class and starts pointing to a category of celestial divinity. That kind of semantic drift is common over centuries. A term begins with a sharp meaning, then spreads and softens into a general group name. If that is part of what happened here, it means the Igigi did not disappear in a dramatic sense. They dissolved into the larger notion of heavenly gods, no longer singled out as the ones who dug and carried. That is a kind of silence too. A name loses its sharp edge. The story of the revolt remains, but the group's identity is blurred. Blurring can be accidental over time, and it can also be useful. When the memory of who did the work fades, the memory of who had the power becomes easier to preserve without awkward questions. Even if the Igigi were reclassified and absorbed into a broader celestial assembly, the emotional aftertaste of their revolt would remain in the divine world. A being who has stood in a crowd and forced the masters to respond does not become a simple obedient figure again. The revolt would become a private reference point, a look exchanged in a council, a pause when a new burden is proposed, a quiet calculation about how far obedience can be pushed before it snaps. The high gods would feel that too, which means their governance would subtly change afterward. One way it would change is in their relationship to labour itself. Before the revolt, it was easy to treat labour as a distant machine. After the revolt, the leaders have proof that the machine can stop. That proof creates caution. It makes leaders think about redundancy. Humans are one redundancy, the major one. But leaders who think like administrators tend to build more than one safeguard. That might mean more strict oversight of who is assigned to what. It might mean distributing tasks so no single group becomes indispensable. It might mean keeping the Igigi close enough to watch, and far enough apart to prevent unity. Another way governance would change is in the management of narrative. When a system survives a crisis, it often rewrites the crisis as proof of wisdom. The revolt becomes a problem that was handled. The creation of humans becomes a planned improvement. The Igigi become properly placed. The goal is not simply to brag. The goal is to make the world feel stable again. Stability depends on people believing stability is natural. In that kind of post-crisis atmosphere, the Igigi would likely experience a strange mixture of new freedom and new surveillance. They are relieved from toil, and that is real. They are also now a known risk factor. They are the class that has already demonstrated collective refusal. So even if they are treated well, the treatment is strategic. Even if they are given honours, the honours are also a leash. Even if they are reassigned to lighter roles, the roles are also a form of control. There is a quieter human parallel to this that makes it easier to feel. Think of a worker who goes on strike, wins better conditions, and then returns to work under a manager who now watches them more closely, remembers their name, and keeps an eye on who they talk to at lunch. The strike worked. The strike also changed the relationship forever. Trust does not return to its earlier shape. It becomes a careful, negotiated thing. The Igigi would carry that kind of changed relationship within the divine order. Some of them might lean into their new status. A being who has been digging for decades might find genuine satisfaction in doing something else, something cleaner, something that feels respected. They might become protective of the new arrangement, even if it came through conflict, because the new arrangement is better for them. They might start to speak the language of authority themselves, because authority feels safer than vulnerability. Others might become more cynical. They might look at the humans in the trenches and feel a cold recognition. The burden is still there. The world is still built on someone being tired. The only thing that changed is who is allowed to complain. That recognition can produce bitterness that never fully dissolves, even when one's own suffering has ended. It can also produce a strange sympathy for humans, a sympathy that would be difficult to express openly, because the whole point of humans is to be manageable. Sympathy can be seen as subversive when it crosses class boundaries. If any Igigi did feel sympathy, it would likely show up in small, private ways rather than open defiance. A quiet warning to a human overseer, a small piece of knowledge offered at the edge of a work site, a gesture that makes a task less punishing. These are the kinds of things that happen in real labour systems. Those who have been harmed sometimes help those who are currently being harmed, not because the system has become fair, but because empathy is hard to kill entirely, even in beings trained to survive by toughening themselves. At the same time, some Igigi might swing the other direction and become harsh. That can happen too. A former worker who becomes an overseer sometimes believes cruelty is the price of stability, because they remember how quickly a workforce can unite. They believe they are preventing another crisis. They believe they are protecting the order that now protects their comfort. They may even tell themselves they are doing humans a favour by enforcing discipline early, before humans learn the kind of solidarity that can bring punishment from above. This creates a grim irony. The revolt that freed the Igigi could contribute to a stricter labour regime for humans, because the leaders learned what rebellion looks like and invested more in preventing it. Then there is the simplest outcome of all, and it is the one that fits the silence of the record without forcing extra detail onto it. The Igigi went back into the background. They became part of the machinery of the divine world again, just not the part that digs. Their story did its job in the mythology, which was to explain why humans exist and why humans work. And once that explanation was secured, the narrative had less reason to keep the Igigi in focus. Myths often work like that. They introduce a group intensely at the moment it matters, then allow it to drift away once the new structure has been established. Even if that is all that happened, the drift itself tells you something about status. The moment the Igigi are no longer essential to the labour question, they become less narratively important. That is a quiet mirror of how labourers are treated in many systems. They are central when the work must be done and invisible when the work is running smoothly. The myth that explains the transfer of burden also contains a hint of how easily the burden bearers themselves are forgotten. The human side of the aftermath reinforces this. Humans do not enter a world where the gods sit down and explain cosmic history. Humans enter a world where work is waiting. Their first lessons are physical. Their muscles learn strain. Their mouths learn thirst. Their minds learn that obedience brings rations and disobedience brings scarcity. Those lessons do not require the Igigi to stand nearby and speak. The system can run without that explicit connection, which makes it easier for the Igigi to vanish from the immediate human story. Still, the Igigi's presence lingers in one place even if no one speaks their name at the work site. Their presence lingers in the reason humans exist at all in this particular tradition. Humans are the workaround for divine rebellion. That means the divine world now contains a memory of dissent that is built into the very structure of human life. Humans carry the weight. The gods remember why. The Igigi remember what it took to put the weight down. Over time, the Igigi's fate would also be shaped by the new problem that humans create simply by existing. A mortal workforce is not like a divine workforce. Mortal beings reproduce. They spread across land. They create families. They create settlements. They grow noisy. They have disputes. They require management not only in the work zone but in the whole landscape of living. That creates new administrative burdens for the gods, and those new burdens could become the new tasks assigned to groups like the Igigi. If humans are multiplying, someone has to manage the consequences. Someone has to carry messages. Someone has to watch borders between domains. Someone has to oversee the flow of offerings. Someone has to respond when humans anger a god, and that anger threatens to spill into wide disaster. In a mythic system that runs like a state, more population means more bureaucracy. A relieved labour class becomes a convenient pool for that bureaucracy. That is one of the quiet reasons the Igigi might be kept within the system rather than cast out. They are useful. They have experience. They understand the cost of labour. They also understand the danger of a workforce that feels trapped. A wise council would use that knowledge, even if it pretended it had solved the problem completely. There is also an emotional reason the council might keep them close. A group that has rebelled is safest when it is integrated, watched, and given a stake in the new order. If the Igigi were simply dismissed into idleness or left in a corner to brood, they could become the seed of future instability. Keeping them active, distributed, and invested is a form of insurance. So the silence after the solution is not necessarily the silence of disappearance, it is the silence of absorption. The Igigi are folded back into the divine world in roles that do not threaten the hierarchy as directly. Their names might be spoken less often in the work context because the work context now belongs to humans. Their collective identity might soften because they are no longer a single unified class doing a single unified task. Unity was the dangerous thing. The system does not want unity to return. If you imagine the days following the uprising from the Igigi's point of view, they might feel almost too quiet. No shouted commands at dawn, no endless stream of baskets, no ache in the back that never fully leaves. Instead, there is the sound of human activity rising where Igigi activity used to be. There is the sight of humans learning, stumbling, then improving. There is the strange experience of watching someone else take your place. In the earliest days, the Igigi might not. In the earliest days, the Igigi might not have had a clean emotional stance toward humans. Humans were the reason they could rest, and humans were also the evidence that the council chose replacement over reform. Humans are both relief and reminder. That emotional mix would have practical consequences. A few Igigi might distance themselves from humans entirely, treating the new servant class as something beneath notice, because acknowledging humans too much would mean acknowledging the harshness of the bargain. Others might hover near the edges, curious, cautious, perhaps even protective in small ways. Others might become enforcers, determined that humans never learn what the Igigi learned about leverage, because the memory of the siege is still too raw for the rulers to tolerate another one. Over time, as centuries pass in mythic imagination, the immediate anger of the uprising would fade into a deeper posture, a posture of watchfulness, a posture of knowing what happens when a burden is pushed too far. The divine world, after that night, would not be quite as innocent about labour as it had been. The rulers would not be quite as confident that obedience is automatic. The workers, now relieved, would not be quite as willing to believe that the hierarchy is unshakable. That is the kind of shift that does not need to be shouted to be real. It lives in small decisions. It lives in the way assignments are given. It lives in the way populations are managed. It lives in the way the gods respond when the human workforce becomes too loud, too numerous, too unpredictable. Because once the gods have seen one strike, they begin to fear a second kind of crowd forming, not at a gate in heaven, but across the earth, in villages that multiply and grow confident. So the Igigi recede, the world resumes its work, and the story turns its attention toward the consequences of the new arrangement. Consequences that arrive quietly at first, and then gather weight. Because the council did not just create labour, it created a species, and a species does not stay small. And when a species grows, even the gods begin to reach again for solutions that preserve their comfort, solutions that feel neat from above and harsh from below, the same pattern repeating in a different key as the earth fills with human voices, and the rulers of the unseen realm begin to notice that their shortcut solved one problem and opened the door to another kind of pressure that cannot be dispersed simply by reassigning a workforce. Somewhere out by the canals, where the mud is always half dry and half wet, the new arrangement began to settle into routine. The Igigi had stepped back from the trenches, the gates were no longer ringed by a united crowd, and the great machine of maintenance had found a new set of hands. On the surface, it looked like the kind of solution rulers prefer, the kind that makes a crisis vanish from the doorway and return to the distant worksite where it can be ignored again. That was the intention, at least. Create a being that can lift, carry, dig, and obey. Give it just enough mind to understand instruction, just enough speech to respond, and just enough limitation to keep it from ever becoming a threat like the exhausted gods had become. In a council chamber, that sounds neat. In the real world, even a mythic one, neat solutions have a habit of sprouting unexpected branches. The strange gift inside the design was not a gift the council set out to give. It was more like a byproduct. The way a fire meant to heat a pot also fills a room with light, whether you asked for light or not. The gods wanted workers. They ended up making people. People are never only workers, even when their first day is spent gripping a tool and being told where to stand. It begins with something very simple, almost embarrassingly ordinary. A human picks up a basket and it hurts. The handle bites into the fingers. The load pulls at the shoulder. The skin rubs and reddens. The body, newly alive, does what bodies do. It tries to make the pain smaller. It shifts the grip. It wraps the handle. It changes the posture. It learns to breathe differently so the weight feels less like it is crushing the chest. None of that is rebellion. None of that is even ideology. It is just a mind using itself. That little adjustment is the beginning of everything. A mind that can adjust can also improve. A mind that can improve can also imagine. A mind that can imagine can also compare. And comparison is the first quiet crack in any system that expects perfect obedience. The gods thought they were building a workforce that would simply repeat tasks. They did build repetition into human life because work becomes routine quickly when survival depends on it. Yet the divine ingredient used to animate the clay, whatever you call it, whatever ritual language you wrap around it, carried more than the ability to follow orders. It carried the ability to notice patterns and to do something with what was noticed. So the first humans did not only dig, they learned when the earth was easier to move. They learned that morning soil is softer than soil baked under a hard sun. They learned that a load carried with two people can be heavier than a load carried alone, and that cooperation is not kindness, it is efficiency. They learned that a certain knot holds better. They learned that a stick placed under a heavy thing can turn lifting into rolling, and rolling into something almost manageable. The gods wanted hands. The gods got hands attached to minds, and that combination always begins inventing. If you picture the overseers watching, whether they are lesser gods, attendants, or the newly relieved Igigi in some supervisory role, you can almost see the tension in their faces. Improvement is useful. Improvement means more work done, more stable canals, more reliable harvests. Yet improvement also means humans are not perfectly passive. Humans are doing something that is not directly commanded. They are shaping the work to fit their bodies. They are bringing their own small agency into the process. Agency is a quiet word, but it is a powerful one. It does not have to roar. It can simply keep showing up in small choices until the world looks different. Another piece of the strange gift appears as soon as humans begin to live alongside each other, rather than only work alongside each other. At first, they are gathered because it is easier to manage them that way. Crews are counted more easily than scattered individuals. Rations are distributed more easily to groups. Supervision is simpler when bodies sleep in predictable places. The gods, thinking like administrators, would naturally encourage clustering because clustering is control. Clustering is also community, and community is where humans become more than tools. For warmth. It feels the small relief for warmth. It feels the small relief of sitting down. It also feels something that is not purely physical. The need to have the day means something beyond strain. Even if the first humans did not have full language yet, even if their words were few and their concepts rough, the mind still reaches for sense. Sense is another byproduct of intelligence. Once you have it, you use it, the way once you have hands, you keep touching things. So at night, when the worksite quiets, humans begin to gesture, to point, to share. One shows another how to hold a tool so the wrist does not ache as much. One offers a bit of food. One watches another's child. These are small actions, and yet they are the seeds of a social life. A tool does not watch anyone's child. A tool does not offer comfort. A tool does not share a trick. The gods built bodies for labour, but the minds inside those bodies began building bonds. Bonds produce loyalty. Loyalty produces a sense of us. A sense of us is the beginning of a people. This is where the Divine Council's design starts to look strangely short-sighted, not because the gods are foolish, but because living systems always create side effects. The Council wanted a worker class that would not become like the Igigi, unified enough to surround a gate. They tried to prevent that with mortality and dependence. Mortality breaks up memory by breaking up lives. Dependence makes hunger and thirst into a leash. Those controls are real. They shape behaviour. They shape what is possible. Still, mortality does not erase bonding. Dependence does not erase cooperation. If anything, scarcity makes bonding more intense, because a shared meal matters more when meals are uncertain. So humans, even as a servant class, begin to develop something the Council did not count properly in its calculations. They develop shared memory. At first, it is not written. It is held in voices. It is held in gestures. It is held in repeated stories that explain why the day hurts, and why the night is brief, and why the gods are distant. The first stories do not need to be grand. A story can be as simple as remembering which overseer is cruel and which one is distracted. A story can be as simple as remembering that last year the river rose higher and this year it did not. A story can be as simple as telling a child that the world has patterns, and that those patterns can be learned. Learning patterns is a kind of power, and power is the one thing rulers always keep an eye on, even when it grows quietly. The strangest part of the gift is that it is precisely what makes humans useful. A being that cannot learn patterns is a poor worker. It will repeat mistakes. It will damage tools. It will fail to anticipate changes in water and weather. The gods needed humans to be competent. Competence requires thought. Thought is not obedient by nature. Thought is responsive, curious, hungry for connection, hungry for meaning. So the Council's solution contains its own tension from the beginning. The gods want a workforce clever enough to keep the world stable. They also want a workforce simple enough not to become politically dangerous. Those two desires do not sit together comfortably. There is another layer to the gift that feels almost like a hidden coin in the clay. Humans were made using not only earth but divine substance, and that means humans have a strange position in the mythic universe. They are lower in status, yet not entirely separate. They carry something of the gods inside them, not in the sense that they are gods, but in the sense that their minds can reach upward. A creature made purely of earth might be imagined as content with earth. A creature mixed with divine essence will look at the sky with a certain restlessness. That restlessness shows up early as attention. Humans notice the regularity of day and night. They notice the moon changing shape. They notice seasons shifting. At first, these are practical observations because work depends on timing. The river rises, the fields flood, the fields dry, seeds go in, crops come out. Labour is tied to cycles. Cycles invite counting. Counting invites marking time. Marking time invites a concept of time that is bigger than a single day's exhaustion. In that way, the servant class begins to build tools the gods did not hand them. Not only baskets and shovels, but calendars. A calendar is a quiet kind of rebellion against chaos, because it says the future can be anticipated. The gods may prefer humans to be reactive, always responding to commands. Yet a calendar makes humans proactive. It lets humans plan, prepare, store. Planning reduces dependence. It does not erase it, but it shifts it. When humans store grain, they gain a little independence from the day-to-day ration. When humans plan irrigation, they gain a little independence from immediate divine moods. The gods still loom above, but human life begins to develop its own internal structure, its own resilience. Resilience is one of the most surprising forms of potential. It looks harmless when it is just a pile of grain, a set of clay jars, a wall built a little stronger than last year. Over generations, resilience becomes the difference between a population that collapses under pressure and a population that adapts. Adaptation is why humans became more than tools. Tools do not adapt themselves. Tools are adapted by users. Humans are both tool-like in function and user-like in mind. They improve themselves while being used, and that creates outcomes no council fully anticipates. Even language becomes part of this gift in a way that changes everything. The council wanted humans to understand commands. That requires language. Language is not a one-way channel. Once a being can understand a command, it can also understand a question, understand a joke, understand a warning, understand a lie. Once a being can speak, it can also speak to other beings when the overseer is not listening. Speech creates private worlds. Private worlds are where culture grows. Culture begins as a way to survive. Then it becomes a way to endure. The earliest human jokes might have been about the absurdity of carrying endless baskets. Humour is a small rebellion that does not break a law but breaks a mood. Humour says the burden is heavy, and yet my mind is still mine. Humour says I can look at my situation from a distance, even if my body cannot leave it. A ruler can punish open refusal. It is harder to punish a smirk shared between two exhausted workers when the overseer turns away. The gods could have designed humans without humour, perhaps. Yet humour is one of the natural side effects of intelligence mixed with discomfort. When a mind is trapped, it finds small windows. Humour is one of them. So is tenderness. A workforce does not need tenderness to dig. Still, a living species develops tenderness because it develops attachment. A mother holds a child. A friend steadies another friend who stumbles. Someone brings water to someone whose lips are cracked. These things are not commanded by a council. They rise from within life. The council made humans to serve, and humans immediately began serving each other too in small ways that did not fit neatly into the task list. Serving each other creates a parallel economy of meaning. The gods may demand labour. Humans also begin to create value in things the gods did not ask for. Care, loyalty, reputation, story, song. Song is especially interesting in this context. A song is useless as a tool. It does not move silt. It does not carry bricks. Yet a song can make labour feel bearable. A song can coordinate a group's rhythm. A song can turn many bodies into one moving machine. The gods might appreciate the efficiency. They might not like the side effect, which is unity. Unity is always the fear under the surface, because unity is what made the Igigi dangerous. Here is the irony that makes the story feel almost like it is winking at us. Humans were made because the gods needed collective labour. Collective labour requires coordination. Coordination builds unity. The very structure that makes large projects possible also makes large groups capable of deciding together that they will not move. Humans may be weaker than gods, but they are more numerous, and numbers can become a kind of strength when they are organised. The council's solution therefore trades one kind of risk for another. It removes the risk of immortal workers applying pressure to immortal rulers. It introduces the long-term risk of mortal workers shaping the earth so thoroughly that the earth begins to belong to them in practice, even if the gods claim it in theory. At first, this risk is small. A handful of humans cannot threaten a divine gate. Yet humans multiply. Their children grow. Their camps become villages. Their villages become towns. Their towns become cities. Once humans build cities, they stop being a temporary workforce and become a permanent presence on the landscape. A permanent presence begins to ask permanent questions, even if quietly. Why are we here? Why must we work like this? Why do the gods demand what they demand? Why do some humans command other humans? Why does the river rise and fall? Why does a child die? Why does a harvest fail? Questions are not always spoken aloud in the mythic telling, but the human mind does not stay silent forever. If you give it language and memory, it eventually turns its attention toward the structure that surrounds it. This is where the divine ingredient becomes truly strange. The council wanted a mind that could obey. The mind they created can also look up and reach for the divine. It can pray. Prayer is a kind of speech aimed upward. Prayer assumes relationship. Relationship is a two-way idea. even when one side is vastly more powerful. A tool does not pray. A tool is not in relationship. A praying being is no longer only an object, it is a subject. Once humans become subjects, the divine world has to manage them differently. A shovel can be replaced without consequence. A population of subjects cannot be replaced without creating new consequences. The gods can try to keep humans in their place through fear, through scarcity, through ritual control, through stories about destiny. Yet those methods must now be repeated constantly, because subjects do not remain passive. They interpret, they react, they develop traditions of their own. They pass on what they believe. They also pass on what they suspect. Suspicion is another part of the gift. A mind that can plan can also distrust. A mind that can remember can also compare what a ruler says to what a ruler does. A mind that can tell a story can also tell a story that does not flatter the powerful. This is why humans became more than tools. It was never only about strength, it was about inner life. Inner life is not visible in a basket count, yet it changes everything over time. Think of how a single human might have looked in those earliest days, standing near the canal with wet clay on their feet, hands rough, eyes tired. The overseer gives an order, the human follows. On the outside, that looks like obedience. On the inside, something else might be happening. The human might be remembering the order and thinking of a better way to do it. The human might be watching the overseer's mood and learning how to avoid punishment. The human might be thinking of a child back at the camp. The human might be humming quietly. The human might be imagining a day when the work feels different. None of that is visible as disobedience. It is still the beginning of autonomy. Autonomy does not need to be loud to be real. Enki, if he watches these developments, would likely recognize them as inevitable. He is the kind of figure who understands that once you introduce mind into matter, you introduce surprise. Surprise can be managed, guided, used. It cannot be fully prevented. Enki's relationship to humanity in later echoes often carries this double edge. He helps, he instructs, he provides clever solutions, sometimes in ways that annoy stricter rulers like Enlil. That dynamic makes sense here. Enki proposed humans as a labour solution, yet he may also feel responsible for the minds he helped spark. Responsibility does not have to look like softness. It can look like teaching humans how to live within the system without collapsing, which is a form of care disguised as practicality. Enlil, on the other hand, would likely become more suspicious as human potential becomes more visible. A ruler who values order prefers beings that behave predictably. Humans become less predictable as they gain skills, numbers, and internal bonds. That does not mean they are immediately rebellious. It means they are complex. Complexity is tiring for rulers, or it requires more management, more rules, more punishments, more rituals to keep the many focused upward. This is where the old stories later introduce another tension. The gods begin to find humans annoying, noisy, too many. It is easy to read that as cosmic pettiness, but it also reflects a real administrative fear. A growing population is harder to control. A growing population produces more needs. Needs create pressure. Pressure creates instability. The Divine Council, having already been shaken once by the Igigi, would be sensitive to anything that looks like a new kind of crowd forming. So the strange gift inside the design becomes both a blessing and a threat. The gods needed humans to be smart enough to keep the world running. That intelligence also makes humans capable of making the world feel like it belongs to them. Belonging is a powerful idea. A servant class is not supposed to feel it. A servant class is supposed to feel replaceable. Yet when humans build houses, when they bury their dead, when they plant trees and wait years for fruit, they begin to feel rooted. A rooted population does not behave like a temporary workforce. It behaves like an owner, even if it does not speak that word. Owning begins as caring. Caring becomes claiming. If humans were only tools, they would not bury their dead with attention. They would simply discard bodies the way a broken basket is discarded. Yet humans, carrying divine spark and social bond, treat death as meaningful. They mourn, they mark graves, they tell stories about the ones who are gone, they imagine the unseen. In Mesopotamian thought, the unseen is not a vague haze. It has structure, it has underworld, it has rituals. Humans begin to participate in that structure not only because gods demand offerings, but because the human mind cannot help seeking a story that makes loss bearable. That seeking is part of the gift. It turns labourers into meaning makers. Meaning making changes how a servant class experiences its own work. A being that believes its work feeds the gods may endure longer. A being that believes its work keeps chaos away may endure longer. Authorities know this and use it, which is why temples and rituals become intertwined with labour systems. Still, meaning-making does not belong entirely to authority. Humans can create their own meanings too. A worker can believe the gods are cruel. A worker can believe the gods are distant. A worker can believe the gods are divided. A worker can believe that cleverness is a way to survive. A worker can believe that helping a neighbour matters more than pleasing a distant ruler. Those beliefs shape behaviour, and behaviour shapes history. This is why humans became more than tools even when the design aimed at tool-like obedience. The mind inside the clay does not stay in the shape it is given. It grows around it, like roots growing around a stone. The stone can constrain, but it can also be cracked by time. Time is the slow force the council never fully controls. The council makes a decision in one night. Humanity unfolds across generations. A night can solve a siege. It cannot prevent a species from becoming itself. So the servant class begins to develop layers. Some humans become supervisors over other humans, because hierarchies form naturally when resources are managed. Some humans become craftsmen, because tools must be repaired and improved. Some become scribes, because counts must be recorded. Some become priests, because rituals must be performed. Notice what just happened. A workforce created to serve the gods becomes a society that serves itself internally as well. Roles appear that are not strictly digging and carrying. Those roles create status. Status creates ambition. Ambition creates politics. Politics creates new conflicts that the gods did not plan when they simply wanted the canals cleared. From one angle, this is a problem for the gods. From another, it's a solution within a solution. A society that polices itself requires less direct divine enforcement. If humans enforce human hierarchies, the gods can remain distant. Distant rulers prefer indirect control. Yet indirect control is never perfect. Human politics creates human leaders, and leaders sometimes grow confident. Confidence spreads when a population grows and begins to see its own strength. Again, this does not mean immediate revolt against the gods. It means the world becomes more crowded with wills. A crowded world behaves differently than a sparse one. This is where the original act of mixing clay and divine blood becomes almost haunting. The council chose a shortcut through something sacred. In doing so, it created beings that carry sacred substance inside a life built for labour. That combination produces a tension at the heart of human existence in this mythic framing. Humans are meant to obey, yet they are capable of imagination. Humans are meant to work, yet they are capable of wonder. Humans are meant to be replaceable, yet they are capable of building memory that outlasts bodies. If you want to feel the strange gift in a simple, concrete way, imagine a human at the end of a workday, sitting near a small fire, hands sore and still taking a moment to trace a shape in the dirt for no practical reason. A circle, a line, a figure. Maybe it is a mark of counting. Maybe it is a symbol of a family. Maybe it is simply a mind playing. Play is another gift the council did not ask for. Play does not feed the gods. Play does not clear a canal. Still, play is how intelligence explores. It is how skills are practiced without immediate pressure. It is how creativity begins. A tool does not play. A tool is used. The first time a human makes something unnecessary, something purely expressive, the servant class has crossed a threshold. It is still serving. It is still working. Yet it has also begun living in a way that cannot be reduced to task. That is why humans became more than tools, not because the gods wanted it, not because the plan was benevolent, but because life, once sparked, carries its own momentum. The Divine Council could set the initial conditions, but it could not keep a living mind from doing what minds do. The uneasy part for the gods is that the same gift that makes humans resilient also makes humans loud in the long run. Loud not only in sound, but in presence. A species that builds cities, that stores grain, that multiplies, that tells stories, that prays, that invents, that records, becomes a constant factor in the world. The gods can no longer pretend the earth is simply a quiet worksite run by obedient hands. The earth becomes busy. Busy earth creates new kinds of friction. Friction leads to new councils, new decisions, new attempts to manage the consequences of the original shortcut. So the strange gift inside the design is not a single thing. It is a bundle of traits that come naturally with mind: adaptation, bonding, memory, curiosity, humour, tenderness, meaning-making, and the stubborn habit of becoming more than the role you were assigned. The gods built humans to take the yoke, and humans did take it, but they also began to decorate it, to reshape it, to talk about it, to dream beyond it, and as those dreams multiplied across camps and villages, the divine world had to face a new question that was not solved by creating a workforce. It was the question of what to do when the workforce becomes a people, and when the people begin to fill the world with their own rhythms, their own noise and their own desires, because once that happens, the old solution stops feeling like a finished fix and starts feeling like the beginning of a second problem, one that grows slowly, quietly, day after day, as more human eyes open to the torchlight of life, and learn that even within a task there is room to become something else. A strange thing about old stories is how quietly they can sit inside us, even when they begin with noise. A crowd at a gate, tools thrown into a fire, a council forced awake, a decision made not because it was noble, but because it was necessary. Then, almost immediately, the world returns to routine. The trenches fill with new footsteps. The torches burn down. The crisis becomes history. Yet the shape of that night does not disappear. It settles into the way life is organised afterward, and it settles into the beings who are brought into existence as the answer. Even when the day is modern and the worries are smaller than gods and gates, the old pattern can still feel familiar, like a clock that keeps ticking even when nobody asked it to. In the version of events we have been walking through, humanity arrives as a solution to conflict. Not a romantic conflict, not a storybook duel, but a practical struggle over work, dignity, and exhaustion. The Igigi reached a limit. The high gods reached for control. Between those two forces, a new kind of life was mixed into clay and given breath. If a beginning like that leaves an imprint, it is not an imprint made of slogans. It is an imprint made of habits, instincts, and quiet tendencies that show up long after the shouting has stopped. One imprint is endurance, not the heroic kind that gets carved into monuments, but the everyday kind that keeps moving when the body would rather stop. A servant class does not survive by winning every day. It survives by adjusting, by finding small efficiencies, by learning how to carry the load without collapsing. In the mythic logic, humans were designed to take on the yoke. That design would have included the ability to persist through repetition, to wake and work and sleep and wake again, and to do it even when nothing feels especially inspiring about the task. That might sound bleak, and it can be, but endurance is also the reason a small camp can become a village. It is the reason a cracked wall gets repaired. It is the reason a field gets planted again after a bad season. Endurance is not just obedience. Endurance is continuity. Another imprint is sensitivity to hierarchy. When your origin is tied to being assigned, You learn quickly how to read power. You notice tone. You notice who is watched and who is ignored. You notice which voices bring punishment and which voices bring food. Even in a calm life, that sensitivity can linger as an instinct. It can make a person good at sensing moods in a room. It can also make a person tired before anything has actually happened, because the body prepares for pressure even when pressure is only a possibility. In a world born from the rearrangement of labour, the nervous system becomes an instrument for navigating authority. Alongside that comes something else, quieter but stubborn, and it is the sense that systems can change. The Igigi proved it in the old story. They refused together, and the masters had to respond. Humans did not witness that as equals, but they were created as the living proof that even the highest order can be forced into a new shape when enough strain builds up. That idea, even if it is never said aloud, is like a seed carried in a pocket. It can sit for a long time and then suddenly matter. It can become the difference between believing that life is fixed and believing that life can be negotiated. In the gentlest form, it becomes hope. In the sharper form, it becomes defiance. Either way, it is a reminder that the world is not made only of rules. It is made of pressure and response. If we were born from conflict, then we were also born from compromise. Not a clean compromise, not the kind that makes everyone feel respected, but the kind that keeps the machine running. The council did not solve the problem by giving the Igigi rest and dignity, while sharing the burden fairly. The council solved the problem by moving the burden to someone else. That means humanity begins with a lesson about how power often behaves. It protects itself. It redesigns the world so that discomfort stays lower down. If that lesson leaves a mark, it might explain why humans have such a complicated relationship with fairness. People can spend a lifetime working hard and still feel, somewhere in the chest, that the arrangement is tilted. That feeling is not always political in a modern sense. Sometimes it is simply the quiet recognition that effort and reward do not always match. Yet the conflict did not plant only bitterness. It planted creativity, because creativity is the natural response of a mind placed under constraints. A being that is expected to work will still look for ways to make the work easier. A being that is expected to obey will still look for ways to keep some inner space private. A being that is expected to carry will still try to balance the load. From those small attempts come inventions, songs, tricks, jokes, and the 1,000 quiet strategies that turn survival into living. The gods needed humans to be competent, and competence requires thought. Thought produces side effects. One of the side effects is ingenuity, the kind that turns a stick into a lever and a complaint into a story that makes the night feel shorter. There is also a deeper gift hidden inside that design, and it is the ability to bond. A workforce can be managed as numbers, but life is never only numbers. Humans were gathered into groups for control, and those groups became communities because minds and bodies do that when they share space. Community creates care. Care creates loyalty. Loyalty creates a sense of belonging that is not granted by the powerful, but built among the many. In a story where humans begin as replacements, the surprising thing is how quickly replacement becomes relationship. Two people carrying the same weight begin to notice each other's breath, each other's pace, each other's fatigue. Without any council authorizing it, help begins to move sideways instead of only down from above. A hand steadies another hand. Water is shared. Shelter is improved. In those moments, humans stop being tools, even if the system still uses them like tools. If there was divine blood in the clay, then there was also a kind of restlessness in the mixture. Restlessness does not have to mean rebellion. Sometimes it means looking up when everyone else is looking down. Sometimes it means noticing a star and wondering whether it has a pattern. Sometimes it means listening to the wind and sensing that the world is bigger than the worksite. Restlessness is the part of the mind that does not fully accept that today's arrangement is the only possible arrangement. It can lead to danger. It can also lead to discovery. It is the reason calendars exist. It is the reason people build more than they are ordered to build. It is the reason a person in a hard life can still imagine a different one. Conflict also plants caution. When your story begins with a strike and a solution that shifts the burden, you inherit a sense that safety can change quickly. A workforce can be relieved, or replaced, or punished, depending on what those above decide. That makes the mind watchful. It makes people learn to store food, to save tools, to hide what might be taken away, to read the signs of trouble before trouble arrives. Caution is not glamorous. It is not the kind of trait that gets praised in songs about heroes. It is the trait that keeps a family alive through a bad season. It is the trait that builds storerooms and walls and routines. Then, almost paradoxically, the same origin can plant tenderness. When life begins as a burden transferred onto new shoulders, those shoulders learn quickly what pain feels like. Pain can harden a being, but it can also make a being recognize pain in others. It can make kindness feel important because kindness is one of the few things that interrupts the grinding rhythm. A warm piece of bread shared at the end of the day, a quiet word offered to someone whose hands are shaking, a child carried when the child's feet cannot keep up. These are small acts, and yet they are the texture of humanity. No council planned them. They appear because life, once sparked, has its own priorities. In the old story, the gods wanted silence at the gate. They got it, and they probably felt satisfied. Still, the solution produced a different kind of sound, the sound of humans filling the earth with their own rhythms. That sound begins as work noises, footsteps, tools, calls across a field. Then it becomes laughter, argument, singing, crying, prayer. A species created for a task becomes a species that produces meaning. Meaning is noisy in its own way, not always loud but persistent. It is the kind of noise that keeps happening even when nobody is watching. If there is one thing conflict almost always plants, it is memory. Even when people pretend to move on, the body remembers. A person who has lived under pressure recognizes pressure in new shapes. A person who has been hungry remembers hunger long after the bowl is full. A person who has been used as a tool does not fully forget what it felt like to be unseen. That memory can turn into anger, but it can also turn into a strong desire to see others. It can turn into the impulse to tell stories, because stories are a way to carry memory forward without carrying the full weight alone. This is why humanity, even if it began as a solution, does not remain a solution. A solution can be counted, it can be measured, it can be filed away. A people cannot be filed away so easily. People grow, people change, people argue, people make new problems and new beauty. The gods in the mythic imagination sometimes react to that with annoyance, as if the world has become too busy. That reaction makes sense from the perspective of rulers who wanted a quiet workforce. Yet from the perspective of life itself, the busyness is simply what happens when breath is real. There is also the more uncomfortable seed, the one the story hints at without naming it in modern terms. If a being is made to take someone else's burden, that being carries the burden and also carries the resentment that tends to come with being assigned. Resentment does not have to be conscious. It can live in the body as tension, in the mind as distrust, in the heart as a feeling that something is not quite balanced. Over generations, resentment can become tradition. It can become cautionary tales about power. It can become a desire to climb, to be the one who assigns rather than the one who carries. This is how servant classes can create their own hierarchies. It is not always because people are cruel. Sometimes it is because people are afraid of ever being powerless again. That is one of the most human consequences of being born from conflict. A person who has felt the sharp edge of need often wants to build a life where that edge cannot reach them. Sometimes they build it by gathering resources, sometimes by building relationships, sometimes by building authority, sometimes by building walls. The method changes, but the impulse is recognizable. It is the desire for stability, for a life where the gate does not suddenly close, where the ration does not suddenly vanish, where the world does not suddenly decide that you are replaceable. And yet, tucked inside the same design is the capacity to do something gentler than that. The capacity to accept that life is not perfectly fair and still choose to be fair in small ways. That is a strange kind of strength, because it is not driven by the immediate reward. It is driven by a sense of rightness that arises inside a mind that can imagine being someone else. Empathy is not a tool. Empathy does not carry bricks. Still, empathy is one of the things that makes humans more than what they were made to be. If conflict planted anything sacred in us, it might be the ability to look at another tired face and understand it without needing a counsel to explain it. As the night settles in around you and the room grows quieter, there is something oddly comforting about knowing that even a harsh origin does not determine the whole story. A beginning can be heavy and still lead to gentleness. A species can be designed for obedience and still become creative. A population can be made for labour and still become capable of love, curiosity, and humour. The old story, in its blunt way, shows that life is not easily contained. Life takes the ingredients it is given and then becomes more than the recipe. The conflict in the beginning also reminds us that the world has always been shaped by pressure. Rivers press against banks, silt presses into channels, work presses into bodies, rules press into minds. When pressure builds too high, something changes. Sometimes the change is destructive, sometimes it is adaptive, sometimes it is both at once. The Igigi's refusal changed the divine order and humans were the outcome. Humans in turn changed the earth simply by living on it. Fields become patterned, villages become walls, paths become roads. A species that was meant to maintain the world ends up remaking it. If that sounds large, it can be brought back down to something small and immediate. A human notices a problem and adjusts. A human shares food. A human tells a child a story so the child feels less afraid in the dark. Those are the tiny versions of the same principle. Change does not always begin with thunder. It begins with noticing. In the quiet before sleep, it can be enough to hold one gentle thought. If we were born from conflict, then we were born with the ability to carry weight, and also with the ability to transform weight into something else. Work can become craft, strain can become skill, fear can become caution, exhaustion can become empathy, a burden can become a reason to build community. None of this erases the harshness of the origin. It simply shows that the origin is not the only ingredient that matters once life begins to move. Somewhere in the distance of the old world, the canals continue to run, and the work continues to be assigned, and the divine order continues to watch its own stability. Somewhere closer, in the human camps, laughter and tired breathing mingle in the dark. A fire crackles. A child drifts to sleep. A song is hummed softly. Not because anyone demanded it, but because a mind found comfort in sound. The first night after the solution becomes the first night of a new kind of life, and from that night onward the story keeps unfolding in small moments, in choices made under pressure, in kindnesses offered without being ordered, and in the quiet, persistent habit of becoming more than a task day after day, as the world keeps shifting and adjusting in its own slow way.